Witch's Charms, Book 3 in the Vampires and Wine series, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Chapter 1. I was multitasking, trying to make my first cup of coffee for the morning while on hold to the internet company. It didn't help that I was caffeine deficient. On my first attempt, I had forgotten to put the coffee in the machine. They really needed to make a first-thing-in-the-morning coffee machine for people who haven't had coffee yet. Press 1 if you want to buy a new product. Press 2 if you are calling about the delivery of a new product. Press 3 if you are calling about your mobile phone. Press 4 if you are calling about your home phone. Press 5 if you are calling about the internet. Press 6 if you are having technical difficulties. Press 7 if you wish to hear these options again. I pressed 6 for technical difficulties, but I was cut off. I went back to the menu and tried again, but I couldn't find an option that would let me progress without an account number. After 5 minutes, I found an option that let me say what I wanted. Unfortunately, I was halfway through that when the coffee machine turned on, and the company's voice recognition software bounced me back to the start of the menu. I resisted the urge to throw my phone to the floor and jump on it. I was on my third cup of coffee before anyone answered. "What is the number you are calling from?" the distant voice demanded. "My phone isn't with your company," I said, "and I don't know the account number. I can't find it." "Is it broadband or NBN?" the voice asked. "NBN isn't here yet, so it must be broadband." "Is this for the number you are calling on now?" I took a deep breath. "No, I told you, my phone is with a different company. I don't know the account number here, but I can tell you the landline." "What is the phone number?" I duly told her. "Let me check that number." The line went dead. I went through the whole process again. I had eaten 5 pieces of Vegemite toast before I got a human again. Yet I made the mistake of telling the voice that the phone belonged to my aunts. "We can't discuss any matters except with the account holder," she said. "I manage the business," I said. "I'm sorry, madam, but we need to speak to the account holder." I had a brainwave. "Here's my aunt now. I'll just put her on." I did my best to imitate Aunt Maud's voice. "Hello, this is Maud Jasper. I give my niece Valkyrie Jasper permission to speak for me. Here she is now." I changed my voice again and said, "Hello?" "I need your account number," the voice said. "Can't I give you the address?" I said in a pleading tone. "My aunts appear to have lost the account number." "I'll have to transfer you to another department," the voice said. Without further ado, she put me on hold, and then an automated voice said, "I'm sorry, this number is no longer in use. If you are phoning internally, check the new internal number log." It disconnected me. I wanted to scream with frustration. And where were the aunts when I needed them? They had been away overnight and hadn't told me where they were going. The aunts made me nervous at the best of times, so surely any secret business couldn't be a good thing. Besides, I was still recovering from my narrow escape from a murderer and was supposed to be lying around the house, taking it easy. I pulled out my laptop again and checked the internet. Nothing. One of the guests, Harry Fryer, had already called me several times to complain about the lack of internet. At least I had 4G service on my phone and iPad, so I Googled the internet companies that were available at Lighthouse Bay. There were 5 all up. Each one was more frustrating than the last to deal with. It was late morning before I realized I would have to call the original phone company back. Apparently they owned all the lines in the area and wholesaled out to the other companies. What's more, the other companies had all definitively told me that my aunt's phone number was not one of theirs. This time, I managed to speak to a human after only 50 minutes on hold. "Please don't transfer me," I said urgently. "I've been on hold for hours, and I've spoken to every internet company in the area. I can only tell you the phone line. I don't know the account number. This is a bed and breakfast business, and the guests are complaining that the internet is down. Can you help me?" "We need to start with your account number," the faraway voice said. I clutched my head. Was I dreaming, or was I going mad? "I already told you that I don't have an account number, only a phone number. This is a business, and the internet has been down all day. This is urgent. I've called all the other internet companies, and they all say they don't hold the account. They were able to check with the phone number, so surely you can." "What is the phone number there?" I told her, and then there was silence. For a moment I was terrified that I had been disconnected yet again. "I'm sorry, there is no phone number listed at that address." "I haven't told you the address yet," I said with frustration, "but it's Mugwort Manor, Lighthouse Bay, New South Wales." "No, we have no records of a phone number at that address," the voice said. "Could I please speak to a supervisor? Every phone company has told me they don't provide internet here, but I know that your company owns all the phone lines in the area, so I need to speak to a supervisor." "All right, madam, I'll transfer you to a supervisor now. You might be on hold for a minute or so. Please do not hang up." With that, the line was disconnected. I sank into the nearest chair and took a deep breath. I called the number again, but this time pressed 1 for the sales department. Miraculously, my call was answered immediately. "I know I've come through to the wrong department," I said, "but I have literally been on the phone all morning. I mean all morning. No one will help me, and every time someone transfers me, I'm disconnected." I explained the situation at length before the man was able to speak again, and he proved quite helpful. He said he would pass it on to a supervisor, but he couldn't tell me how long before the internet would come back on. I went back to lie in the living room to try to stay calm. I figured I should listen to a guided meditation on my iPad. I had just drifted off to sleep when the aunts burst through the door. Their faces were flushed, and they smelt strongly of gin. "I hope you managed all right without us," Aunt Dorothy said, looking slightly embarrassed. I narrowed my eyes. They looked like they had been out for a night on the town, but still, who was I to question them? I was their niece, after all. "I was fine, only there's been a serious internet problem," I explained. "What internet company are you with? I spent hours on the phone to all of them, and Osbone and Net's going to look into it further." "We don't know what internet company we use," Aunt Dorothy said blithely. "You must have an account," I said. "I really must find your account number in case we have technical difficulties like this again." Aunt Maud shook her head. "We don't have any technical difficulties." My day was getting stranger and stranger. "The internet is down, and Harry Fryer has already complained about it more than once. I didn't have your account number, so they don't know how long it will take to fix. They need to have your account number so they can see what's really happening with it." I enunciated each word slowly and carefully. "There's nothing to worry about, Valkyrie," Aunt Maud said. "We'll just go and fix it now." "Fix it?" I said. "What do you mean? I couldn't even find the modem to turn it on and off. Is that what you mean? That you will turn the modem on and off? Can you show me where the modem is?" "What's a modem?" Aunt Dorothy said, looking entirely perplexed. Aunt Agnes shushed her. "You're confusing the poor girl. Valkyrie, we don't use an internet company. We use spells to get the internet here. That's why we don't pay any bills." The other two aunts nodded sagely as she said it. It took me a while to process the information. "Let me see if I've got this right. You have somehow magically conjured up the internet, and you don't pay an internet company?" All the aunts nodded happily. "We do have to maintain it magically," Aunt Agnes said, as if she was explaining something simple. "But with all the excitement lately, we forgot to do it." The three of them left the room smiling. leaving me there with my jaw hanging open. Magical internet? What next? Just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. I struggled to my feet and looked around the corner into the foyer. There was no sign of the aunts. Presumably they were doing whatever they had to do to get the internet back on. I opened the door to see a most officious-looking man in a black suit holding a black briefcase. I figured he was the new guest. "Hello, you must be Scorpius Everyman. Welcome to Mugwort Manor." He scowled at me.
"Valkyrie Jasper, you called Ozphone and Net this morning and said your internet was down."
I shook my head. "Thanks for coming, but it's all fixed now." He took a step towards me. His face flushed red and his cheeks puffed up like a cane toad's.
"Miss Jasper, there is no internet available out here. The phone lines here are very old copper wires. I checked the records and the lines out here haven't been serviced in years. They will not support ADSL."
He put down his briefcase and folded his arms over his chest.
"I hasten to add, NBN is not available in this area yet, and as the only available internet in Lighthouse Bay is ADSL 1 or ADSL 2, and as both of those are dependent on a proper phone line, then there cannot possibly be any internet here."
I tried to think on my feet. "No, you're right. I was completely mixed up. I was talking about 4G, not broadband. We don't have a landline here." At that gravely inopportune moment, the landline rang behind me. Chapter 2. The man pushed past me, nearly knocking over one of the Greek statues as he did so. I had no option but to clutch the heavy statue and struggle to right it, while his patent leather shoes click-clacked across the parquetry floor to the old black phone. He snatched it up and put it to his ear. Apparently, whoever it was had hung up, because the man swung around to face me.
"What's going on? This is impossible."
His cheeks had puffed up horribly by now, and his face was so red I was afraid he would have a stroke. I tried to come up with a plausible explanation, but failed. I sputtered. "It's an old phone that sometimes works," I said after an interval. "I wasn't calling about that, though. It was all a mistake, and I'm sorry to bother you. The internet here runs on mobile broadband. 4G? The internet went down, and I assumed it was broadband. I'm from Sydney. I haven't been here long, so I didn't know the system." To my relief, which I hoped wasn't misguided, the aunts marched into the room. Unfortunately, they still reeked of gin. "That's right," Aunt Agnes said smoothly. "Our niece Valkyrie here is from the city and doesn't understand the country ways. She thinks we have that advanced internet that they have in the city." The man narrowed his eyes.
"I'm Joseph Maxwell from Ozphone and Net. When the call came through that your internet was down, I hurried out, because you can't possibly have internet."
His eyebrows knit together in a deep furrow.
"No, of course we don't,"
Aunt Maud said, taking the man by his elbow and guiding him towards the door. When they reached the door, he shook off her hand and looked back at the phone.
"It's not possible that the phone should work after all these years. I looked up the records, and you have never had technicians out here. This just isn't possible."
He shook his head in dismay. "We didn't want to bother Ozphone and Net with our little phone problems," Aunt Dorothy said, but she was addressing the statue. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes. "Dorothy, you really need to get some glasses. Mr. Maxwell, the phone only works intermittently, but we don't like being disturbed by phone calls, and so it doesn't matter."
"But you run a business here,"
Joseph Maxwell said in disbelief. "Yes, but our bookings are online," Aunt Agnes said firmly. "That's right. Bookings come through to our iPads, which we have with another phone company," I added firmly. "Our iPads use 4G. When do you think Ozphone and Net will offer ADSL out here, Mr. Smith? And when will NBN be available here?" I hoped going on the offensive would take his mind off the telephone, and it seemed that it did. "What's NBN?" Aunt Dorothy asked, looming over him. Joseph Maxwell looked at Dorothy as if she had climbed out from under a rock.
Why, it's the National Broadband Network, of course. Everyone knows that.
He took a step backwards, presumably to escape from her gin-laden breath, and addressed me.
I'm afraid you will have to wait until the NBN comes.
And when will that be? I asked.
Not for 2 or more years,
he said in a self-satisfied manner.
At least.
What about ADSL then? He shook his head.
If the NBN is coming within the next few years, then Ozphone and Net cannot make any ADSL ports available. What's more, we are not allowed to provide anyone with broadband if NBN is a year or 2 away.
I was already aware of this and added,
Well, that's ridiculous. He held up his hands. Don't shoot the messenger. It's the government's rules, not ours.
With that, he smirked and took his leave.
What a horrid little man, Aunt Maud said. Valkyrie, why were you asking him about having the internet connected? We already have the internet connected.
Aunt Agnes sighed dramatically.
Ah, you both fools. Valkyrie was obviously trying to throw him off the scent. To explain more clearly, she was trying to make him forget that we had a phone when we weren't supposed to have one. She was trying to make him defensive about not providing internet to this area.
I nodded, but before I had a chance to speak, Aunt Dorothy butted in.
Why are you addressing me, Agnes? Maud asked the question, not me. Why do you always say the two of you when it's always only Maud?
Maud rounded on her. It's not always me, it's you. You're the one who can't understand anything, not me.
Dorothy and Maud got into a heated argument. I turned to Aunt Agnes. Do you think he'll make any trouble? I mean, when he thinks more on the phone situation? Aunt Agnes bit her lip.
I don't think so. After all, phone lines were laid here. He will no doubt think it's strange, but I'm sure he won't give it too much thought. Now, Valkyrie, go back and lie on the sofa. You're still supposed to be resting up.
I sighed. Since Lucas had brought me home the night before last, the aunts had insisted I stay on the sofa to recover, rather than go back to my own cottage, which was only a short distance away. At least my newly adopted cat, Hecate, had come to keep me company. I sat on the sofa, my iPad next to me, and Hecate jumped up and demanded I scratch her under her chin. Aunt Maud hurried in with a goblet of red liquid.
Here, drink this.
If I drink any more witch's brew, I'll turn into a... My voice trailed away. Witch's brew was a magical wine produced by Ambrosia Winery, a winery formerly owned by Lucas O'Callaghan's deceased uncle, Henry Ecor. Lucas O'Callaghan was my crush, a stereotypically tall, dark, and handsome man who smelled like cinnamon and ancient sage, and made my heart race at the very thought of his name. He, too, had come to town recently. Oh, and he was a vampire. Lucas's winery was one of the few in Australia that made what was commonly referred to as witch's brew, but was, in fact, a wine potion full of iron and the other necessary vitamins and minerals that vampires needed. My aunts had assured me that real-life vampires were never overcome by bloodlust, but then they had never been altogether too truthful with me. I had always suspected that witch's brew might prevent bloodlust, but I couldn't be sure. Still, I had only recently found out I was a vampire, and I'd never suffered bloodlust in the past. In fact, I was given to fainting at the sight of blood. I had always been anemic until I moved to Lighthouse Bay and started drinking witch's brew. It seemed to be a panacea that cured all ills. I had also discovered that I was a witch vampire, and so were my aunts. Apparently, my parents had wanted to keep that fact from me. They had gone missing just over 5 years ago when on sabbatical to Kyrgyzstan. The news that I was a vampire had proven to be a terrible shock, as would be expected. I had been firmly convinced that such things didn't exist. I was also shocked to find out that one of the boarders, Linda Williams, was a shifter wolf. Of course, I hadn't thought they existed either. After Linda's husband was murdered only recently, she and I had become quite good friends. In fact, we were well on our way to becoming besties. Of course, it had been difficult to accept the fact that I was a vampire, and if that wasn't bad enough, Linda had told me that my crush, Lucas O'Callaghan, was the most terrifying type of vampire out there. A cleaner. She had told me that cleaners answered to no one. It was cleaners who were responsible for keeping the presence of vampires and werewolves from the public, and more importantly, from governments. She had told me that they would take any measures necessary. I shivered involuntarily. Did Lucas know I was a vampire? When Jack Murphy, the murderer of Linda's husband, had tried to kill me 2 days ago and had run my car, or rather Aunt Agnes's car, off the road, Lucas had given me witch's brew to drink. That surely meant he knew I was a vampire, although he didn't state so explicitly. His actions, if not his words, revealed him as a vampire to me. And speak of the devil, who should walk through the door now but Lucas O'Callaghan? "You look white," he said by way of greeting. "I trust you're not feeling worse." He took a seat opposite me, on a pale blue chair I had bought just the other day from a bargain furniture store, much to my aunt's horror. They far preferred musty antique furniture that smelled of dust and mould and held within the aura of every former owner and every former setting. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm feeling quite good, actually. I'm still bruised, and my foot hasn't completely healed where I stepped on something when I was running through the bush, but I don't feel dizzy anymore." "You were lucky," Lucas said. "He ran you off the road and then shot at you. It could have been worse. Are you sure you're all right?" He looked so concerned that I hurried to explain. "We'd just had a bit of a thing with the local Ozphone and net man." I silently rebuked myself as soon as I said it. Now I would have to explain. I pressed on. "I reported a problem with the internet here, but it was just that the modem needed to be turned off and on. I didn't know where the modem was, and my aunts were away all night, so I rang Ozphone and Net to complain, and they sent the man out." I felt bad lying to him, but I could hardly tell him the truth. Lucas raised his eyebrows. "That's not like Ozphone and Net to act so promptly." His tone held more than a measure of disbelief. I laughed. "You haven't heard me complain. I complained loudly and bitterly for hours, and I mean hours, all morning." As soon as I said it, I didn't think I should have sold myself to him as someone who complained loudly. Not quite the image of the wonderful future girlfriend I was trying to portray. Lucas's mouth twitched slightly. "I see." He pulled a bunch of flowers from behind his back. "For you." I gasped. There were several magnificent blood-red roses. "They're beautiful," I said breathlessly. Unfortunately, Aunt Agnes whipped into the room and snatched the roses from me. "I'll put them in a vase," she said, regarding Lucas with narrowed eyes. The aunts knew that Lucas was a cleaner and had also told me that they were sure Lucas didn't know they were vampires. I wasn't so sure of that, given that I was fairly certain Lucas knew I was one. I hadn't told the aunts that Lucas likely knew I was a vampire, and I hoped that fact wouldn't come back to bite me. No pun intended. A loud knock on the door broke me from my thoughts. I made to get up from the sofa, ignoring Hecate's protests, but Lucas waved me back down. "Your aunts can get it." I nodded. It must be the new guest this time. Sure enough, I heard one of the aunts moving to the door and heard the heavy oak door creak open. "Hello, welcome to Mugwort Manor. You must be Scorpius Everyman." I heard a sharp intake of breath and looked at Lucas. His face had gone pale, paler than I even thought possible. Chapter 3. I got off the couch, and this time Lucas made no attempt to stop me. I heard the man's voice say, "Yes, I am," and his voice held menace. A cold shiver ran up my spine, and I came to a halt, rooted to the spot, trembling. His voice was worse than fingernails on a blackboard. like shards of glass falling into an abyss. His very appearance struck terror into my soul. He reminded me of Voldemort, the way I thought of Voldemort from the books, not the way he looked in the films. The film version of Voldemort didn't scare me for some reason. This man had an ancient air about him, an air of malevolence, of threat. Or was I being fanciful? Was I simply overreacting because Lucas had gone white? Aunt Maud certainly was showing no sign anything was amiss. I turned and hurried back to the living room. To my surprise, Lucas was gone, the heavy drapes at the large window moving in the gentle breeze. I walked back into the foyer, and Aunt Maud promptly introduced me to the man. We shook hands. His grip was firm, and he looked at me as if he was looking right through me. I felt as if I had touched evil itself. The other aunts came into the room, and they, like Aunt Maud, did not give any indication that they felt the same way about the man as I did. To me, he didn't seem quite human.
"Valkyrie will show you to your cottage,"
Aunt Agnes said, but I cut her off. "I'm sorry, Aunt Agnes, but I'm still not feeling well." Agnes waved a hand at me.
"Of course, how silly of me." Turning to the man, she added, "Poor Valkyrie hasn't been too well for the last few days. She normally lives in the assistant lighthouse keeper's cottage, but we've insisted she stay with us until she feels a little better."
She shot the man a winning smile, but he did not respond. He looked at me with eyes so pale and ice blue that they could almost be blank. I did my best not to shudder.
"Well, Valkyrie, you go back and lie down, and Maud, Dorothy, and I will collect Mr. Everyman's luggage and escort him to his cottage."
When they were safely out of earshot, I addressed the cat. "What do you think that was all about? Lucas obviously knows him, but it's going a bit too far to climb out a window. I wonder if the aunts know who he is." I paced up and down the room for what seemed like an eternity before the aunts returned.
"Are you feeling worse, Valkyrie?"
Aunt Agnes asked with concern before she was even halfway through the door into the living room. "I feel fine. It's just that the guest completely creeped me out," I said hurriedly. "Didn't you notice anything wrong with him?" The aunts exchanged glances but shook their heads.
"What do you mean, dear?"
Aunt Dorothy said, staring fixedly at the cat. I waved my hands in the air. "I'm over here, Aunt Dorothy. Are the three of you really going to say you didn't notice anything wrong? Or is this one of those times when you pretend nothing is wrong, but you're keeping information from me?" Aunt Agnes clutched her chest.
"How could you say such a thing, Valkyrie? Of course we're not keeping anything from you. The man seems a very pleasant guest. Well, maybe he doesn't seem pleasant, but he seems normal, completely normal."
"But my right eye twitched as soon as the doorbell rang," I said, "and that only happens when something bad is about to happen. Are there other things besides vampires and werewolves?" "They call werewolves shifter wolves these days," Aunt Maud said. Aunt Dorothy rolled her eyes.
"Not that again."
"Please don't try to change the subject, aunts. Are there other things out there besides vampires and shifter wolves? Well, shifters in general?"
"I don't know what you mean."
Aunt Agnes's face was one of innocence. "I mean like demons, or aliens, or some other worldly entities. Ringwraiths, dementors, anything like that?" The aunts burst into laughter.
"You've been reading too many books, dear," Aunt Agnes said. "Those exist only in fiction."
I rubbed my forehead in exasperation. "You know what I mean? Please just give me a straight answer for once. Are there such things as demons? Are there other sorts of unusual beings apart from vampires and shifters?"
"Well, I don't think we're unusual,"
Aunt Dorothy said, sounding rather pained.
"No, I don't think demons exist,"
Aunt Agnes said, ignoring Dorothy.
"I'm sure they do exist, but I mean they don't appear in human form. Then again, I suppose they could appear in human form, but I don't think that man, Scorpius Everyman, is a demon."
My head was spinning, but I suppose that was about as clear an answer as I was going to get. Still, I pressed on.
And his name! Scorpius Everyman? I mean, seriously, that's obviously a fake name.
Aunt Maud screwed up her nose.
It's not nice to make fun of people for their names, dear. And might I remind you, your name is Valkyrie, chooser of the slain, who shall enter Valhalla.
I threw up my hands in despair. I need to go for a walk along the beach.
It's getting cold, Aunt Agnes protested. What about the wound under your foot? And there won't be anyone else at the beach.
I nodded. That's just how I like it. I grabbed my coat from the back of the sofa and headed for the front door amidst protests of concerns about my health. My right eye was twitching like crazy, and it was a reliable indicator that something was wrong. Well, it was reliable in the sense that something happened without fail after it twitched, but many a time bad things happened after my right eye had not even bothered to twitch. It had been a stressful week, what with Jack Murphy running me off the road because I had discovered that he murdered Linda's husband, Paul. Still, there was no love lost between Linda and Paul had thrown the murderer's taxidermied dog across the room. Don't get me wrong, nobody deserves to die, but doing that to someone's beloved, albeit stuffed pet, should be grounds for some remission of sentence. I thought a nice brisk walk along the beach would cheer me up and clear my head, and then I could return to Mugwort Manor for a nice dinner and a full glass of witch's brew. I kept to the far edge of the track to the beach, hoping I wouldn't run into Scorpius Everyman, if that really was his name. I bet he was some ancient demon. There was something about him that gave me the creeps, and when he had shaken my hand and looked into my eyes, my blood had run cold. He sure didn't seem wholly mortal to me. Luckily, I didn't meet with anyone, demons, badly named men, or even people walking their dogs. The drop in temperature had cleared the beach of civilization, and for that I was grateful. I walked along, relishing the scent of salty air and the feel of the sand beneath my feet. The injury to my foot stung a little, but it wasn't too bad. This was a lovely, pristine beach. No broken shells or stinging box jellyfish ever washed up here, only pieces of driftwood every now and then. I walked further than usual, lost in my thoughts, and then figured I had better turn back. With my vampire speed, I knew I could outrun anyone else, although the new guest had my nerves on edge. And why had Lucas looked so shocked at the mention of the man's name? And had Lucas really climbed out the window, or had he simply slipped out unannounced through the back of the manor? I had no idea, but I was certainly going to ask him the next time I saw him. I walked close to the rocks that signalled the end of my walk, and made to turn left to walk up the sandy track back to the manor, when I saw a strange blob ahead of me in the shallow water at the base of the largest rock. I caught my breath. I hoped it wasn't an injured dolphin. I hurried over and gasped. It was the body of a man, a deceased man, and he looked like he was the victim of a shark attack. Chapter 4. I reached into my pocket for my phone, averting my eyes from the grisly scene. I realized I had left my phone in the house. I looked at the ocean to see if the tide was going out, and so would take the corpse with it. The tide actually looked like it was coming in, but even if it wasn't, there was nothing I intended to do about it. I turned and ran back for the manor. It was heavy going, because the sand was deep, but I had no time to worry about burning calves. I rounded the corner and ran straight into a man. I jumped backwards. It was the creepy Scorpius Everyman. "Miss Jasper, is something wrong?" I struggled from his grip and took a step backwards.
"Dead man, in the water."
I pointed somewhat unnecessarily in the direction of the sea.
"I think a shark got him. I've got to call the police."
"Where?" he said coldly.
"Next to the big rock, the first rock as you go down to the beach. I was worried the tide would take him out to sea, but I think the tide's coming in."
I had no idea why I was talking so much to the man, but I supposed I was in shock. He immediately took charge of the situation. "You run and call the police and then bring them straight down there. I'll go and wait by the body." I must have looked doubtful because he added, albeit in an unemotional tone, "Don't worry, Miss Jasper. I won't contaminate the scene. I'm a private detective." With that, he took off at a jog towards the beach while I took off in the direction of Mugwort Manor. The aunts were all sitting at the kitchen table when I burst through the back door.
"There's a dead man on the beach," I said. "I have to call the police."
A collective gasp of shock went up from the table. "But who?" Aunt Maud said.
"No idea."
I hurried from the room to get my phone. I called 000 and explained the situation to the police. After I made the call, I turned around to see all 3 aunts looking at me. I sat back down on the sofa, barely missing Hecate, who was stretched out, purring. How does one small cat manage to take up an entire sofa?
"When I was coming back from a walk on the beach, I saw something washed up near the big rocks. I went over and saw it was the body of a dead man. It looked like a shark got him."
"I saw the shark boat flying over earlier," Aunt Maud said. "I believe they closed the beach today because of shark sightings."
"Shush, Maud," Aunt Agnes said. "Can't you see Valkyrie is upset?"
Aunt Dorothy picked up her knitting, and soon her needles were clicking away.
"I wonder if it's the serial killer. You know those bodies down the coast a little south of here? At first they thought they were shark or dog attacks, but then they thought it was the work of a serial killer. It's all over the news."
My hand flew to my mouth. "I hadn't even thought of that. What if there's a serial killer around here?" I trembled and pulled my coat around me.
"You should light the fire, Agnes," Dorothy said. "It's not winter yet," Agnes said.
Dorothy grunted.
"Does it matter? Valkyrie's cold." "Well, go and make her a nice cup of hot tea," Aunt Agnes said in an imperious tone. "The police should be here in a moment."
I told them the body was at the beach. That new guest, Scorpius Everyman, is down there with the body. By the time the detectives arrived to question me, I had consumed a whole goblet of witch's brew and a cup of sugary tea. I was relieved to see Detective Mason and Detective Oakes. At least they knew who I was and were familiar with the aunts and the manor. They at once ushered the aunts out of the room and asked me to give them my account.
"And did you recognize him?"
Detective Oakes asked me. I shook my head. "No, he was face down in the water." I shuddered as I said it. That was a sight I would never be able to unsee. "We'll have to ask you to come down to the station to give your statement later, once the task force arrives," Detective Mason said. "Task force?" I asked him. Mason and Oakes exchanged glances. "Yes, the shark attacks," Mason added. I nodded. I was on the point of asking them about serial killers, but I realized they wouldn't tell me, so it would be an exercise in futility. They asked me the usual questions, and I was dismayed that being questioned about a homicide was becoming familiar to me. When they finished questioning me, I showed them to the door, surprised to see it was raining. I was halfway through shutting it when I saw Linda's car pull up. I beckoned to her furiously.
"What are you doing, Valkyrie?"
Aunt Agnes said behind me.
"We're all anxious to hear what the detectives said."
"I'll tell you when Linda comes inside," I said. Aunt Agnes pursed her lips, but Linda was too close for her to complain. The aunts knew Linda was a shifter wolf, but while Dorothy and Maud were fine with it, Agnes harbored some small measure of resentment, no matter to what degree she said otherwise.
"What's happened?"
Linda asked me, shaking the rain from her hair.
"I was just on my way to return the keys to the cottage. No one was home earlier when I collected the last of my stuff."
"I was home," I said. "I must have slept through you knocking." Aunt Maud interrupted us. "Let's all go into the kitchen and talk. Would you like to join us for dinner, Linda?" Aunt Agnes's face blackened, but I smiled encouragingly.
"I'd love to, only if you're sure it's no trouble."
Aunt Maud assured her that it wasn't and took her arm. Soon Aunt Agnes was dishing up the food, and the rest of us were sitting at the vast dining room table, the last vestiges of sunlight wending their way through the hideous, faded lace curtains. I explained the events to Linda. When I finished, she asked,
"Do you think it's that serial killer who has been working down south?"
Aunt Maud nodded.
"That's exactly what I said, didn't I, Dorothy?"
Dorothy looked up from her knitting.
"Yes, you did say that, Maud. The serial killer who makes his victims look like shark attacks, or some sort of animal attack, at any rate."
I tapped my chin. But why would a murderer make his or her victims look as if they'd been attacked by animals? It doesn't make any sense. The murderer must be a man, Maud nodded knowingly.
"That's right," Dorothy piped up. "Everyone knows that poison is the female murderer's method of choice."
"Don't be so sexist, you two," Agnes snapped at them over her shoulder. "We don't know if it's a man or a woman. Besides, I agree with Valkyrie. Why would a serial killer try to make it look like an animal attack?"
Everyone shrugged. Aunt Agnes busied herself placing a bowl in front of us.
"Eat up. It's stirred-fried flat rice noodles with basil and vegetables. Help yourselves to any sauces."
She gestured to 5 bottles on a silver tray in the center of the table. Maud immediately seized the salt shaker and poured a hefty amount of salt over her food. Agnes snatched the salt shaker from her.
"Have you tasted it yet, Maud?"
Maud sighed and shook her head.
"Then how do you know whether it needs salt or not?"
Before Maud could answer, Agnes began her familiar tirade over salt, about how she could not tolerate people who put salt on their food without tasting it first.
"Would anyone like some wine?"
Dorothy asked, clearly as a diversion. Everyone, even Linda, said they would like wine. I wondered why Aunt Dorothy was being so coy as to call it wine rather than witch's brew. She was fully aware that Linda knew we were vampires, and we all knew Linda was a shifter wolf. It was out in the open, so there was no need for pretense. I couldn't sit through a night of awkwardness skirting around the topic. I decided to say something. Look, we're vampires and Linda is a shifter. We all know this to be the case. There's no point beating about the bush. Let's not be shy about it. I stopped talking and looked at the sea of shocked faces. Perhaps I shouldn't have said anything after all. The black cat, Hecate, broke the silence with a loud meow.
"Valkyrie is right,"
Aunt Agnes pronounced, although she looked none too happy with me. The aunts were from an age when social niceties ruled, when no one mentioned the elephant in the room. Actually, I had no idea what era the aunts were from, as they hadn't told me their true ages. They had confided in me that their elderly appearance was a ruse, and had shown me what they actually looked like. They were stunningly gorgeous, but I was so used to seeing them as my elderly aunts that I tended to forget their subterfuge.
"No one takes any notice of elderly ladies,"
they constantly told me. The aunts chatted with Linda and knitted away, while I zoned out, thinking of Scorpius Everyman. I couldn't help but feel that his presence meant trouble somehow. After a while, I realized Linda was speaking to me.
"Sorry, what did you say?"
"I said, I've decided to rent here in town for 6 months, to give me time to sell my house, and then I'll buy here."
Aunt Agnes stopped knitting.
"You won't go back to prepare the house for sale?"
Linda shook her head.
"Too many memories, and none of them pleasant. I'll go back soon and clear out all Paul's stuff, and then get a real estate agent. I've already contacted my lawyer to draw up the contract for sale. I really don't have all that many possessions. Paul and I had different tastes, and he wouldn't let me buy anything. I have no friends back home. As you know, we used to come to Lighthouse Bay every year, and it's the only place I've ever felt truly happy."
There was a catch in Linda's voice, and my heart went out to her. Aunt Maud clearly felt the same. "You don't need to stay in a motel, Linda. You're welcome to stay here, in the manor." Aunt Agnes shifted in her seat, but she remained silent. Linda shook her head.
"Thanks ever so much.
but I'd rather be by myself after everything that's happened. After Linda left, I left the aunts knitting in the kitchen and had a long, hot bubble bath. I soaked in the frangipani-scented water for over half an hour, enjoying the warm water on my bruises and turning into a wrinkled prune. I was halfway through toweling myself dry when something tapped against the window. As my bathroom wasn't on the ground floor, at first I thought it was a bird, but then it came again. I pulled my bathrobe around me, tied it tightly, and opened the old sash window a little. It was dark, the only light afforded by a sliver of the moon peeking through rain clouds. I shut the window, but before I was halfway to the bathroom door, the noise came again. I opened the window fully and stuck my head out. This time I saw a figure beckoning to me. I squinted for a bit and then finally realized it was Lucas. My heart skipped a beat. I waved to signal I would be right there and hurried downstairs. Unfortunately, I ran into Aunt Maud. I did not want to tell her I was about to have a clandestine meeting with Lucas. It was obvious that he wanted us to meet in secret, otherwise he would have knocked on the front door. "Where are you going?" she asked me. I tried to think up a suitable answer on the spot. I stammered. "I just wanted to pick some rosemary from the garden to take to bed with me." It was a crazy excuse, and that was probably why it worked on Aunt Maud. She nodded as if it was the most sane thing in the world to say. "Well, don't get too wet, dear. Pop those gumboots on before you go out." She pointed to a huge pair of knee-high black gumboots sitting inside the front door. They were hideous, but at least they were practical. I had been on my way in bare feet. I tightened my bathrobe, pulled on the heavy gumboots, and stepped out the front door. My heart hammered, not only because I was about to see Lucas, but also because I was surely about to find out why he had avoided Scorpius Everyman. Lucas was standing in the shadow of a tree. "Evening." His voice was nothing more than a whisper. As I drew closer, he swept me to him, grazing my face with his lips as he bent to speak softly in my ear. "We can't be seen together. You're in grave danger, Pepper." His hands were warm on the small of my back. It was a good thing he held me tightly in his arms, because my legs went wobbly like spaghetti. His stubble pleasantly scratched against my cheek as he spoke again. "That man, the new guest. Scorpius Everyman." Lucas placed his finger on my lips. "Don't say his name." Lucas pulled me tightly to him as he spoke. "Pepper, he's a cleaner." I gasped, being hit with more than one shock. Gone now was all pretense. I knew Lucas was a vampire, a cleaner even. He knew I was a vampire, and we each knew that the other one knew. Lucas was still speaking. "He's dangerous, Pepper, more dangerous than you could possibly imagine. He's cold-blooded and devious. He'll stop at nothing. It's imperative that we don't do anything that could make him think I'm protecting you, because you and your aunts will be in even more danger." I managed to find my voice, difficult due to Lucas's close proximity, his warm breath on my cheek, his solid body so close to mine.
"What do you mean?"
I squeaked. "You need to remove my contact details from your phone, for now. We have to act as if we're nothing to each other, nothing more than passing acquaintances living at the same boarding establishment." I wondered what exactly Lucas and I were to each other. He had kissed me briefly previously, and he had held my hand, although I was injured at the time. I was still wondering when Lucas explained it only too clearly, yet not with words. His mouth was suddenly on mine, kissing me urgently. He tasted of witch's brew, of cinnamon, cloves, and of promise. I clutched the back of his neck, but then it was over all too suddenly. He held me away from him a little, and the moonlight punctuated the air between us. "We have to play it cool, Pepper," he breathed. "We can't be seen together. Warn your aunts about him. It is imperative that he doesn't suspect any of you are vampires. Linda especially has to be careful.
He doesn't like shifters. Go to any lengths to ensure that he doesn't find out about any of you. You need to trust me on this. Here, I'll watch you walk to the manor to make sure you get inside safely." He brushed the hair from my face and gave me a little push. I took one step, but he caught my arm and whispered, "Nice outfit." It was only then I remembered the gumboots and bathrobe combination. Blushing, I stumbled towards the cottage. "Did you get the rosemary?" Aunt Maud asked me as soon as I stepped inside. "No, something better," I mumbled. I could still feel Lucas's lips pressed to mine. "Let's join the others in the living room. I have something important to tell you all." When we were all seated, I began. "It's about Scorpius Everyman. Lucas told me in confidence that he's a cleaner." The smiles vanished from the aunts' faces immediately.
"You're kidding,"
Aunt Agnes said in horror, while the other two gasped and sputtered.
"He knows we're all vampires."
I nodded. "Yes." I didn't want to go into it all, so I quickly added, "I figure Scorpius is pretending to be a private detective because he's looking into the murders. The dead man I found washed up on the beach must be linked to the serial killings down south." Aunt Dorothy interrupted me.
"But we all suspected that, didn't we? Isn't that obvious? Did Lucas tell you that?"
I shook my head.
"Please be quiet, Dorothy," Aunt Agnes said waspishly. "Give Valkyrie a chance to speak."
Aunt Dorothy glowered, but remained silent. I pushed on. "Lucas said we have to be very careful that this cleaner doesn't find out that any of us are vampires." I paused. "Especially not that Linda is a werewolf."
"A shifter wolf,"
Maud said. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes. I ignored her and pushed on. "Lucas told me I had to warn you all." They nodded vigorously.
"But if a cleaner is looking into the serial killings, then the cleaner must think those deaths were done by vampires or shifters,"
Aunt Agnes said thoughtfully, tapping her chin and looking off into the distance. I nodded. "Yes, and Scorpius Everyman must have had some inside information about it. He must have traced the serial killer here, and that's why he arrived around the same time as this murder." Aunt Dorothy jumped to her feet.
"This is a serious matter."
Agnes muttered something I couldn't hear, but I assumed it wasn't complimentary.
"Dorothy, you have a penchant for stating the obvious,"
she added loudly. Dorothy shook her head.
"I mean, given what Lucas told Valkyrie, this Scorpius Everyman must suspect that we, and perhaps Linda, are involved in the killings."
Chapter 5. I awoke the next morning, fuzzy-headed. I made a beeline for the coffee machine and switched it on, making sure to insert the coffee capsule this time. What had all that been about with Lucas? At least my suspicions were vindicated. Scorpius Everyman was dangerous after all. Lucas thought I might be in danger from Scorpius. Was it because I had found the body? I needed to go back to my cottage. Logically, it would be better to stay with the aunts, given that a cleaner was about. But I felt safe in my little cottage, surrounded by my things in my own personal space. I would have to broach the matter with the aunts when they woke up. I fed Hecate and then sat at the kitchen table to sip my coffee. After a while, I decided to make the second one, but then realized that the aunts were out of the coffee capsules I liked. I'd have to fetch them from my cottage. I grabbed my keys from the table and stepped outside the back door. To my surprise, Detective Mason and Detective Oakes were walking away from the direction of Harry Fryer's cottage. I slowed down, expecting them to speak to me, but they just nodded and kept walking. Harry Fryer hurried out of his cottage, muttering to himself. He stopped muttering when he saw me. "Good morning, Mr. Fryer," I said in a friendly fashion. He walked over to me.
"You found the body, didn't you?"
I nodded.
"The police were here, telling me they've identified the body."
Before I could ask who it was, he pushed on.
"It was my cousin."
"I'm so sorry to hear that," I said, but he waved my words away.
"My cousin and I didn't get on, so now I'm worried."
I took his meaning at once and hurried to reassure him. I'm sure lots of people don't get on well with murder victims, I said. It doesn't mean they'll be suspects. He shook his head. You don't understand. The only reason I'm in town is that I came for the reading of my grandfather's will. The police have asked me to stay around for goodness knows how long now. You see, my grandfather left everything in the world to my cousin and nothing to me. But now that Joseph is gone, I'll inherit everything. There was a considerable amount of property and money, so the police will think I killed him. That's not really fair, because no one liked him, given that he worked for Ozphone and Net and everything. My throat tightened and my stomach sank. Your cousin wasn't Joseph Maxwell, was he? He narrowed his eyes. Yes, did you know him? My hands flew to my throat. Yes, he was here only yesterday morning. I just can't believe this has happened. Hecate appeared, purring loudly, and rubbed her head on Harry's leg. Harry bent down to stroke her. Why did Joseph come out here? He asked me. I shrugged. He seemed upset about the quality of the phone lines or some such thing. I didn't quite understand what he was going on about. I lied. I called Ozphone and Net after you told me the internet was down. Then you'll probably be a suspect too, Harry said in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm a suspect, you'll be a suspect, your aunts will be suspects, and half the town will be suspects. Everyone in town hated Joseph. I rubbed my temples. Who specifically hated him? Everyone, he said vehemently. Apart from his ex-wife Marianne, who lives in town. She's too sweet-natured to hurt anyone. It might be the antique dealer. I just happened to be looking in an antique shop yesterday, and Joseph was in there tearing strips off the owner. Of course, as soon as I saw him, I left, but I could still hear him yelling at her right down the street. Do you have any idea what the argument was about? I asked him. He shook his head. No, but he wasn't a very nice man, and that's the understatement of the century. You met him, you know what he was like. He was a first-rate troublemaker, and he was incompetent. He was a nasty piece of work. He was a right galah. I bit my lip. It seemed like there were plenty of suspects for killing Joseph Maxwell, but if this was the serial killer's work, then none of that would make sense. Surely the serial killer was selecting people at random, unless perhaps they were all Ozphone and Net employees. I shrugged. It wasn't my concern. I simply had to be careful to keep out of Scorpius Everyman's way. I walked the short distance to my cottage, relieved that I didn't run across Scorpius. I fetched my coffee capsules, locked the cottage, and headed back to the manor, keeping an eye out for both Scorpius and Lucas. What Lucas had said was troubling, to say the least. Why would Scorpius think my aunts or I had anything to do with the murders? It didn't make sense. Still, Lucas was a cleaner, and I figured there was more he wasn't telling me. I let myself in the back door to find Aunt Maud. I dropped the capsule in the coffee machine and switched it on. Where's Aunt Agnes? She's answering the door, Maud said. I had a bad feeling, and yet again I was right. Agnes walked into the room with two men in suits. These gentlemen are looking for you, she said. The two men were wearing identical suits, both a dirty shade of grey, and both had striped ties, although one tie had blue and white stripes, while the other had murky red and white stripes. The shorter man wore glasses and a moustache. He had spiky hair and reminded me of an actor, but I couldn't quite put my finger on just who. I'm Detective Thompson, and this is Detective Walker, he said in a tone that sounded like an accusation. We're part of a special task force set up to investigate the animal attacks along this part of the coastline. I nodded and waited for them to continue. It was Detective Walker who spoke next. We'd like you to come down to the station to give a witness statement, if you would be so kind. Sure, I said. Now? They both nodded. Do you want me to come with you, or will I follow you in my car? Walker narrowed his eyes. By all means, travel independently in your car. I'll just get my handbag and drive straight to the station. With that, Aunt Agnes escorted them out, while I drank the rest of my coffee as fast as I could. I turned to Aunt Maud. "Aunt Maud, may I borrow your car, please? I understand if you don't want to lend it to me after what I did to Aunt Agnes's car." Aunt Maud laughed. "You're a good driver, Valkyrie. You were forced off the road by a murderer. It was hardly your fault. Yes, you're more than welcome to borrow my car." "I can always catch a taxi." Maud shook her head. "I insist." She handed me the keys. "And no need to hurry back. We don't intend to go anywhere for the rest of the day." I slapped myself on my forehead. How silly of me. I almost forgot to tell you. I just popped out to my cottage to get more coffee capsules, and I came across Harry Fryer. The cops have asked him to stick around town for a while. The victim was his cousin, that horrible Ozphone and Net man who was here yesterday morning. Aunt Dorothy made the sign of the cross. "Valkyrie, you shouldn't speak ill of the dead." Aunt Agnes had returned and was staring at her with her mouth open. "Since when were you Catholic, Dorothy?" she snapped at her. "I think it was in the 1700s, Dorothy said defensively. "Anyway, Harry Fryer won't be checking out this week, because Valkyrie just told us that the police asked him to stay here longer." "That's all right, because that cottage isn't booked again until the end of the month," Maud said. Aunt Agnes held her hands skyward. "Has the whole world gone mad? Maud, that is hardly the point. The point is that the police might suspect Harry of being the murderer, but on the other hand, the task force detectives have come here, and so they must think the serial killer is involved. This is quite a sticky web." I hurried out of the room. "Send me good..." Chapter 6. I was a little nervous entering the police station, but not as nervous as I would have been if I was being questioned by the nasty Scorpius everyman. He made my blood run cold. In fact, I wasn't even sure he was entirely human. Perhaps he was an ancient vampire, really ancient, a few thousand years old. There was just something about him that was menacing. On the bright side, it made me feel a little better about being questioned by normal, human detectives. I gave my name to the desk sergeant and was immediately shown into a room where the two detectives, Thompson and Walker, were sitting. This had to be the most hideous room I had ever seen, all pale mint green. The door trims were painted the same pale mint green as was the ceiling. The light table was either a pale mint green colour or was reflecting the horrible colour. Thompson was making notes and didn't even look up when the desk sergeant showed me in, but Walker fixed me with a steely look. "Take a seat, please, Miss Jasper." I did as I was told. When I had been questioned by the police previously, I had been sitting opposite them, but this time I was sitting on one side of a square table and they were sitting either side of me, opposite each other, with me between them. It made me quite uneasy. Their suits blended into the room, as did the blue-grey fabric chairs on which we were all sitting. It was as if I had fallen into some sort of monochromatic hell. Thompson finally looked up at me. "Did you recognize the victim?" I shook my head. "No, but he was face down in the sand, and he was naked." Walker frowned when I said it, probably wondering what the victim being naked had to do with me not being able to identify him. I couldn't blame him. I thought the same thing as soon as the words were out of my mouth. I hurried to add, "Just before you arrived at Mugwort Manor, Harry Fryer told me that the victim was his cousin, Joseph Maxwell." The detectives exchanged glances once more. "And what is your relationship to Harry Fryer?" Walker asked me. "He's been boarding at Mugwort Manor. He was due to leave this week, but he said you'd asked him to stay longer." "When did you first meet Mr. Fryer?" Thompson asked me. "When he booked in. He arrived yesterday," I said. Thompson scribbled away in his book. "Now, please tell me, in your own words, the circumstances leading to you finding the deceased." I did as I was told, trying not to leave anything out. "So, was it a shark attack?" I concluded. knowing full well it wasn't. The shark attacks up and down the coast have been on the news.
The investigation is ongoing, Thompson said in a clipped manner. What was your relationship with the deceased, Joseph Maxwell?
I met him for the first time yesterday morning, I said. I called Ozphone and Net because I couldn't get the internet to work, and they sent him out.
That seems highly unusual for Ozphone and Net to send someone out on the same day, Walker said.
That's for sure, I said with feeling. I hastened to add, what I mean is, they never seemed to get anything done, so I was surprised when he came, but he was concerned about old copper wires.
Is that what he said?
Walker asked me. I tried to school my features into a look of innocence. I'm not technically minded. He said a lot of technical stuff that went right over my head. I think the gist of it was that he didn't think the lines, being old copper wires, would support the internet for too much longer, and he wanted to tell me that the NBN wouldn't be coming to the area for years. That seemed to satisfy them.
And was that the first occasion you had met Mr. Maxwell?
Walker asked me. I nodded. Yes, and I didn't see him again until I saw him in the sea. Of course, I didn't know it was him. I only found out it was him when Harry Fryer told me.
When you were walking along the beach, did you notice anything suspicious?
I looked up at Thompson. No.
That will be all for now, Miss Jasper, but we will need to talk again at some point.
I scurried out of the police station as fast as I could. I had planned to go to Linda's motel room and tell her what had happened, so I drove there without delay. It was imperative she found out what Lucas had said. Linda opened the motel room door, looking surprised to see me. Sorry to call by without any warning, I said, but I've just been questioned by the task force and I wanted to drop by and talk about it, if that's okay. Linda opened the door wide and beckoned me in. Come in, come in. It's good to see you. I liked her motel room, all white and sparkly. The walls were white, the tiles were white, and it was decorated in a beachy Hamptons theme. Linda had white sage burning. There was nothing quite like the fragrance of white sage, so cleansing. I can't wait to buy a house and get a cat, maybe even a dog as well, Linda said eagerly. Paul didn't like animals. He wouldn't let me have a pet. I thought that was strange, given that Paul had been a shifter wolf, but I thought it better not to comment. I sat down on the blue and white striped sofa and was about to speak, but Linda beat me to it. I can't offer you wine because you're driving. Coffee? Tea? I spied Linda's coffee machine in the corner, the same brand that I had. Coffee would be great, thanks. I wondered why Linda would offer me wine in the morning, but then again, who was I to judge? Linda caught my eye. Did you think I was going to give you the instant stuff the motel provides? She laughed, and then busied herself with the coffee machine for a few moments. Sorry, I don't have anything to eat with it, she said, placing a mug of coffee in front of me. I was about to go shopping. And I'm sorry I came without warning, I said again, but I have something urgent to tell you. Linda frowned. I pushed on. Obviously, what I'm about to say is confidential, but Lucas saw me in secret last night, just after you left. Remember I mentioned the new boarder, Scorpius Everyman? Linda nodded. You said he creeped you out. This is confidential, I stressed. Lucas told me that Scorpius is a cleaner. Linda's hands flew to her cheeks, her mouth forming a perfect O. You're kidding. I shook my head. And not just a cleaner. Lucas said he was a very dangerous cleaner. They all are, Linda said dryly. I cleared my throat. No, you don't understand. Lucas was really concerned about Scorpius. He said he was really dangerous. I realized I was raising my voice, so I lowered it. Lucas said that the aunts and I had to do everything we could to keep Scorpius from knowing that we're vampires. He also said you mustn't let him know that you're a shifter. Lucas mentioned me? I nodded. He said we'd all be in terrible danger if Scorpius found out. Linda sipped her coffee and then set her cup down on her saucer. A cleaner would only be interested if he thought that a vampire or a shifter killed the victims, right? I readily agreed. And how does a vampire kill? I pulled a face. Don't ask me that. I'm new to all this, you see. If it's anything like the movies, I suppose they bite someone's neck and drain all the blood out of them. I shuddered and pulled a face. Linda pointed at me. Exactly, she said triumphantly. And how does a shifter kill someone? I frowned. I suppose they rip them apart? Linda nodded vigorously. Exactly. You can see where I'm going with this. I thought about it for a moment. Of course. Why didn't I see that before? The cleaner doesn't think a vampire is responsible for the killings. He thinks a shifter is responsible. Linda bit the end of one long fingernail. That seems like the only conclusion I can come up with. You said the victim was naked. Yes, he was. Is that significant? Linda nodded. Yes. It's a well-known fact that dog packs will tear at the victim, tearing off all the clothes in the process. It's quite usual for victims of fatal dog attacks to be found naked. I drained the remains of my coffee in one gulp. Are you saying that someone is trying to make it look like a shifter attack? No, I'm not saying that, but it's entirely possible. What I am saying is that it could be more than one shifter. And if that's the case, then there must be a pack of rogue shifters. It's strange that there are two cleaners in the one place, and this guy, Scorpius Everyman, is clearly some sort of higher-level cleaner. Otherwise Lucas wouldn't be so worried, and it would have been left to Lucas to solve the case. Something's going on, Pepper. You mark my words. When I was at the manor yesterday, I didn't get any sense of a shifter attack in the area. You can sense it? I asked with interest. She nodded. Yes, usually, and I didn't sense anything. There's more to this than we know. I just don't like it. I didn't like it either, and my right eye was twitching so madly that I had to rub it hard. That caused a piece of mascara to dislodge and get in my eye, so I wiped my eye with a tissue. Have you ever heard of rogue shifters before? No, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. Obviously, a cleaner would get rid of all the evidence, so none of us would ever hear of rogue shifters. I was beginning to get a headache. Of course. So they could be rogue shifters, and that's why this cleaner is so interested. Linda, he really makes me uneasy. I feel so threatened by him. Please keep out of his way. It won't do any good if he finds out that you're a shifter wolf. Linda laughed ruefully. You can rest assured that I won't go anywhere near the man. I'm even more concerned that Lucas warned you about him. Law-abiding vampires and shifters should have nothing to fear from a cleaner as a rule, although I am sure some have been wrongly accused in the past. A shiver of fear ran up my spine. By accused, do you mean... My voice trailed away. Linda's face paled. Yes, I mean disposed of. If there are rogue shifters, perhaps vampires are involved in it with them. That could be why Lucas was so worried. You're beginning to scare me, Linda, I said. I'm already thoroughly scared, Pepper. I have a terrible feeling about this whole situation. Chapter 7. I walked through the back door of Mugwort Manor into a flurry of activity. What's happening? We're hiding all the witch's brew, Aunt Agnes said in a strained voice. We're just not sure where to hide it. I thought for a moment. What if we buy some bottles of red wine and tip them out and then pour in the witch's brew? Aunt Maud nodded approvingly. That's what I said, but Agnes said it wouldn't work. Agnes ran her hands through her flame-red hair. If Scorpius Everyman takes a sip of the wine, he'll know it's witch's brew, and what's more, he'll know that we tried to hide it from him. Then he will know for sure and for certain that we're all vampires. He'll also know that we know he's a cleaner, and he'll wonder who told us. That will then implicate Lucas. My head was spinning, but I had to admit that she had a point. Well then, what can we do? I asked her, completely at a loss.
"That's what we're trying to figure out,"
Aunt Agnes said with obvious exasperation.
"We need to have our daily dose of witch's brew, and we need to hide it somewhere he won't be able to find it if he comes snooping around."
I sat at the table, put my head in my hands, and thought some more. What if one of us stays at Mugwort Manor at all times? I asked them. That way he can't break in and search. All three aunts shook their heads.
"You see, Valkyrie," Aunt Dorothy said, "if crunch comes to crunch, he can reveal himself as a cleaner, and then he can search the premises. There would be nothing we could do." "That doesn't make sense, Dorothy," Agnes said. "A cleaner won't reveal himself to non-vampires or non-werewolves, so if he wants to reveal himself as a cleaner to search Mugwort Manor, then he would already know that we are vampires."
"Then what are our options?" I said, in the hope of preventing an argument. No one answered. A heavy silence descended over the group. "What about that secret room?" I asked them. "That small secret room next to the living room. Besides, we're all witches too. We can all work together to magically hide that room from him with spells. If we all concentrate on spells, we should be able to keep it hidden from him." Aunt Maud spoke first.
"He might be a witch vampire, though, Valkyrie."
Aunt Agnes shushed her.
"Valkyrie is right. Even if he is a witch vampire, there's only one of him, but there are 4 of us. Besides, we need the witch's brew, so we can only do the best we can do. Worst case scenario, we didn't murder anyone, so even if he does find out we're vampires, it won't be the end of the world."
I piped up. "Actually, he might think we're protecting Linda." I didn't add that Lucas did think it was the end of the world if Scorpius Everyman found out we were vampires. Aunt Agnes's eyebrows shot skyward.
"Linda? I don't understand."
"I've just come from Linda's motel," I said. "She's a shifter wolf."
"Yes, dear, we all know that,"
Aunt Dorothy said, but was silenced by a withering look from Agnes. "The point is," I said, in the most patient tone I could muster, "Joseph Maxwell looked as though he had been mauled by a pack of dogs. Linda wonders if there's a pack of rogue shifters. If the cleaner thinks that's the case, then he won't suspect vampires. He will suspect shifters." Maud clasped her hands in delight.
"That means we're off the hook,"
she exclaimed happily. Agnes sighed dramatically.
"No, you old fool. We're not off the hook at all. Scorpius Everyman could well think that we're protecting Linda, maybe even in it with her. He might think vampires and shifters are in it together."
"Oh, well, this is all speculation," I said, trying to break the somber mood that had descended over the room. "It mightn't be as bad as we think. After all, Scorpius Everyman arrived here the day of the murder, so he must have had some sort of inside information on the situation, right? He must already have suspects." Aunt Agnes did not look happy.
"But don't you realize, Valkyrie, we face 2 possible sources of danger. This cleaner, Scorpius Everyman, and, potentially, a pack of rogue shifters."
Okay, now I was thoroughly scared. Maybe moving back to my cottage wasn't such a good idea after all. "What can we do?"
"First of all, I think we need to find every bottle of wine we can that doesn't have an Ambrosia Winery label on it, tip it out, and replace it with witch's brew," Aunt Agnes said firmly. "Then we can put all the bottles in the secret room."
"But if he finds them, surely he'll taste one," I asked her. Agnes shook her head.
"It's the best we can do. If he does find the witch's brew in the secret room, maybe he'll be pressed for time and not taste it. Who knows? But I can't think of anything else that we can do. Can you?"
I had to admit that I couldn't. Her words spurred us all into action. I looked through all the cupboards, as did the aunts. We didn't have many bottles of wine that didn't hold witch's brew, but the aunts did have some for guests. We poured the contents down the sink. Aunt Agnes provided everyone with a funnel, and we filled everything with witch's brew. The secret room was bigger than I remembered. The last time I had seen it, The 4 of us had been crammed in there, but now I could see there was a fair bit of room for the storage of witch's brew. Plus, both end walls were entirely covered by shelving. I wondered if the room had ever been used for storage. As I was on my way back for another load, I passed Aunt Agnes. "I don't suppose you have any other secret rooms, passageways, or hidden spaces under the floorboards?" I said hopefully. She shook her head.
"Of course not, dear. I would have mentioned it."
I felt like a bit of an idiot. Of course she would have. When we had stored all the witch's brew safely in the secret room, Aunt Agnes announced that we would have to do a concealing spell.
"And we'll do a lure away spell, too. Dorothy, we'll need the orange bergamot for that."
"Why a lure away spell?" Dorothy asked her.
"The police don't suspect that we're vampires. They don't even believe in vampires."
Agnes let out a long breath and then counted to 10.
"Give me strength. Scorpius Everyman is a cleaner. Therefore, a lure away spell will work on him. Don't you see?"
"I suppose so,"
Dorothy said doubtfully. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes.
"Okay, so we'll throw some orange bergamot leaves, some cloves, and some oil of cedarwood in a bucket and wash the floors with it, going from the back to the front of the house."
"What now?" Maud said.
"When we have finished discussing it,"
Agnes said, rolling her eyes once more. Maud looked put out. "Won't we need by Burnham devil's shoestrings?"
"That's only for keeping the law away when someone is doing illegal activities," Agnes said. "That's why we haven't used it before."
"Yes, we have," Maud began, and then looked at me. "Oh, no, we haven't used it before," she added lamely.
"We will all have to put tansy leaves in our shoes," Agnes hurried to say, avoiding looking at me. "Tansy keeps the law away. And we'll put black pepper and some broom straws under the welcome mat at the front door, and under the mat at the back door as well, plus across all the windows of the house,"
Aunt Agnes said. "And what about red brick dust and crushed eggshell too?" I asked her. "I know we already have some there, but should we put more?"
"Good idea,"
Aunt Agnes nodded approvingly.
"Now let's all sit down at the kitchen table and have a council of war."
Aunt Agnes poured everyone a goblet of witch's brew from the one bottle that wasn't in the secret room.
"Now, ladies, how will we disguise the fact that we're vampires from Scorpius Everyman?"
Aunt Dorothy held up her hand and ticked off her fingers one by one.
"First, we don't leave any witch's brew around in front of him. 2, we don't move quickly in front of him. 3—"
Her voice trailed away, and she looked wildly around the room. "That's about it, isn't it?" I said.
"I think so,"
Aunt Agnes said slowly and thoughtfully.
"He's likely to ask a lot of questions, so we'll have to get our stories straight about where we were born and how old we are. You don't have to worry about that, Valkyrie. You can just tell him the truth."
I clamped my hand over my mouth. "Oh, no, I just remembered something." Aunt Agnes looked alarmed.
"What is it?"
"I have witch's brew in my cottage. How will I get rid of it? Sure, I can tip out the contents, but he could see me if I take the bottles out."
"How many bottles do you have?"
Aunt Dorothy asked me. "Oh, gosh, about 20 or so," I said. "And if he's suspicious of us, it will be much easier for him to search my cottage, given that I'm not staying there at the moment. I was going to move back there today, though." Aunt Agnes tapped her chin while I took another gulp of witch's brew. I was annoyed that Scorpius Everyman was putting us in this position. We hadn't done anything wrong, and we were being forced to act furtively, like criminals. Still, I didn't trust the man. There was something otherworldly about him, and not otherworldly in a good way. Quite the opposite, in fact.
"I know,"
Aunt Agnes said after an interval.
"Valkyrie, he knows you've been staying here because you've been unwell. As he's a cleaner, he would know that you were staying here because of your recent brush with a murderer, but he will equally expect that we wouldn't divulge those details to a stranger, so that in itself is not a problem. If he sees you and asks what you're doing,
Tell him that you're staying with us for a few more days. You can have your old room."
I resisted the urge to groan. I liked my cottage, and it had been a bit of a chore staying at the manor, as kind as my aunts were. The constant bickering was somewhat wearing, and I liked my own space. After all, I'd lived on my own for years now. Still, I had no option. There were larger problems afoot.
"Okay, sure. Do you have a large suitcase in your cottage?" she asked me.
"Yes, I do," I said. "Why?"
"Well, if you're coming to stay with us for about a week, you will need more clothes. Wrap the bottles of witch's brew in your clothes so the bottles won't rattle and make a sound, and come back here with the suitcase."
"What if he sees her?" Aunt Maud said.
"He'll just think she's collecting some clothes to stay here," Agnes said. "We've already been through that, Maud. Weren't you listening?"
"Won't he think it's strange that I'm bringing so many clothes if I'm only staying for a week?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes shrugged.
"He probably won't even see you, Valkyrie. And by the way, have you forgotten about the new boarder coming to stay today, Sam Innes?"
I clamped my hand over my mouth. "Yes, I had forgotten. No, don't worry, the King Arthur-themed cottage has all been done in readiness. I did that earlier in the week. I just haven't put fresh milk in his refrigerator." "Don't worry, I did that, given you were still recovering from your ordeal," Aunt Maud said. I beamed at her. "Thanks. When does he arrive?" Aunt Agnes looked at her watch.
"He's an hour overdue, but he has a long drive to get here, so an hour either way would be considered normal."
She was about to say more, but there was a loud knock on the door.
"Speak of the devil,"
Aunt Agnes said. "I'll get it," I said. "You had better hide this bottle of witch's brew. I mean, we don't know who this Sam Innes is, and we can't take any chances."
"But he booked ages ago,"
Aunt Dorothy protested. Aunt Agnes made a snorting sound.
"Valkyrie is right. It's better to be safe than sorry."
She waved a gnarled finger at Dorothy. I hurried from the room, anxious to get away from the bout of bickering that I knew was about to burst forth. I grabbed my cottage keys from the table, and Aunt Maud handed me the keys to the King Arthur-themed cottage. Clearly, she was prepared. I opened the door to see a tall, good-looking man standing there. He had the long, lean muscles of an AFL player and gorgeous big brown eyes. His hair was a nice sandy colour. If I wasn't so hung up on Lucas, I would find this Sam Innes quite attractive. "Welcome to Mugwort Manor," I said, extending my hand. "I'm Pepper Jasper. Please call me Pepper. You'll meet my aunts later, but right now I'll show you to your cottage so you can get settled in."
"Sam Innes, but please call me Sam."
He winked at me. He was still holding my hand, so I snatched it back. "Did you have a nice trip?" I asked automatically.
"Yes," he said. "Where should I put my car?"
I shook my head. "I'm afraid the parking area is right there where you parked, but it's a short walk to your cottage. I'll help you with your luggage."
"That's fine. I travel light."
He smiled at me again, showing a set of impossibly white teeth. "If you're sure," I began, but he pulled just one suitcase from the boot of his car. I wondered if I should tell him that there had been a murder on the beach, in case he found out later and left angrily. I looked up to see him watching me.
"Is something wrong?"
I shook my head, but then nodded. "I suppose it is my duty to tell you that there has just been a fatal accident on a nearby beach," I said carefully. His eyebrows shot up.
"Drowning?"
I shrugged. "The police haven't said." That, at least, was the truth. He seemed unperturbed and simply nodded.
"Lead the way."
His tone was amused. He probably thought I was attracted to him and was used to women being struck silent in his presence. Still, I thought it somewhat inappropriate to look amused just after the mention of a fatal accident. I was wondering how to avoid telling him there was at least one serial killer on the prowl in the nearby vicinity. Still, he couldn't be safer in the cottage next to Scorpius Everyman, the notorious cleaner. That is, of course, unless he was the perpetrator. I shivered. We were halfway to the cottages, but Sam stopped.
"You're cold."
I wasn't cold. I was merely scared to be close to Scorpius Everyman's cottage, so I simply said, "I'm okay." Sam at once whipped off his jacket and attempted to put it over my shoulders. I held up my hands to refuse, but he tried to insist. I don't think he was used to women resisting his charms. In the middle of this strange scene, I looked up to see Lucas standing there. Where had he come from? Sam, too, seemed surprised. "Sam, this is Lucas O'Callaghan. Lucas, this is Sam Innes, our new boarder." The air fairly crackled between them. Testosterone sparks flew through the air. Sam edged ever so closer to me, and I could see that Lucas didn't like it. Still, there was nothing he could do with Scorpius Everyman in the nearby cottage, probably staring out his windows at us. Both men muttered greetings to each other.
"I was just on my way into town," Lucas began.
Sam cut him off.
"Nice to meet you."
He took my arm and guided me a step or two forward.
Lucas shot him a black look and then continued on his way. Awkward.
Sam let out an exclamation when I let him into his cottage. I knew it wasn't an exclamation of delight.
"I'm halfway through changing the decoration on this cottage,"
I said, somewhat defensively.
He laughed. "Let me guess, you're changing it from the whole Knights of the Round Table theme and not into it?"
I had to laugh too.
"Yes, my aunts had all the cottages themed quite outrageously, to be honest.
I'm trying to pare it all back." He looked around the room.
"Oh, well, I suppose staying in a mock castle didn't hurt anyone."
"You should have seen it before.
Now, if that fiberglass knight in armor bothers you, I can have someone take it out.
I meant to remove it before you arrived,
but things have been rather hectic."
That was the understatement of the century. Sam took a step closer to me.
"What do you do around here for fun?"
I took a step backwards and gestured to the brochures on a nearby table.
"Have a look through those. I'm sure you'll find something to your liking."
He winked at me.
"I think I already have."
Okay, so he really was hitting on me. I muttered an excuse and beat a hasty retreat. Chapter 8. Once I had escaped from the King Arthur-themed cottage with its new inhabitant Sam Innes, I walked to my cottage, intent upon smuggling all my bottles of witch's brew back to Mugwort Manor. I was filled with trepidation. I peeped out the side of my sunglasses, and to my relief, there was no sign of Scorpius Everyman. That didn't mean he wouldn't appear at any moment. After all, his car was still parked outside the front of Mugwort Manor. I unlocked my cottage and let myself in. Had Scorpius Everyman already searched the place? There was no reason why he would have, but then again, he no doubt already knew of my friendship with Linda. Still, all I could do was hope. I hurried into my bedroom and dragged my old blue suitcase from the top of the cupboard. I flung it on my bed and then selected clothes I thought I would need for the week. I could always come back and get more at any time. I went back to the kitchen and fetched every bottle of witch's brew I could find and put it on my bedroom floor. One bottle was already opened, so I tipped the contents down the sink and then rinsed it well. I would still have to take that bottle, but at least there was no possibility that it would leak over the contents of my suitcase. I was glad that I had a bottle of white wine in the fridge. Hopefully that would throw him off the track if he did come snooping. It took me longer than I thought to wrap the bottles in clothes. I put a towel on the bottom of my suitcase and then put a pillow in as well. I had almost finished packing when I realized I would have to take the pillow out, so I did so, and then started packing from scratch. It wasn't as easy as it sounded, packing 18 bottles of wine into a suitcase. Plus, I wasn't the world's best packer. I tended to throw my clothes in willy-nilly when traveling. Once I had finished, I picked up the suitcase and then dropped it with a thud. Who would have thought it would be so heavy? Luckily, my suitcase had wheels. This time, I more carefully maneuvered it onto the floor. I really needed to work out, do some weights, anything to help with situations such as this. Not that I wanted to be in such a situation again for a very long time. Hopefully never. I dragged the suitcase to the front door and then left it there while I went to peep out my bedroom window, which overlooked the other cottages. There was no sign of the dreaded man, so I went back to the suitcase. Okay, no time like the present, I exhorted myself aloud. I opened the door and managed to get the suitcase to ground level without any disasters. I had already tested it to make sure I couldn't hear any bottles rattling, but I had packed it well with extra clothes and small towels. I got it through the front gate, but dragging it along the gravel pathway was much harder than it looked. To my abject horror, Scorpius Everyman emerged from the front door of his cottage and walked to his front gate. What to do? Back in Sydney, I had a friend who boasted she could get overweight carry-on luggage into any plane. She said her secret was that she made it look extremely light, so no one ever asked to weigh it. That's what I tried to do now. I gave him a cheery wave and did my best to make it look like the suitcase wasn't heavy. My arms were already burning, but that was the least of my worries. Scorpius Everyman walked out his gate and in my direction. I smiled and made to keep walking, but he blocked my way. "Miss Jasper, are you leaving town?" It sounded like an accusation.
No, I stammered. My aunts insisted I stay with them for a week. I haven't been, well.
I hoped he would think my nervousness was due to me not wanting to say I'd been nearly killed by a murderer. He fixed me with a steely gaze.
"Let me help you with that."
His hand reached for the handle of my suitcase, but I flinched away. "No, it's fine."
"I insist."
With one fluid movement, he seized the suitcase from me. I was horrified, but there was nothing I could do. I watched in dismay as Scorpius took a few steps forward. He stopped walking and turned around to me.
"What do you have in here? Rocks? Hand weights? Dumbbells?"
"Just my makeup, actually," I said in a forced, nonchalant tone. "My flat iron and my hair straightener, plus my facial steaming machine." I tried to think of any other items of makeup that would be heavy, and then I had the horrible thought that a hair straightener and a flat iron were the same thing. But as he had hardly any hair, I didn't think he'd know that. I tried to think of other heavy items involved in skincare. "And my microdermabrasion machine," I said. "Sea air is very drying, and the sun is so harsh. I need to take care of my skin." His expression remained impassive, but to my relief, he continued down to Mugwort Manor. I suppose he could hardly insist on searching the contents of my suitcase, but I wondered if he suspected I had a big stash of witch's brew in there. When we reached the back door of the manor, I thanked him, but he just stood there. I figured he was expecting to be invited in. As I hesitated, Aunt Maud opened the door. She looked shocked to see him, but recovered quickly.
"Mr. Everyman," she said, "is there something I can do for you?"
"Mr. Everyman carried my suitcase here for me," I said.
"How kind of you," Aunt Maud said. "Would you like to come in for a cup of coffee?"
I suppose she considered that would be the less suspicious thing to do. To my relief, the aunts were all in the kitchen and had clearly overheard the exchange. Scorpius dragged my suitcase into the kitchen and left it there. Aunt Agnes at once towed it out of the room and then returned. "What would you like to drink, Mr. Everyman? A nice cup of tea? Coffee? Wine?"
"Wine sounds nice,"
he said in a monotone. His voice was cold, almost an echo of years of malevolence. I shook my head to dispel the fanciful notion. Aunt Agnes opened the fridge door wide and looked inside. It was quite clever of her to give him the chance to see the contents of the fridge. She produced a bottle of wine.
"We have Moscato, or if you prefer red."
Before he could answer, she looked at Maud.
"Do we have any red?"
Maud opened a cupboard door, and she too left it open, affording Scorpius a good view of the contents of the cupboard.
"We do have a bottle of Shiraz." "Yes, please."
His manner was clipped. Aunt Maud poured him a glass of Shiraz. Maud and Dorothy also had some Shiraz, while Agnes and I polished off the last of the Moscato. No one spoke for a time, and I wondered what would happen next.
"Have you been running this bed and breakfast for a long time?"
he asked the aunts. Aunt Agnes answered,
"Yes, but Valkyrie has come from Sydney to manage the place for us. She's been a big help, fixing the website and redecorating the cottages."
He turned his attention to me. I felt as if all the energy was being sucked out of me.
"When did you arrive at Lighthouse Bay?"
"Fairly recently," I said.
"It's always hard, isn't it, moving to a new town, making new friends,"
he said, not taking his eyes off me.
"Have you made any friends since you moved here?"
I figured he'd already knew about my friendship with Linda and was wondering if I would lie. "I'm starting to know some of the locals, and I've made friends with one of the boarders. Well, she isn't a boarder anymore, but we became friends after her husband died." He looked around the table. I thought the aunts did well not to squirm. For all intents and purposes, they did look like three rather eccentric elderly ladies, their knitting needles clicking away.
"Yes, I read about that in the papers," he said. "Unpleasant business. It must have been hard for you all that it happened here."
The aunts all nodded solemnly.
"Linda Williams," he continued. "Her husband, Paul, was murdered here in one of the cottages."
"That's right," Aunt Agnes said. "But don't worry, it wasn't in the cottage you're staying in now."
Maud nodded.
"And he was a most unpleasant man. He was sexist, and he was rude to Linda, embarrassing her in public. I don't think the world suffered any great loss by his passing."
Dorothy made the sign of the cross again, drawing a glare from Aunt Agnes. Scorpius Everyman did not respond. He was silent for a moment. My heart was beating out of my chest so loud that I wondered if he could hear it.
"Is Mrs. Williams still staying in the cottage?"
"No," I said. "She's moved to town." Scorpius Everyman feigned surprise.
"She is going to stay in Lighthouse Bay after what happened to her husband?"
I shrugged. "She said she can't bear to go back to their old house, given what's happened. She's putting it up for sale." I figured he probably knew this already and was testing me to see if I would lie.
"And you have another guest, Lucas O'Callaghan," he said. "He tells me he's been staying here for some time."
Aunt Agnes made a non-committal noise.
"What a nice man. Of course, we all knew his uncle, Henry Ecor. Some of us knew him quite well."
She shot a look at Dorothy, who blushed.
"Henry was quite a well-known man in town."
I very much doubted that Lucas had spoken to Scorpius and knew that he was fishing for information. I wondered if he would ask any more questions about Lucas, but mercifully he didn't.
"I expect Mrs. Williams has friends in Lighthouse Bay, and that's why she's staying here," Scorpius said.
I bit my lip. Did he think a rogue shifter wolf pack was responsible for all the murders that had happened along the coast recently, and that Linda was involved? That could be the only possible reason for his remark.
"I don't think she knows anyone else in town," I said. "She and her husband used to come here every year, so I suppose they know the locals, but I don't think she has any friends here." "That's right," Aunt Agnes said. "If she did have any friends in town, then they weren't good enough friends to come and comfort her after her husband died. We were the only ones who comforted her, weren't we?"
She turned to the other aunts. Aunt Maud looked up from her knitting.
"Quite so. It was awfully mean of her friends not to visit her and support her."
"I didn't say she had any friends," Aunt Agnes snapped. "I said if she did have any friends, then they would have visited her, but she didn't have any friends."
Why can't you two listen to what I say?"
Aunt Dorothy put her knitting down on the table rather too forcefully.
"Why do you always say you two? It was Maud who said that, not me. Of course I know that Linda Williams didn't have any friends. I really don't like getting the blame for everything Maud does."
Maud looked indignant, and she too stopped knitting.
"What do you mean? I didn't do anything wrong. Agnes is always picking on me."
The aunts went into one of their usual rounds of bickering, but this time I knew they were doing it to throw Scorpius off the track. They were doing rather a marvellous acting job. He stood up abruptly. "Well, thank you for your hospitality, ladies, but I will take my leave. You have a good day." I showed him to the door, and after it had closed behind him, I leant back on it with great relief. That was a close call. And Dorothy peeked around the curtain for a while.
"He's back at his cottage now."
We all breathed a collective sigh of relief.
"Do you think he was suspicious about your suitcase?"
Aunt Agnes said.
"It's so heavy."
He did say it was heavy, but I said I had a lot of heavy skincare products in there, like a microdermabrasion machine and things like that.
"I don't even know what that is,"
Aunt Maud said. "I'm sure he doesn't either," I said. "He pretty much snatched the suitcase from me, and I had no choice but to let him take it."
"I don't think he's suspicious of us at this stage,"
Aunt Agnes said slowly.
"However, I do suspect he is suspicious of Linda."
"That's what I think," I said. The aunts didn't speak, but I could see they were worried too. Chapter 9. "We need to talk about this, but we need some witch's brew first," Aunt Maud said.
"What if he comes back?"
Dorothy wrung her hands. Aunt Agnes stood up.
"Valkyrie, lock the door just to be on the safe side. I'll go and fetch some witch's brew. And Valkyrie, while you're at it, draw the curtains so he can't look in."
Agnes returned with a bottle and poured us all a goblet of the special potion.
"He obviously suspects that Joseph Maxwell's death was a shifter attack,"
she said before she sat down. I shook my head. Linda was certain it wasn't a shifter attack, though. Aunt Agnes nodded.
"And that makes me wonder why Scorpius Everyman seems to be suspicious of her."
"He obviously knows something, because he arrived the very same day as the man's death," I said. "Surely he can't suspect that Linda was one of the wolf pack that did it."
"But Linda said a pack didn't do it,"
Aunt Dorothy said. Aunt Agnes sighed.
"Dorothy, sometimes I wonder about you. Valkyrie didn't mean a pack did it. Valkyrie meant that Scorpius Everyman thinks a pack did it. Is that clear?"
Dorothy looked perplexed.
"No."
Agnes rolled her eyes.
"I agree with Valkyrie. I don't like that man, and I don't know why."
"Maybe because he's a cold-blooded killer?" I said sarcastically.
"But Lucas O'Callaghan is a cleaner too, and you don't find him distasteful,"
Aunt Agnes said snarkily. I frowned. "Anyway, I'm sure there's a lot we don't know about the man, but one thing we do know is that he seems to think shifter wolves were responsible for Joseph Maxwell's death, and he seems to be interested in Linda."
"We need to protect Linda,"
Aunt Maud said firmly. I agreed, and surprisingly so did Agnes. She had never been a big supporter of Linda's, and it had been Aunt Maud and Aunt Dorothy who had wanted Linda to stay at the manor. "I wish she'd come back and stay here," I said, "but she said she wants to make a fresh start as soon as possible." Agnes nodded.
"I can understand why, with her husband being murdered here. And Valkyrie, I know she's a friend of yours, but it will be safer for us if she isn't staying here, since she has already drawn the attention of Scorpius Everyman."
"But we have to help her, Aunt Agnes," I pleaded. Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud agreed with me.
"I do agree," Aunt Agnes said. "But what can we do to help her? Linda says shifters weren't responsible for that man's death, so that means it would have to be a mundane perpetrator."
"What about Harry Fryer, who's staying right here in one of the cottages?" I said. He told me himself that his grandfather left the victim everything in the will. You know they were cousins, right?" All the aunts nodded. I pushed on. "Yes, he was worried the police would suspect him because now he'll inherit everything."
"Will he inherit much?"
Aunt Agnes asked me. I shrugged. "Maybe that's something we need to look into. I mean, he was staying here, and his cousin was murdered not far from here. Now he stands to inherit everything. Maybe he'd heard about the murders south of here. I mean, who hasn't? And maybe he thought he'd do a copycat killing to throw the scent off himself."
"But don't the police first suspect the spouse in cases of murder?"
Aunt Agnes said.
"And didn't you say Harry Fryer told you that the victim had just been through a very nasty divorce? There's a motive right there."
Aunt Dorothy stopped knitting and rattled in a drawer of the nearby kitchen dresser, eventually producing a notepad and pen.
"I'll make a list," she announced. "Harry Fryer and the ex-wife. Who else is there?"
"The antique dealer in town," I said.
"Which one?"
Aunt Agnes asked me. "Harry Fryer just mentioned a woman antique dealer. So how many are there? I mean, I don't know how many antique shops there are in town."
"Only one owned by a woman,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"Write that down, Dorothy," she said in a commanding tone.
Dorothy held up the notepad to her.
"I already have."
"So they are our only suspects to date," I said. "Harry Fryer, the antique dealer, and the ex-wife."
"Yes, but they all seem rather too obvious,"
Aunt Maud said. I nodded. "Which is precisely why it's a copycat killing, most likely." Aunt Agnes agreed with me.
"It's actually a very good idea on the murderer's behalf to make it look like it was the serial killer. If we can't think of anyone else, then it is likely one of those three. We'll have to look into it more closely."
"What if all three of them were in it together?"
Maud said. Aunt Agnes snorted rudely.
"What a ridiculous idea," she said with derision.
"It happened in Murder on the Orient Express. They were all in it together."
Aunt Maud slammed her knitting down and folded her arms over her chest. I tried to change the subject. "Surely the police suspect those three, given they are all such obvious suspects." Aunt Agnes shook her head.
"The task force is here. Remember that the task force is investigating all those murders down south, and this was a similar murder, so I'm sure they won't think it's an unrelated killing. Plus, Scorpius Everyman doesn't think it's an unrelated killing either."
Something occurred to me. "Won't the cleaners be in trouble?"
"What do you mean?"
the aunts asked me in unison. "I mean, the cleaners are supposed to stop any evidence of the existence of vampires or shifters coming to human attention, particularly to police attention or the attention of any authorities. These murders down south are all over the media, and the cleaners haven't managed to stop it." Aunt Dorothy tapped her pen on her chin.
"I suppose it would be one thing to cover up one murder, but there have been several. And wasn't Lucas involved in some way?"
I pulled a face. "I assumed so. He didn't tell me explicitly. He was quite upset that Scorpius Everyman was here, though. That man really gives me the creeps." The aunts all murmured agreement. "Is Scorpius Everyman, a really ancient vampire or something?" I asked them. "There's something kind of weird about him."
"Yes, we have been discussing that,"
Aunt Agnes said.
"I think he is ancient, but what you're picking up is that he's powerful."
"Isn't Lucas powerful too?" I asked them. Aunt Agnes shook her head.
"I don't mean that. I'm sure Lucas is powerful in his own way, but there's something overriding about Scorpius Everyman. He oozes power."
I nodded. "He certainly has a presence about him, but it's not a nice one. He really creeps me out."
"You keep saying that, dear,"
Aunt Agnes said, her voice holding clear reprimand. I shrugged. "Do you think I should tell Linda that she should leave town?" Aunt Agnes shook her head.
"That's the worst thing she could do. He could easily take that as a sign of guilt and hunt her down. I agree with you that he is a very dangerous man. I think that's what you're sensing about him, Valkyrie, that he's dangerous. Lucas has boundaries and integrity, but I don't think Scorpius would let anything stand in his way.
She slapped her hand over her mouth.
Oh no, it's a complete disaster. How could I have forgotten?
What on earth are you going on about, Agnes? Maud asked, unable to hide her irritation.
It's the boarders' weekly dinner tonight.
I gasped. You don't mean... Aunt Agnes nodded slowly.
Yes, I'm afraid so. We have a dinner to prepare for tonight, and our guests will be Lucas O'Callaghan, Harry Fryer, Sam Innes, and Scorpius Everyman.
Chapter 10. I felt like a small mouse going to dinner with a cat. A giant, very hungry cat. I just knew it was going to be an unmitigated disaster. I was sure my eyes would keep going to Lucas, and Scorpius would, of course, notice. Then again, Lucas had that magnetic attraction thing going on for non-vampire women, so Scorpius would expect me to stare at him. How was I going to play this? I had discussed it with the aunts earlier, but we hadn't come to any conclusions. Since non-vampire women were always drawn to Lucas, if I showed that I resisted, then Scorpius would suspect I was a vampire. I had no way to ask Lucas's advice over the matter. By the time I was setting the table, I had still not come up with a plan. The weekly boarders' dinner was always held in the formal dining room, a room overcrowded with antiques. That, coupled with the presence of Scorpius Everyman, would no doubt give the dinner the air of an old black-and-white horror movie. It didn't help that the aunts were already playing the soundtrack from the film The Wicker Man, and I don't mean the remake. Still, that was the least of my worries. Aunt Agnes had spoken words of encouragement non-stop the whole time while preparing the dinner, and with half an hour to go, had given all of us a speech. She was just like a general exhorting the troops, or so I imagined. Aunt Agnes told us all to remain calm and to act as natural as possible. She had also said it was a good opportunity to try to get Harry Fryer to implicate himself in the presence of two cleaners, given that he was one of our main suspects. Even if he said something that we didn't pick up on, Lucas or Scorpius might. She said it was a good opportunity to put Scorpius on the trail of Harry rather than Linda, if he was the murderer, that is. With 5 minutes to go, there was a knock on the back door. Agnes soon returned with Scorpius Everyman. Typical. I had expected he would be first to arrive. The aunts greeted him warmly, and I marvelled at their acting skills. I supposed having to hide the fact that they were vampires for many years had honed their acting talents. What's more, the aunts in their true form actually still looked like young women. They had disguised themselves as elderly women, but I suspected that when they went out at nights and didn't tell me where they were going, they dropped their disguise. I shook my head. I really didn't want to think about that. Sam Innes was the next to arrive. Aunt Agnes introduced him to Dorothy and Maud. He winked at me again, and I wondered if there was something wrong with his eye, or whether he was flirting with me. Aunt Agnes left the room to answer another knock on the door, and this time returned with both Lucas and Harry Fryer. I saw Scorpius watch my reaction to Lucas, so I giggled and fluttered my eyelashes. It was a last-minute decision, but I had to act like any non-vampire woman, and any non-vampire woman would be attracted to Lucas, given that magnetic thing, for want of a better word, he had going. Scorpius would be suspicious if I acted otherwise. Still, the moment did not go unnoticed by Sam, and he narrowed his eyes. I thought I caught a glimpse of approval on Lucas's face. Of course, he would know what I was doing. Aunt Agnes offered everyone wine, and all accepted. It wasn't witch's brew, of course.
I hope everyone likes garlic, Aunt Agnes said, and everyone said that they did. The entree tonight is roast garlic masala cream sauce, along with marinated artichokes that we grew in our own garden," she added.
"It sounds delicious," Scorpius Everyman said slowly in that icy, menacing tone. His words sounded like a threat rather than a compliment. Lucas remained silent.
"Garlic is only a problem if 2 people are about to kiss, and only one of them has eaten garlic,"
Sam said to no one in particular. I could feel Lucas's tension mounting even from where I was sitting, but I was sure everyone else was oblivious. Within moments, Aunt Agnes had served everyone. I wasted no time in bringing Harry Fryer to the attention of Scorpius Everyman.
"I hope the police haven't been too hard on you, Mr. Fryer."
He looked up, his spoon halfway to his mouth.
"Call me Harry, please."
He smiled at me and then continued,
"No, and I'm surprised that they haven't. I mean, you'd think I'd be their prime suspect and all."
"And the way is that?" Lucas asked him. I figured that Lucas already knew, but was also trying to bring Harry to the attention of the insidious Scorpius Everyman.
"Well, of course, as you know, Joseph Maxwell was my cousin, and I've come to Lighthouse Bay for the reading of our grandfather's will. To my surprise, my grandfather left Joseph everything. My grandfather and I didn't have a very good relationship, but considering he had 2 grandsons, I would have expected him to leave us an equal share."
He made a noise that was halfway between a choking sound and a grunt.
"Well, even if he left Joseph more, you'd think he'd leave me something."
I nodded. "Yes, you would. And so you were worried that the police would suspect you because you were upset that your cousin inherited everything." Harry finished his mouthful before speaking.
"That's right. There was a lot to inherit, though, so I'm surprised that the police haven't bothered with me."
"But they did ask you not to leave town," I said, pleased that I had managed to mention that point in front of Scorpius. "And you now inherit your cousin's share as well as his entire estate. Isn't that right?" Harry shrugged and did his best to look unconcerned.
"Sure," he said, "but the police haven't really shown any interest in me. I suppose that's because everyone in town hated Joseph. In fact, I'd never met anyone who had a good word to say about him."
"Except your grandfather," Lucas said dryly. Harry shot Lucas a look of pure malice. That was a revelation to me. Harry had seemed entirely laid back and affable until now. Now it seemed as if he had a quick temper. I thought Aunt Agnes was clever to seat Harry between both Lucas and Scorpius. I wasn't too keen to be sitting directly opposite Scorpius, but it would have been worse to be sitting directly opposite Lucas.
Everyone hated Joseph,"
Harry said after a slight hesitation. He spat the words viciously. I risked a glance at Scorpius, but he was concentrating on his food, seemingly oblivious to Harry's outburst. I had to remind myself that Scorpius wouldn't make his interest obvious. He was a practiced cleaner, after all. "Yes, you said he had just gone through a nasty divorce, and you said you overheard him have an argument with the antique dealer in town the other day," I said to Harry, managing to present the other 2 suspects to Scorpius. Scorpius did not so much as raise an eyebrow.
"That's right,"
Harry snapped. He was obviously still angry at Lucas's words, although I thought that an overreaction. Maybe Harry was the murderer after all. I would have to find out exactly how much Joseph had been left in the will and whether he was a wealthy man in his own right. The grandfather no doubt lived in town, and the lawyer must be in town as well. That would certainly help my investigations. I figured that Lucas was doing his own investigations, but I also knew he had to be careful how he presented these to Scorpius. "So who do you think killed your cousin?" I asked Harry. If Harry did not think that polite dinner conversation, he showed no sign.
"You know, it could be anyone, half the town. Maybe it was that antique dealer. Maybe some people were in it together. Maybe it was someone with a bad internet connection. You know, I've always wondered why people with bad internet connections don't murder internet providers."
He lowered his fork to his plate with a thud, earning a glare from Aunt Agnes. "Maybe this was the first time. Do you know how annoying it is not to have internet? I was pretty upset when you didn't have it the other day." He picked up his fork and waved it at me. Scorpius spoke for the first time. "Is that why your cousin came here to Mugwort Manor? Because of the internet connection?" Harry leant a little further away from Scorpius. "How should I know?" he said in a small voice. "I told Miss Jasper that there wasn't any internet, and then later on it started working. I didn't even know my cousin had been here until I was told." "Did Linda Williams tell you?" Harry's brows knitted together in an expression of bewilderment. "Linda Williams? No. Who's she?" His question remained unanswered because Scorpius returned to his food. My hair stood on end. Clearly, Scorpius still suspected Linda, despite the fact Harry had freely admitted he was now the beneficiary of a will and had mentioned both the argument with the antique dealer and the fact that the victim had recently gone through a nasty divorce. I supplied the information. "Linda Williams was a boarder here. She left 2 days ago, the day you arrived." Harry nodded. "Oh, yes, I saw her. I assume it was her, anyway. Her husband was killed in one of the cottages here only recently," Scorpius said in that same icy monotone. All the aunts shot him a glare. Harry dropped his fork once more. "You're kidding? Is there a serial killer around here?" His face had gone deathly white. I heard Sam gasp. All of us had forgotten about Sam. I had simply told him a body had been washed up on the beach, and he had assumed it was a drowning. Now, we had made it very plain that there had been 2 murders in a short space of time, and one of them in one of the cottages. I was only glad that the subject hadn't turned to the murder of Lucas's cousin, which happened on the day of my arrival in Lighthouse Bay. "There's a serial killer around here," Sam said. I judged his tone as one of morbid interest rather than fear, but I might have been wrong. Nevertheless, I hurried to reassure him. "No, nothing like that. Linda's husband had an altercation with one of his customers back where they lived, and when the customer saw him in Lighthouse Bay, the customer followed him out here and killed him. The man is in police custody now." Harry, for one, did not look relieved. Far from it. "But that's 2 murders you've had here in a short space of time." 3, I thought, but I was hardly about to point that out. "Linda's husband, died here, but your cousin died down on the beach in a public place," I said. "There's obviously no connection. It's all a coincidence." Scorpius narrowed his cold, pale eyes. "I don't believe in coincidences." I was more than a little exasperated. "Well, it has to be a coincidence because Paul Williams' murderer is in custody. That man had nothing to do with the murder." "Not this one," Scorpius said under his breath, but his words were loud enough that everyone could hear them. Before I could say something, he pressed on. "What makes you think Mr. Fryer's cousin died on the beach?" His tone was accusatory. I was getting angry, so I was less intimidated by him at that moment. "It was just a throwaway remark," I said. "How would I know where he was actually murdered? I don't know anything about tides. For all I know, he could have been thrown off the cliff at the lighthouse and washed up here, or he could have been murdered in one of the towns down south." Everything froze. It was as if I couldn't breathe. Scorpius Everyman's entire focus was upon me. "Is that what you think happened?" His words were sharply spoken. I waited until the air returned to my lungs before saying, "I have no idea." "Have the media been around yet?" Sam asked. "It seems a really good idea for a story." "The police have ordered a media ban," Lucas said at once, but I was sure he was lying. "Are you a journalist?" I asked Sam. That would be just what we didn't need. The media walking into a situation like this. In fact, a journalist had only just left one of the cottages, a most unpleasant woman by the name of Lila Sanders. He threw back his head and laughed.
No, I'm a dental hygienist. I came here for a job interview. I walked through town before I came here, and I could see that dentistry would be very popular here for the sort of work I do.
He leant closer to me, not that he could get too close with a table between us, and for that I was grateful.
You have very nice teeth, Pepper. Are they veneers?
No, they're just normal, natural teeth, I said, a bit worried he was drawing attention to my teeth. The subject of teeth naturally drew one's mind to the subject of vampires, at least to my way of thinking. I tried to think of a way to change the subject, but failed. Aunt Agnes must have been thinking the same thing.
So where do you currently live, Mr. Innes? Sam, please, I live at the Gold Coast, near Burleigh Heads to be precise. I don't really like it there because it's full of all sorts of New Age hippies eating healthy food and cleaning their teeth with charcoal-based toothpaste instead of the good old fluoride-based toothpaste.
I clean my teeth with charcoal-based toothpaste, I said, somewhat perversely happy to be given the chance to annoy him. And besides, it was the truth. Sam looked horrified. And I do coconut oil pulling too, I said, trying to irritate him further.
Well, I think you need to ask your dentist about that, he said sternly. Which dentist do you go to?
It was none of his business, but I resisted the urge to tell him so. I haven't been in town long, I said, hoping someone would change the subject in a hurry. To my surprise, Sam himself was the one to change the subject.
So I take it you're not married?
The question was, of course, addressed to me, and from the corner of my eye I could see Lucas's glass of wine pause momentarily halfway to his mouth. No, I said. I shifted in my seat in my discomfort that Scorpius Everyman was now looking at me intently, obviously interested in the subject too. Sam was still speaking.
I can't believe that, a pretty girl like you. Surely you must have a boyfriend.
No, I said. I have no time for that. I'm far too busy here, what with managing Mugwort Manor. Sam winked at me again.
Perhaps someone could persuade you to change your mind.
While he was speaking, Aunt Maud left the table. Now she returned and handed him a tissue. He looked at it, startled.
What's this?
A tissue, Aunt Maud explained patiently. Sam frowned deeply.
Yes, I realize that, but what's it for?
Well, people use it for blowing their noses and wiping away tears if they're crying, Aunt Maud said slowly. But I thought you could use it to wipe your eye, because there's obviously something wrong with it. Sam still looked confused, so I spelt it out for him. You keep winking at me, so Aunt Maud thinks something is wrong with your eye. I thought he would be offended, but he burst into raucous laughter, showing a full set of bright white teeth, and even his tonsils. If he had been a horse, I would easily have been able to tell his age.
I like your family, Pepper. You must tell me more about them over dinner sometime.
Lucas looked daggers at him, but thankfully Scorpius was staring straight ahead. I wondered if I should feign interest in Sam. He was a good-looking man, so perhaps Scorpius would be suspicious if I didn't show a little interest in him. Sam was an outrageous flirt, and even if I wasn't interested in Lucas, I wouldn't have been interested in him. But Scorpius had no way of knowing that. Instead of shutting Sam down, I offered him a coy smile. If the worst came to the worst, I would have to go on a dinner date with Sam, but I would make it clear to him that it was just as a friend. I was still sure I would have to fend him off, but hopefully that would throw Scorpius off the track. By the time the main course arrived, I had entirely lost my appetite. I pushed a small piece of roast potato around my plate with a fork. Paul, Linda's husband, had been killed with solanine, the substance found in green potatoes, and I hadn't looked at a potato the same way since. Sam continued to flirt with me, and Lucas continued to give off uneasy vibes, probably due to the fact that I hadn't outright rejected Sam's advances. I only hoped that Scorpius Everyman didn't know I was acting. Aunt Agnes served a large pavlova with a flourish.
"There's cream and ice cream to go with this,"
she announced proudly. My spoon was halfway to my food when Scorpius addressed me abruptly.
"Why hasn't your friend Linda come to dinner tonight?"
Aunt Agnes answered for me.
"None of our friends are here. This is the weekly dinner for boarders, and boarders only."
Scorpius did not look satisfied by her reply, and I wondered if he thought we had advised Linda to stay away because she was guilty of a heinous crime. "About that antique dealer you heard your cousin Joseph have an argument with just before he died," I said to Harry. "Who was it?"
"Joyce Batson," he said. "She was screaming at him, and I mean screaming."
"Did you tell the police?" Aunt Maud asked him. He nodded.
"Of course. Anything to throw suspicion off myself."
He laughed rather too loudly after he said it. "But you didn't exaggerate, did you?" I said. I was beginning to wonder about his story. He looked highly offended.
"No, I didn't. I think Joyce Batson killed my cousin. I know it wasn't me, and I know it wasn't Marianne Compton."
Now I was confused. Who is Marianne Compton? Harry had already tucked into the pavlova.
"Joseph's ex-wife. His newly ex-wife,"
he said, vestiges of pavlova rolling around inside his mouth in full view, given that he spoke with his mouth open. I averted my eyes.
"But it could have been anyone in town who killed him,"
he continued, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was not polite to eat with one's mouth open.
"Joseph was solely responsible for the bad internet in this town. He was lazy, and he couldn't be bothered."
"But I thought internet companies were handled by offshore centres these days," I said. He shrugged.
"I'm sure that's true, but someone has to inform them, don't they? And Joseph was a nasty, spiteful man. He got what was coming to him. Of course, don't tell the police I said that."
He laughed again, and then gulped another large piece of pavlova. I was beginning to wonder whether Harry could, in fact, be the murderer. Surely no one would be so overt about it, unless that, in itself, was a clever ploy. I remembered seeing true crime shows on TV where someone had been convicted for the murder years later. The documentary showed footage of the person being interviewed on TV at the time, and the person was convincingly innocent. And what was the task force doing? Was this matter related to the murders down south, or was it a copycat killing? I, for one, did not have the answers. Chapter 11. After the rest of the meal, which was largely passed in silence, the aunts invited everyone into the living room. Aunt Agnes set about lighting a fire, because even though the days were hot, the nights had taken on a slight chill. We all assembled, glasses of wine in hand, in the living room. I gravitated to the fire because I always found the sight, smell, and sound of fires comforting. However, the way the firelight reflected on the sharp planes of Scorpius's face was not comforting, rather quite the opposite. It gave him an intimidating appearance, like when someone shines a light on their face from underneath, throwing a menacing cast upon it. Scorpius needed no help from a light source to produce a menacing look upon his face, so the firelight only served to make it that much worse. Aunt Agnes lit a row of candles on top of the mantelpiece, from which emanated the pungent scent of rose geranium. I wondered if the aunts had thrown powders under the seats, powders such as calamus and licorice for compulsion and sugar for sweetening, but I supposed they had not dared in case Scorpius discovered them. Of course, it was quite a jump from being a practicing witch to a vampire, but Scorpius might not see it that way. There was no point taking chances. To add to the already brooding atmosphere, a shaft of lightning lit up the room, followed soon after by a tumultuous crack of thunder. Sam jumped. "Sounds like a big storm is coming this way," he said with a nervous laugh.
"We get storms here in Lighthouse Bay most nights at this time of year," Aunt Agnes said.
They pass soon, though. I could feel Scorpius's eyes on me. I just wanted this night to be over. It didn't help that Sam had moved his chair a little closer to mine. Aunt Agnes shot me a warning look, but I wasn't able to decipher it. The air was ripe with tension. The storm had brought with it that feeling of crackling electricity that storms sometimes bring. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I wiped my palms on my skirt. "Do storms make you nervous?" Scorpius said, his eyes as unfathomable as ever. "No, but I haven't had an easy time lately," I said truthfully. I held his gaze for as long as I could, and then I had to look away. I don't know why, but I had the feeling that he would like to rip me to shreds, that he saw me as prey. I knew the thought was fanciful, but there was just something about him. I could see Lucas was still keeping one eye on me, but I was trying not to look at him. It was clear to me that he saw Scorpius as a threat. Sure, he had already told me explicitly that Scorpius was, but I could see for myself his reaction to him. Did Lucas think I was in direct harm's way from Scorpius just because I was Linda's friend? I had so many questions to ask Lucas, but I knew I wouldn't get the opportunity, not until this was all over. I didn't suppose the police were making any headway, given that this was a paranormal matter. Or was it? Sure, Scorpius seemed to think so, but Lucas thought Scorpius was something of a fanatic. Perhaps the murderer was a non-vampire, non-shifter after all. Someone like Harry, Marianne Compton, or what was that antique dealer's name? I would have to do some investigating. The conversation had broken into groups, as conversations usually do, but that left me in the unfortunate position of being in a two-person group with Sam. He was giving me the third degree. "What brought you to Lighthouse Bay?" he asked me. "My aunts invited me." I thought giving short answers would put him off, but that didn't prove to be the case. "Why did they ask you?" he said. "Are you sure you're not a journalist?" I then softened my remark with a smile when I realized that Scorpius was listening to our conversation. I could see that Lucas, too, was listening to our conversation, even though he was speaking to Aunt Maud. Aunt Agnes and Aunt Dorothy were telling Scorpius the history of Lighthouse Bay, specifically the shipwrecks that had happened near Mugwort Manor in the last century. "You mustn't get much time to yourself, managing a big place like this," Sam said. I smiled winningly at him, solely for Scorpius's benefit. "My aunts are here full-time. I simply help them." Sam raised his eyebrows. "I thought you were the manager." I shrugged. "Yes, but the four of us work here full-time. I mainly oversee things, do the website, and keep an eye on the accounts." "And redecorate the cottages." I laughed, a genuine laugh this time. "Yes, that's true." I caught Lucas's eye and then looked away immediately. "You need some time off," Sam said. I frowned, knowing where this was going. "I enjoy my time working here," I said. "Come to dinner with me tomorrow night," Sam said with one of his winks. I could feel Scorpius's eyes burning into me and hesitated. "I don't know if I should be dating boarders," I said. "I could have dinner with you as a friend." Sam seemed to think that my words were uproariously funny. He threw back his head and laughed. I wondered if he was a shifter, a horse shifter, because he sounded like a large horse when he laughed, and he looked like one too. All he had to do was stomp his foot to complete the picture. "It's a date," he said, rather too loudly. I saw Lucas's shoulders stiffen, but he continued speaking to Aunt Maud. I rubbed my temples and wished I could have a good long drink of witch's brew, along with a couple of Nurofen. After an interval, Sam stood up. "Thank you for the hospitality, ladies. That was a delightful evening." He winked at me, and then winked at my aunts. They glared at him in response. "I've had a long day, so I must take my leave.
Now, is it safe for me to walk back to my cottage in light of the recent unpleasant events?" His manner was light-hearted, but I'm sure he was serious, and I could not blame him for that. "I'm sure you'll be perfectly safe," Aunt Maud said in a tone that made it clear it had only just occurred to her that he mightn't be. "I'll walk with you," Scorpius said. "Thank you, ladies, for dinner." I wondered if he was seeing whether Lucas would stay behind, and Lucas must have been thinking the same thing, because he, too, stood up. "I'll walk with you both," he said. "Good night, ladies. Thank you for a wonderful dinner and the company." He did not so much as look at me, but how could he, with Scorpius standing right there? The aunts and I plastered smiles across our faces. Aunt Agnes escorted them back through the house and let them out the back door. It was raining lightly now, and Hecate ran out.
"Come back here, you naughty cat,"
Aunt Agnes called after her.
"You'll come back into the house with wet paws."
"I didn't see her once all night," I said. Aunt Agnes stood looking out the door for a while, and then shut it and bolted it. She motioned us all away from the door.
"That's because she doesn't like the look of that horrible man."
"Which one?" I asked, with one eyebrow raised. Aunt Dorothy looked confused, but before she could speak, Aunt Agnes did.
"Let's go back to the living room. Everyone take a goblet, and I'll fetch some witch's brew from the secret stash. We have matters to discuss, and secret matters are always best discussed over witch's brew and in front of a crackling fire."
Aunt Dorothy, Aunt Maud, and I checked that the curtains were well and truly drawn, in case Scorpius doubled back and tried to peep through the windows at us. Soon we were sitting in a row in front of the fire, sipping, or in my case gulping, witch's brew. Oh, that felt good. And Dorothy was the first to speak.
"Do you like that strange but good-looking young man, Valkyrie?"
I laughed. "Goodness gracious me, no! I think he's a bit of a sleaze." She interrupted me.
"But why did you agree to have dinner with him tomorrow night?"
Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes.
"Dorothy, sometimes I wonder about you. Valkyrie did that to throw Scorpius Everyman off the track, so he wouldn't know there was a thing between her and Lucas."
I was about to protest that there wasn't a thing between me and Lucas, but considered there were more pressing matters at hand. "Do you think Harry Fryer did it?" Aunt Agnes leant forward.
"It's possible. Yet if he's the murderer, then he's a very good actor. I also think we should look into Joyce Batson and Marianne Compton. We should start tomorrow. There is no time to waste." "And when you're having dinner with Sam Innes tomorrow night," Aunt Dorothy said, "find out when he actually did come to town. We can't discount him as a suspect either. Perhaps he came to town a few days ago."
I expected Aunt Agnes to rebuke Dorothy scornfully, but to my surprise she did not.
"You might have something there, Dorothy. That's a good idea. Valkyrie, ply him with alcohol and get him to talk. Loose lips sink ships."
I shrugged. Okay. I supposed it gave me a mission, apart from the obvious mission, which would be to keep Sam Innes's hands off me. "How are we going to find out any information about Harry Fryer?" Aunt Agnes stared off into the distance, and then gave a little jump when the fire made a popping sound.
"Maud, did you put wet wood on the fire? Is that wet wood, Maud?"
Maud hurried to assure her that it wasn't.
"Harry Fryer,"
Aunt Agnes said thoughtfully.
"The gossip should be circulating around town by now. You know what small country towns are like. They know what you're doing before you even do it. Joseph Maxwell was a local, and Harry said his grandfather's lawyer is Rod Watson. Valkyrie, tomorrow you and Linda should walk around town and find out the gossip."
"But what about Joyce Batson and Joseph Maxwell's wife, Marianne?" Aunt Maud said.
"If we don't find anything incriminating on Harry Fryer, then we can look to other suspects," Aunt Agnes said. "But for now, we should all get some sleep. Valkyrie's had a difficult time lately."
I punctuated her remark with a rather large yawn. Good night. I'll go and let Hecate back in. The aunts hurried out of the room.
We're just going to do another protection spell up in our altar room,
Aunt Agnes said over her shoulder. I nodded. They had never invited me to do a spell with them in that room, and I had been in their altar room only rarely. The room had been forbidden to me as a child, and it was only after I returned to Lighthouse Bay that I discovered why. Not only was the room filled with potions and all other tools of spell work, but it also contained a cage in which they had kept at least one errant shifter, and possibly vampires as well, over the years. Only the aunts knew, and they weren't about to tell me. They were keeping me on a need-to-know basis. I yawned again. My bed was beckoning to me. I still had aches and pains, not to mention all the bruises from my recent escape. By the time I got to the back door, Hecate was already scratching on it furiously.
You naughty cat.
You're not allowed out after dark, I said as I flung the door open. The cat flew past me, all her fur standing on end, and standing right there, illuminated dramatically by a blue flash of forked lightning, was Scorpius Everyman. I opened my mouth to scream, but in that sliver of time he clamped his hand over my mouth. I had not even seen him move. "Sorry to startle you, Miss Jasper," he said as he released his hand and took a step backwards. I was trembling.
What do you want?
I said in a shaky voice. I was beyond terrified. "I know what you are," he said, his voice dripping with undisguised malice. "I know about your aunts." I had no suitable response, so just stood there, shaking.
We didn't kill anyone,
I said. I was mortally afraid. He took a step closer to me. The air stood still. It was as if I was suspended in a moment of time. "I know," he said, "but choose your side wisely, Miss Jasper." I clutched the doorpost for support.
Linda didn't kill anyone,
I said. There was a flash of something across his face. Anger? It was the first time his face had been anything but impassive. "You have bad taste in friends," he said. "Consider your future, and whether or not you will have a future."
Is that a threat?
I squeaked. "Yes," he said simply. "Associates of murderers are judged the same as murderers. Choose your side, Miss Jasper." And with that, he was gone. I didn't even see him move, but of course I knew that vampires could move swiftly. I myself could move swiftly. I shut the door and bolted it, and stood there shaking, a mass of nerves. The man, if he was even a man, exuded pure malice. It was as if he had lost every vestige of humanity somewhere along the line. I hoped Lucas didn't become like that. I would have to ask Lucas at some point if that was a cleaner trait, or whether Scorpius was different. I suspected Scorpius was different. It took me a moment or two to stop trembling, and then I headed for the foyer. I took the stairs 2 at a time, ran down the creepy corridor in the south wing, and banged on the door to the altar room. Aunt Agnes pulled the door open.
"Valkyrie, whatever is wrong?"
"Scorpius Everyman just paid me a visit."
All 3 aunts wasted no time pouring into the corridor. I wondered if there was something in that room that they didn't want me to see.
"Downstairs to the fire,"
Aunt Agnes said in a commanding tone.
"Maud, fetch another bottle of witch's brew. Dorothy, you stoke the fire."
Soon we were sitting in front of the fire, sipping witch's brew, as we had done only minutes before. Hecate was sitting in front of the fire, licking her paws.
"And I really thought he was about to kill me,"
I concluded, disturbed to note that I was on the verge of tears.
"So he really thinks Linda is involved?"
Aunt Agnes asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak for the moment.
"Yes,
and he was warning us not to be involved with her. Like I said, he knows we're vampires."
"I wonder how he found out,"
Aunt Dorothy said. Aunt Maud's face broke into a wide smile. "Look on the bright side. At least we don't have to hide the witch's brew anymore." I thought Aunt Agnes would reprimand her, but she simply agreed.
"Well, that's something to be grateful for, I suppose," Agnes said. "We can assume that he thinks Linda is involved in the serial killings down south?"
I shrugged. "I suppose so. He didn't really say anything. He was just full of threats."
"That makes our position very difficult," Aunt Agnes said. "Scorpius Everyman is no doubt keeping evidence from the police, since he is so convinced that shifters have done this, and he himself suspects only shifters. That leaves it to us to find out the truth."
I thought over her words. "We won't be able to find out the truth if this death was linked to the other deaths down south," I said. "However, if this murder isn't related, then we might be able to turn something up. We have to, for Linda's sake." The aunts agreed. Chapter 12. I was in Linda's motel room the following morning, and I had just tried to break the news to her gently. Given the fact that she had turned stark white and was clutching at her throat, and her mouth was opening and shutting while she remained wordless, I don't think I succeeded. After some moments, Linda finally found her voice.
"He really thinks I'm involved with the serial killings?"
I had no option but to say, "Yes, that's how it seemed to me. But try not to worry. The aunts and I are going to find out who killed Joseph Maxwell. Aunt Agnes suggested that you and I go around town today and seek out any gossip about what Harry Fryer inherited from his grandfather." Linda was white and trembling. I knew how she felt. "Linda, are you all right?" She shook her head.
"I feel really sick. I know you're a new vampire, but I've been a shifter for years, and I know all about cleaners. They won't hesitate to kill, and they're deadly. They're a law unto themselves."
"Well, we're both still alive, so he can't be all that bad," I said in a forced, cheerful tone. "His bark might be worse than his bite." Linda smiled wanly.
"Is that a joke?"
I was puzzled for a moment, and then I smiled too. "Oh, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Are cleaners always vampires, or can they be shifters too?"
"They're always vampires," Linda said.
"Why is that?" Linda shrugged, and then shook her head.
"You know, I have no idea. I've never really thought about it before. Anyway, let's get going. I'll go crazy if I sit around here worrying about Scorpius Everyman coming for me in the dead of night."
I shuddered. "Well, let's do something about it and solve this murder." We first went to a little coffee shop on the edge of town, the one furthest away from the sea. Barry and Sue, the husband and wife team who owned it, were friendly and outgoing, and what's more, they made very good coffee. Linda sat at a table near the window while I ordered. "I thought it would be crowded at this time of day," I said in an attempt to start a conversation.
"People might be scared away due to the latest murder,"
Sue said. I nodded. "Did you know I was the one who found Joseph Maxwell's body?" Sue leant closer to me.
"Really?"
I figured she already knew, but I gave her some more information. "And his cousin Harry Fryer is staying in one of the cottages at Mugwort Manor." I lowered my tone to a conspiratorial whisper.
"Did you know he and his cousin didn't get along?
Their grandfather left everything to Joseph, and now that Joseph is dead, Harry will get everything." Sue nodded. "He's an out-of-towner. He probably did it." "Do you mean for the inheritance?" I asked her. Sue looked around the mostly empty coffee shop before speaking.
"Yes, I heard it was a lot of money."
"I heard his lawyer is Rod Watson." Sue nodded again, but then other customers came in and she turned to serve them. I went back to Linda and relayed the information to her.
"So where do we go from here?"
Linda asked me.
"We have his lawyer's name, but we can hardly get any information from the lawyer."
"We won't need the lawyer," I said with certainty. "This town will know exactly how much Harry Fryer will be getting now that Joseph Maxwell is dead. We just might have to drink a lot of coffee before we find out."
"Have you spoken to Lucas?"
I shook my head. "No, sadly. The boarders' dinner was super awkward last night, what with Lucas and Scorpius both there." Linda made a face.
"I bet."
I took a mouthful of coffee and swallowed before speaking. "Oh, and I forgot to tell you, there's a new boarder, Sam Innes. He's really good-looking, but I think he's a bit of a sleaze. Plus, he keeps winking at me. I'm having dinner with him tonight." Linda looked entirely confused.
"Why on earth would you do that?"
I held up my hands. We were sitting around the fire after dinner and he asked me. Scorpius was there, and I didn't want Scorpius to think there was anything going on with me and Lucas. Plus, the aunts want me to get him drunk and see if he knows anything. Linda scratched her head with one perfectly manicured fingernail.
"But how could he know anything?"
"No idea, but the aunts don't trust him." Linda shrugged.
"Fair enough, I suppose. Pepper, try not to worry too much. I'm sure Lucas is looking out for you. He won't let anything happen to you."
"Well, I certainly felt threatened last night, and there was no sign of Lucas," I pointed out.
"That's just it. You didn't see him," she said. "Still, I'm sure he was there, watching out for you."
Just then she nodded behind me, and my blood ran cold. I hoped it wasn't Scorpius. To my great relief, Lucas appeared at the table.
"Morning, ladies,"
he said loudly, clearly for anyone else's benefit.
"Scorpius Everyman threatened me last night,"
I said quickly and in low tones. I would have said more, but Lucas nodded.
"Don't worry, Pepper, I was there," he said in little more than a whisper. "I heard everything. I have to go now, but I'll find a way to be in touch. Continue on with what you're doing."
With that, he left and walked over to order. I let out a long sigh of relief. I was so relieved that I was afraid I would burst into tears. Linda patted my hand.
"See? I told you."
I dabbed at my eyes with the tissue. "That's a relief," I said tearfully, much to my embarrassment.
"As much as I hate to tear you away from Lucas, I think we should go before he walks back this way, just in case Scorpius is watching,"
Linda said. I nodded.
"Where do we go next?"
she asked me. "The hairdresser," I said, following Linda out of the coffee shop. I could not resist looking back at Lucas. Linda stopped on the street.
"Which one?"
"I don't know," I admitted. "We could go to them all, I suppose. I haven't been to one since I arrived here at Lighthouse Bay. Hairdressers usually know all the gossip." The nearest hairdresser was only a short distance away. Linda and I waited outside to plot. "What will I say?" I asked her.
"I thought you already had something in mind," she said.
I had to admit that I didn't. The tiny salon was bare, not a client in sight. The minute the hairdresser looked up, she broke into a smile. "I just wanted a trim," I said. "Could you fit me in now, by any chance?" The hairdresser looked doubtful.
I do have a client coming in soon, but I could fit you in if you didn't want your hair washed first."
"I just washed it this morning," I lied. "I'm Pepper, and this is my friend Linda."
"Mandy,"
she gestured to a chair.
"what did you have in mind?"
"Just a trim," I said again, as soon as I sat down. Linda sat in a row of chairs across the front window. "I don't want any length cut off." Mandy ran her hands through my hair.
"Well, we could just take some of the heaviness out of the top and then cut off all the split ends."
I winced. "Okay," I said hesitantly, as Mandy was already reaching gleefully for the scissors.
"Are you new in town?"
Mandy asked me, while she put clasps all through the top of my hair and then combed the back section. "I came here from Sydney only recently," I said. "I'm Pepper Jasper from Mugwort Manor." Mandy's scissors hovered in mid-air.
"Oh, you're a Jasper. Your aunts are lovely people. They come in here on occasion."
She narrowed her eyes in a gesture of disapproval. Clearly, she thought my aunt's hair needed more regular attention. "They'll probably have more time to look after themselves now that I'm here to manage the bed and breakfast business," I said, bringing the subject around to the murder. "Did you know I was the one who found the body the other day?" Mandy nodded, and I tried to see how much hair had fallen to the ground out of the corner of my eye.
"Yes, that must have been terrible, finding a body like that."
"Yes," I said, "and the police haven't found who did it." Mandy's eyes glittered.
"Surely they must know who did it, even if they haven't arrested anyone yet. The task force is here, after all. It must be something to do with those murders down south. Why, I'm too afraid to go out of my house at night. This used to be a nice, quiet town. When I started working here as an apprentice, my mother wouldn't even bother to lock her house. But these days, well, you just can't be too careful, can you?"
I shook my head, but Mandy seized it with both hands and held it still. "The police probably have too many suspects," I said, "given that I've heard that Joseph Maxwell wasn't well liked." Mandy made a guttural sound.
"That's the understatement of the century. The whole town hated him. He was single-handedly responsible for the bad internet in Lighthouse Bay."
"Did you know his cousin, Harry Fryer?" I asked her. She shook her head, so I pressed on. "He's staying at Mugwort Manor at the moment, in one of the cottages. He told me that he's here for the reading of his grandfather's will and that his grandfather left everything to his cousin Joseph. Now he'll get everything in Joseph's will."
"Yes, Harry's going to get that big house, too," Mandy said. "Joseph Maxwell's lawyer was old Rod Watson, and his secretary was here this morning to get her usual highlights. She told me that Harry Fryer is Joseph Maxwell's sole heir. He'll get that big house."
I was surprised and didn't try to hide it. Harry is going to get a big house. Just how big is it? And is it in a good state of repair?
"It would be worth well over $1 million, Mandy said. "It's one of those houses on the road to the lighthouse."
"You mean on that high road? One of those posh houses with good views of the ocean?" Mandy nodded.
"Yes, you can see right down the coast for miles. The houses up there have the best ocean views in these parts. It's an older house, of course, as are all the houses here with the good views. Joseph completely renovated it."
My mind was ticking over. "Joseph was wealthy, you say?" Mandy nodded and held my head still again. She seized a razor-like implement and began removing parts of the top of my hair with a flourish. "So he probably had a fair bit of cash to leave as well." Mandy leant back to admire her handiwork in the mirror. She seized a spray bottle and gave my head a good spray. I wiped some of the water from my eyes.
"Sorry about that," she said, handing me a towel. "Yes, Harry will get all Joseph's money, plus their grandfather's estate. I can't tell you exactly how much money their grandfather left Joseph, because he'd been retired for years. Still, I go to the retirement village every Thursday to do hair, and all the ladies there said the amount was several $100,000 at least. He invested it all in the stock market, you see, so they didn't know the exact figure."
I nodded. "And Harry Fryer inherits all this?"
"According to Rod Watson's office, he does. So their grandfather died and left everything to Joseph, who was already wealthy, and now Joseph has died, and he left everything to Harry."
I allowed myself a self-satisfied smile. Mandy had been a wealth of information. I wasn't so sure when I looked in the mirror. I had asked for a trim, but she had taken off far too much. After I paid her and was out of earshot, I turned to Linda. "That was very helpful. Harry Fryer most certainly has a motive for murder. I just can't understand why the police haven't arrested him by now."
"They can't arrest someone just for a good motive," Linda said. "Your hair looks nice."
I eyed her speculatively to see if she was being polite. "Well, surely they should have called him in for questioning again." Linda shrugged.
"Don't forget, there are 2 cleaners on the job, and they won't want the police to think that anything supernatural is going on."
"But don't you see? That's exactly my point. If Harry Fryer murdered his cousin, then nothing supernatural is going on. Why would Lucas or Scorpius keep that from the police? It doesn't make any sense. Perhaps I should tell Scorpius this information." Linda shook her head and laid her hand on my arm.
"No, Pepper, you mustn't. Keep away from the man. Promise me you will."
I was surprised by her vehemence. "Why? Why are you so worried? Surely we should tell him what we found out." Linda shook her head, more strongly this time.
"Pepper, I know you're new at this, but he's a cleaner. You don't know what they're like. I know you like Lucas, and he seems okay, I suppose. But cleaners have a bad reputation. They're above the law. They answer to no one. They can do whatever they like, and they can get away with it. Don't you remember that I told you they would even get rid of innocent witnesses?"
I nodded, but I found it hard to believe that Lucas would do something like that. On the other hand, I had no illusions that Scorpius would. Linda was still talking.
"I'm sure Scorpius already knows this about Harry Fryer, and he's probably looked into all the other suspects as well."
"I doubt it," I said. "Linda, I'm sure he's fixating on you. Let's go to the police with this information. If it wasn't a shifter wolf pack attack, and you said it wasn't, then it has to be one of the suspects. Harry Fryer, Joyce Batson, or Marianne Compton."
"Or your new boarder? What was his name again?"
"Sam Innes," I supplied. "I'm having dinner with him tonight, so I'll see what I can find out." Linda looked at her watch.
"I have another viewing of a house soon," she said. "Pepper, please be careful tonight. I'm fairly certain that wasn't a shifter attack, which means it was probably someone with a grudge against Joseph Maxwell and trying to make it look like one of those murders down south. Don't take any chances with the guy."
I assured her that I wouldn't. Chapter 13. I hadn't wanted to dress too nicely in case it gave Sam any ideas, and I had suggested a restaurant in a busy area of town. What's more, I had borrowed Aunt Maud's car, despite Sam's protests that we should go in the one car as we were both staying at the manor. Sam was waiting for me outside the restaurant, dressed to the nines. He would not have looked out of place at one of the finer Sydney restaurants, but this was Lighthouse Bay, a coastal seaside town. I guessed he was dressed to impress. Sam at once crossed to me and put his hand on the small of my back, no doubt to guide me into the restaurant. I pointedly stepped away. "You look absolutely gorgeous, Valkyrie," he said, looking at my cleavage, or where my cleavage would be under the high neckline of my dress. "Pepper," I said a little too snappily. "My name is Pepper, but my aunts call me Valkyrie." He stepped closer to me. "That sounds like an interesting story. Maybe you can tell me all about it sometime." I bit my lip. It was going to be just as difficult as I had feared to keep him at arm's length. The sooner I could get alcohol into him and get him to talk, the happier I would be. The restaurant wasn't particularly nice, nor was it intimate. I hadn't been here before. I had only looked through the windows. Nevertheless, it lived up to my expectations, or lack thereof. The lighting was rather too bright, and it looked like an old office building that had been converted into a restaurant. The stark grey tiles gave way to equally cold grey carpet. Black plastic chairs, and black metal tables covered with white tablecloths were placed along the floor at intervals. A section of what looked like cheap flat-pack shelving served as a barrier between two sections of the room. The cold atmosphere was broken only by the numerous potted palms dotted so profusely around the room that it made it look like a film set for The Day of the Triffids. The waiter showed us to a table, but once more Sam put his hand on the small of my back. Once more I shook it off. Couldn't the man take a hint? As soon as the waiter left, I turned to Sam. "We're only here as friends, remember?" He winked at me. That habit was getting old fast.
"If you say so, Valkyrie. Oh, sorry, Pepper. Playing hard to get, are you?"
"No!" I said it so loudly that other patrons turned to look. I lowered my voice and leant across the table. "Sam, please let me make this clear. I agreed to come to dinner with you as a friend. I have no romantic interest in you." Sam laughed.
"If you say so," he said again. "You're single, right?"
I shook my head with disgust. He was clearly one of those men who thought all single women were prey. I went through my list of questions in my head. I hoped he was a heavy drinker. It was with great relief that I saw a waiter approach the table, and I was even more relieved when Sam ordered wine. He ordered wine for both of us without even consulting me, but I didn't mind because it played into my plans. The wine seemed to take an age to arrive, and Sam was playing 20 questions.
"So why is a lovely girl like you still single at your age?" he asked me.
I couldn't resist rolling my eyes. If that was his pickup line, no wonder he was single, assuming he was. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a girlfriend, maybe even a wife, tucked away at home. "So how long have you been a dental hygienist?" I asked him by way of response. I thought he would try to turn the conversation back to me, but to my relief he didn't. I soon discovered he liked to talk about himself, and that suited me just fine.
"I wanted to be a dentist, but my marks weren't high enough. I've always been fascinated by teeth."
"Who isn't?" I said sarcastically. He nodded enthusiastically.
"Exactly. So I trained as a dental hygienist. Oral disease is a serious matter. You'd be surprised how many people have periodontal disease. I used to work at an orthodontic clinic, which was absolutely fascinating."
"I can imagine," I said, pulling a face. Sam continued to nod enthusiastically.
"Yes, I made dental impressions. It was just like being an artist. Now I'm going into the sales side of it."
I held up a finger. "Hey there, wait a moment. I thought you said you were here to apply for a position as a dental hygienist. I'm sure there's not enough scope for dental sales in this town." Sam shifted in his seat.
"Yes, you're right. This position here is just a basic one, such as doing scaling and things like that. But my aim is to get into sales."
I wondered if I had just caught him out in a lie, whether he wasn't a dental hygienist at all. He had hardly taken a sip of his wine. I knew my plan to get him drunk and then to talk was a tenuous one, to say the least, but it was the only plan I had. "Don't you like your wine? You have hardly had any." He shook his head.
"I'm not a big drinker."
My spirits fell. I decided to press on with my questioning regardless. "Have you ever been to Lighthouse Bay before?" Sam looked down at his glass and twirled it around.
"No."
Something occurred to me. "If you're not a big drinker, why did you arrive here in a taxi?"
"I thought you could drive me back, of course," he said with raised eyebrows. "We both live at Mugwort Manor."
I sighed. "We've already been through this, Sam," I said through gritted teeth. "I said I wanted to arrive here separately, and therefore I want to leave here separately. I am not taking you back to Mugwort Manor. I thought I'd made that clear."
"Well, maybe if you drink too much you won't be able to drive, so you'll have to get a taxi back too. Then we can share a taxi."
He winked at me. I had an idea. "Yes, you're right. If I drink too much, I will have to get a taxi back, and we should share one." His face lit up. I pushed on. "But I doubt I'll drink too much, because I only tend to drink when others are drinking with me." Sam nodded, but then took a gulp of his drink. At that moment, the waiter arrived to take our orders. I hadn't even looked at the menu, so I ordered the first thing I saw, something that boasted a caramelized fig balsamic. I was partial to anything that tasted like caramel. Sam took more time, loudly agonizing over whether he should have barramundi with rocket, anchovy, and lemon, or risotto with herbed goat curd and truffle oil. I zoned out while he was discussing his selection with the waiter. I moved a little further away from the palm frond that was touching my hair, and then realized that this was an opportunity. With Sam's attention diverted, I tipped the contents of my wine glass into the palm. When Sam turned his attention back to me, I said, "Would you pour me another glass of wine, please, Sam? We might have to order another bottle or two." Sam raised his eyebrows, but then downed his glass in one gulp. He refilled both our glasses. I resisted the urge to smirk. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard to get him drunk after all. I only hoped he didn't become more amorous after a drink or 5. "Don't you find life in Lighthouse Bay rather too boring, Pepper?" Sam said after sipping his wine. If only he knew. "If you find it boring here, why would you want to get a job here?" I asked him. "Surely there are dental hygienist jobs going in more exciting places." He narrowed his eyes. I was sure he was not telling me something, but what? It could be something as simple as the fact that he was desperate for money, or that he wasn't a very good dental hygienist and had to take a job wherever he could. Who knows? I would have to delve a little deeper. When he didn't respond, but continued to sip his wine, I asked again, "Do you know anyone in this town?" Sam shook his head and placed down his wineglass. "Only you," he said with a wink. That habit was already way past annoying. "Where's the job at? Which dentist?" I asked. "South Beach Dental Surgery," he said without missing a beat. I smiled and filed that away for future reference. I would Google it later to see if there were, in fact, any jobs going. Come to think of it, there was no time like the present. I excused myself for a bathroom break. As soon as I was in the bathroom, I whipped out my phone and Googled local jobs as dental hygienists. Sure enough, there was one advertised at South Beach Dental Surgery. I bit my lip. That didn't prove anything. If he was in town as a cover, then he would have selected an actual job. I then Googled his name, along with the words dental hygienist. Nothing came up, but the mobile phone service in the bathroom wasn't good, and the page wouldn't load. I'd have to look into that later. When I returned to my table, my meal was already there, and Sam had refilled my glass. I only hoped he had refilled his as well. "What's your favorite music?" Sam asked out of the blue. I studied him for a moment without answering. I figured this was his way of questioning his would-be girlfriends. "I pretty much like anything and everything," I said in a throwaway manner. "What's your favorite color?" he asked. I tried not to roll my eyes. "I don't really have one," I lied. "What about you?" I didn't really want to feign any interest in him, but I didn't want to answer his questions about me. "The color of your eyes," he said, leaning across the table. He rubbed his foot up the back of my calf, and I promptly kicked him in the shins. "Ouch!" He glowered at me. "What did you do that for?" He bent down to rub his leg. "I told you, don't get any ideas about me, Sam. I'm serious. I said we were here just as friends, so keep your hands and your feet off me. Is that clear?" His face flushed red, with what I presume was anger, and he simply said, "Yes," in a clipped tone. After that, an awkward silence fell between us, but I managed to find several inventive ways to tip my wine into the potted palm at every opportunity. By the time the dessert menu arrived, Sam seemed to be back in good spirits. He selected rosemary croquante, quince and Scottish oatcakes. I couldn't resist the chocolate fondant with crushed meringue and bread and butter ice cream. All this sleuthing had given me an appetite. Was it my imagination, or were his reflexes becoming a little slower? He'd had several glasses of wine by now, whereas I'd only had a few sips. On the other hand, the potted palm must be well and truly inebriated. "What day did you arrive in Lighthouse Bay?" I asked him out of the blue.
"Yesterday, of course," he said without missing a beat. "You saw me as soon as I arrived."
I shrugged. "Yes, I knew you arrived at Mugwort Manor then, but I thought you might have stayed in town for a day or two first."
Sam frowned. "Why would I do that?"
"No idea. I thought you might be sightseeing in the area or something. You didn't drive south down the coast road and check out any of those touristy towns before you came here?"
He shook his head. "No, I came straight here."
His face brightened.
"So there are nice tourist towns in the area. Maybe you could drive me around."
I rubbed my temples. He did seem to be telling the truth, and he had answered without hesitation. Then again, maybe he had his cover story ready. If he was the murderer, then of course it would be rehearsed. But what possible motive could he have? "So the other boarders, have you ever met them before?" If Sam thought my question strange, he didn't show it.
"No, like I said, I just got to town. They all seem nice enough, though."
"So you'd never met Joseph Maxwell before?" Sam looked genuinely puzzled.
"Who's he?"
I made a non-committal sound. Either he was completely innocent or he was a very good liar. Either way, it looked like this dinner had been a complete waste of time. He was persistent, though. I had to give him that. After I insisted paying half the bill, he put his hand on the small of my back once more, and I had to slap it off. He tried to insist that I accompany him back to the manor in a taxi. When I, in turn, insisted I would drive back alone, he looked quite put out, sulky even.
"If that's the way you want it,"
he said before storming off. I eyed my car, which was parked in a well-lit area on the street. I unlocked it with the remote and then hurried over to let myself in, after first checking in the back seat. I had watched one too many horror movies where the murderer hides in the back seat. The short drive to Mugwort Manor passed uneventfully, but when I parked in the parking area directly outside the building, fear overcame me. Suddenly, I was afraid to get out of the car. There were bushes along the side of the cracked flagstone path to the manor. Was Sam hiding there in wait for me? Or was it someone, or something, even worse? The front light at the manor was on, but the illumination did not extend far past the porch. I sat in the locked car and considered my next course of action. Clearly, I couldn't stay here all night. I called Aunt Agnes's phone.
"Valkyrie, are you all right?"
she asked at once. "Yes, but I'm parked directly outside the manor, and to tell you the truth, I'm too scared to walk up to the front door. Could you and the aunts all open the front door and stand there? If anyone's lurking outside, they won't be game to do anything."
"Do you sense someone out there?"
I bit my lip. "I think so, but I'm not sure. It could just be my imagination, but I can feel danger."
"Stay in your car, Valkyrie. Don't get out until you see the three of us standing in the door."
I heaved a sigh of relief. Within moments, the front door flew open, and all three aunts stood on the porch, calling loudly and beckoning to me. I jumped out of the car and sprinted up the flagstone pathway, taking care not to trip. I locked my door over my shoulder as I ran. Soon we were all standing inside, and the door was bolted behind us.
"Did you see anyone out there?"
Aunt Maud asked me. I shook my head. "No, and it could have been my imagination. I can't explain it, but the air felt clearer somehow, as if someone was there. I can't explain it," I said again.
"Come and sit in front of the fire," Agnes said. "Dorothy, light the fire, won't you?"
"It's not cold enough for a fire, surely," I said. Aunt Agnes dismissed my words. Fire is always comforting. I had to admit she was right. When we were sitting around the fire sipping witch's brew, I told them all about my night. And so it was a consummate waste of time, I concluded.
The murderer then is likely not Sam Innes,
Aunt Agnes said.
unless he is being very clever about it.
Most murderers are very clever and cover their tracks, Maud said. Agnes snapped at her.
That's not what I meant, Maud, and you know it.
To break the tension, I quickly said, Harry Fryer is looking the most likely suspect. We still have to check out that antique dealer and Joseph Maxwell's ex-wife. She seems a likely suspect. Perhaps too likely, Maud said. In cases of homicide, police always look to the spouse first. Surely she wouldn't murder him right after an acrimonious divorce. That would make her look too suspicious. Only don't forget, it's a copycat killing, I said. We should have a good close look at her. To me, she seems more likely than the antique dealer.
Why is that?
Aunt Agnes asked me. Who murders someone over a bad internet connection? The homicide rate in Australia would be very high if that was the case.
But we don't know if their screaming match was about the internet connection,
Aunt Agnes pointed out.
It could have been something else entirely.
I tapped my chin. I hadn't thought of that. Where do we go from here?
I think you and I should purchase an antique tomorrow,
Aunt Agnes said. I looked around the room, crammed as it was with antiques. Don't you have enough antiques, Aunt Agnes? Surely you won't actually need to buy something to get the woman to talk. Aunt Agnes shook her head.
Antique dealers are far more forthcoming if you buy something from them. Trust me, I'm speaking from experience.
Chapter 14. I was creeped out. Antique stores always creep me out, to be honest. It was my belief that antiques held some vestiges of their former owners, imprints somehow. I looked around me and shuddered. This antique shop, the Lighthouse Bay Antiques and Arts Centre, seemed worse than most. This was probably due to the fact that it had so many figurines. Antique dolls scared the heck out of me, and while thankfully I couldn't see any antique dolls, I could see plenty of figurines. There were African figurines that had been converted to lamps, Greek or Roman marble statues of women, some of them with their heads missing, an Egyptian woman, all mustard and pale blue in a contortionist position, a bronze woman holding a sword, scantily clad in gold leaf and standing on top of a marble clock, and Atlas bearing the weight of the world, literally. The store owner saw us and broke into a wide smile. I figured this was due to the fact that Aunt Agnes no doubt had spent a lot of money in here.
Joyce, this is my niece, Valkyrie.
Pepper, I said automatically.
Do you share your aunt's love for antiques?
She shot me a toothy grin as she said it. I remained silent, wondering how I could answer tactfully. Thankfully, Aunt Agnes answered for me.
Valkyrie is an antique fancier in the making. I'm showing her the ropes.
Joyce beamed at me and then walked away to deal with a customer. She seemed an affable woman. I couldn't see her angry, much less raising her voice at anyone. Aunt Agnes grabbed my arm.
Valkyrie, look at that! Oh, the beauty! The magnificence! Have you ever seen anything quite so beautiful as that?
I looked in the direction in which she had pointed, but couldn't see anything that fitted such a glowing description. I looked around the store and still came up blank.
Why, over there, of course.
I took a closer look at the object Aunt Agnes was now bending over. It was, well, there were no words to describe it, really. I could identify the colours more readily than the shapes. There was a red-brown, a navy blue, an unusual shade of green, and an even more unusual shade of mustard. And then there were the patterns. Many patterns. It seemed to have no practical use, so I assumed it was a sculpture in ceramics. What is it? I said tentatively.
Why, Why, it's Majolica, of course, Aunt Agnes said. Most likely Minton.
I had no suitable reply. I simply said, "Oh." Aunt Agnes was enraptured. She exclaimed about the pierced rim, the arched panels, the bulrushes, the trumpet shapes, the scalloped wells, the grapevines, and the putty holding a basket. "How much is it?" I asked her. Aunt Agnes peered at the label.
Why, it's not even $3,000.
She seemed delighted. I gulped. "Where would you put it?"
It would go with any of my other items, Aunt Agnes said. I could put it on my cedar chiffonier, or my marble washstand, or my Tasmanian blackwood hall stand, or my 19th century cedar apprentice wardrobe, or my cedar partner's desk, or my mahogany dumbwaiter.
She went on and on, cataloguing her antique furniture at a rapid pace. "Aunt Agnes," I began, when I managed to get a word in, "how are we going to ask Joyce about the argument with Joseph Maxwell?" Aunt Agnes patted my hand.
Leave it to me, dear. I am the very soul of tact. Remember what I said? I'm going to buy some little thing because that will help make Joyce spill the beans.
"Not that, Majolica thing?" I asked with concern. Aunt Agnes laughed.
No, of course not, Valkyrie. Something much cheaper. Oh, my goodness, look over there. Have you ever seen anything so delightful?
Again, I could not see the item she had in mind.
Look at that, Valkyrie. Those 2 glass arms with the basket suspended. The frilled base supporting the 5 trumpets.
I spotted it. I had to admit that the colours were pretty, a lovely pink-red, a nice green, and an unusual shade of purple.
This is a Victorian cranberry glass and uranium glass trumpet and basket Epernia, Aunt Agnes said. Obviously.
"Obviously," I said. "How much is it?"
$2,000. Why, it's a true bargain.
"Should you buy something cheaper, just to get her tongue to start wagging?" Aunt Agnes's face fell with disappointment.
I do suppose you're right. What in here is nice but cheap?
I shrugged. That, indeed, was a good question. "What about this thing here?" I pointed to a little red wine glass next to us. Aunt Agnes nodded her approval.
You have a good eye, Valkyrie. That is a Victorian ruby wine glass.
"It's $50, I said with relief. Joyce materialized behind me.
I'm afraid I only have the one,
she said, and Aunt Agnes tut-tutted.
I'll buy it anyway. It will look good with all my others.
"It comes as a set?" I asked her. Joyce nodded.
There should be 6 of them, but really it's a wonder that any antiques managed to remain unscathed until today. People didn't know their worth and threw them out because they weren't trendy at the time. All Victorian glassware has come down in price, Aunt Agnes said. Yes, years ago it would have brought quite good money, but these days no one is interested in it. More's the pity.
Aunt Agnes and Joyce engaged in a heated discussion about the lack of taste of modern people until I managed to catch Aunt Agnes's eye and raised my eyebrows.
Did you know that my niece Valkyrie here was the one who found the body of that awful man Joseph Maxwell?
Aunt Agnes said without so much as a segue. Joyce regarded me with new interest.
His cousin Harry Fryer is boarding with us at the moment, Aunt Agnes continued. He was worried that the police might suspect him because he hated his cousin, and he is the only beneficiary. Who didn't hate Joseph Maxwell? Joyce said vehemently. You didn't like him either? Aunt Agnes asked her. Did you have problems with him because of the internet?
Joyce nodded.
Yes, I sell antiques online as well, and last year he told me that I should do away with my landline because the NBN was coming soon. He said I'd have plenty of data if I used a mobile broadband device. Well, let me tell you, it's been nothing but trouble ever since. My online business income has gone down to practically nothing. That horrible man was responsible for a significant loss of income for me.
Her face turned bright red, and she clenched her fists.
And you know what? He came in here to tell me that the NBN won't be coming for a few more years. Can you imagine that? A few more years? But when he came in last year, he told me it would be here by August. What's more, I wasn't able to get my landline back because there's an NBN hold on the area. Can you believe that? It's like a circus, a complete circus.
She let out a long string of language that made me blush. I wondered if she had called Joseph Maxwell those names to his face. Aunt Agnes murmured her sympathies. I could understand why Joyce would be absolutely furious with Joseph Maxwell, but did anyone really murder somebody over bad internet service? I wasn't sure. Upon reflection, it did seem like a reasonable motive to me. Aunt Agnes interrupted her.
Is that dog hair on your jacket, Joyce?
Joyce's face went white. She brushed herself furiously.
Probably. I only live around the corner, and I often pass the same people walking their dogs every day.
You don't own a dog? I asked her. She shook her head.
No, but I love dogs. I'm never home, otherwise I'd get a dog.
Aunt Agnes and I exchanged glances. Surely someone didn't get covered with dog hair just by walking past a dog. That is, unless she patted the dogs, but she didn't say that. Was she a shifter wolf? I knew there would be no way to find out, and if she was a shifter wolf, had she killed Joseph Maxwell by herself, or was she involved with the rogue pack?
Do you have any new pieces since I was last in?
Aunt Agnes asked her.
Oh, yes.
Joyce's beaming smile was back.
I bought a deceased estate only the other week. Most of it wasn't much good, mostly just second-hand stuff, but I have a dealer who often takes that type of thing off my hands. You know, the vintage stuff, the retro. I did get some good enamel signs and some century-old toys. Now, I know they're not your thing, Agnes, but they do sell well. But come and see this. I bought some lovely sterling silver.
She led us over to a locked, glass-topped cabinet. Even I exclaimed at the beauty of the contents. Joyce pointed to each piece in turn.
Look at this lovely spinning locket, and this locket, and that's my favorite, the silver Albertina.
I could certainly get used to looking at antique jewelry, but I would be concerned about wearing it, given how I felt about people's accompanying vibes with their items. And jewelry was more personal than most.
And did you get all these lovely items locally?
Aunt Agnes asked her. Joyce shook her head.
No, I got these down at Loreton. Oh, you travel that far south, do you?
Agnes shot me a sidelong look.
Yes, I go up and down the coast on buying trips,
Joyce said.
I do it at weekends and keep the shop open through the week.
When we left the store and were safely out of earshot, Aunt Agnes turned to me.
What did you make of that, Valkyrie?
I find the dog hair suspicious. Aunt Agnes nodded.
So do I. Of course, she said she's a dog lover, and if she sees the same dogs every morning, then it's likely that she does pat them.
I nodded. I was thinking the same thing, but then again, I let my words hang in the air.
You know, I like Joyce, Aunt Agnes said. I would like to think she wasn't a rogue shifter, a member of a rogue shifter pack. Of course, we don't even know if there is a rogue shifter pack.
Someone murdered those people down south, I pointed out. Sharks or dogs didn't do that. And Joyce said she travels along the coast for buying trips.
The first thing we need to do, Valkyrie, is to see whether the victims down south were all killed at weekends.
We had reached Aunt Maud's car, and I waited for Agnes to unlock it. Those bodies might have washed up on those beaches days after they were murdered, I pointed out. Aunt Agnes, clutching her purchase, looked at me over the top of the car.
That's true, but at least we can find out what days the victims went missing.
Chapter 15.
I'm surprised that the police released the body so soon,
I whispered in Linda's ear. We were sitting in the parlour of a local funeral home. The coffin was out the front, with a measly bunch of flowers on the top. It looked as though someone had bought the flowers in the bargain section at the local supermarket for $5 or so. In fact, they were the only flowers in the room, which was completely unadorned, unless you counted the standard vases of flowers that I assumed the funeral home provided for everyone. The room was white, bright and airy, not quite what I expected. There was no sombre air about it, although that perhaps was in part due to the lack of mourners for Joseph Maxwell. I shifted once more on the uncomfortable wooden pew. Linda leant over and said in low tones, "The room is full of cops." As we were sitting in the back row, we had a good view of the entire room. I recognized the 2 detectives from the task force, and I assumed that the other 5 men in suits standing behind them were likewise involved with the task force. The 2 other detectives, Mason and Oakes, stood on the other side of the room. Lucas was standing in the far corner opposite us, although I was doing my best not to look at him, and the dreaded Scorpius everyman was sitting in the back row on the other side of the room.
"I bet he just can't wait to arrest someone," Linda hissed in my ear. "He's probably in trouble with his superiors."
She was going to say more, but I interrupted her. "His superiors? I thought you said cleaners didn't answer to anyone." Linda looked at a loss.
"They don't. Not as far as I know anyway, but they must have superiors, surely."
She shrugged.
"I was thinking he must be in trouble, because if these deaths are the work of a rogue shifter pack, then Scorpius has fallen down in his job." "What do you mean?" I whispered. "Well, obviously, cleaners have to clean up after deaths, don't they? I mean, any death caused by a vampire or a shifter has to be covered up. There should never be police involvement. And look at all the police involvement in this."
I nodded. "It's obvious now you mention it. I hadn't really thought about it before."
"Where are your aunts?"
Linda asked me.
"They're at home, pretending to be sick with colds,"
I said in a hushed voice.
"They're worried that Scorpius everyman will search the place if they're here."
Linda looked in his direction.
"Yes, that wouldn't surprise me."
She nudged me in the ribs.
"I wonder if that's the victim's ex-wife."
I looked at the stick-thin woman hurrying to the front of the chapel. She marched straight up to the coffin, and for a moment I was afraid she would open it. She bent down and spoke, but we were too far away to hear what she was saying.
"It's probably his ex-wife," I said to Linda. "She didn't bring any flowers. In fact, no one did." "Perhaps in his will he asked for no flowers. You know, he asked that people donate money to a charity in lieu of flowers."
I snorted rudely.
"He didn't strike me as the charitable kind. And speaking of wills, here comes Harry Fryer."
Harry Fryer walked to the front of the room. He was wearing an ill-fitting suit, so ill-fitting it was almost comical. I expected he hadn't brought a suit to town, so he must have run out and bought one at a local charity shop. Harry Fryer walked up to Marianne Compton. At least, I assumed the woman was Joseph's ex-wife. She threw her arms around his neck and held him close, a little too close.
"Are you looking at that?"
Linda hissed in my ear. I chuckled.
"Who could miss it? It's something of a spectacle."
After a far longer and tighter hug than was appropriate under the circumstances, the 2 broke apart. Marianne dabbed at her eyes with a tissue in what I assumed was a fake display of grief.
"It looks like those 2 are far more than ex-in-laws,"
I said to Linda in a low tone. She agreed.
"And hardly wise of them to do that in public, in front of all these police. Now the cops have another motive."
I narrowed my eyes. Well, I hope Scorpius everyman took a good hard look at that. Maybe it will stop him thinking that shifters are involved.
"I've been thinking about that,"
Linda said a little more loudly now that the dreadful funeral music had been changed for something more upbeat, if funeral music could be called upbeat.
"I'm actually wondering if shifters are involved."
"You're kidding," I said, and then saw Scorpius looking at me. I shuddered involuntarily. "You said you would have felt a shifter attack nearby." She shrugged.
Maybe I was wrong.
Why would you say that? I added.
The injuries, of course. There is no way a serial killer could inflict those injuries. It would have to be a shifter, or a vampire making it look like a shifter, or someone with more than the strength of someone who was,
Normal? I supplied. Linda nodded.
Unless it was someone who murdered him and then took the body out to sea where sharks were feeding. Well, perhaps one shark,
Linda added. How would anyone know where a shark was feeding? I asked her. She bit her lip.
I wonder if Marianne and Harry are shifters and they killed Joseph.
They would hardly turn up to a funeral with 2 cleaners in attendance, I pointed out. Although, upon reflection, it would be far too suspicious if they didn't come.
They wouldn't know they were cleaners, Linda said. We only know about Scorpius because Lucas told you, and you only know about Lucas because I told you, and I only knew because of my, old friendship with his uncle. Not to say that Lucas wouldn't have told you eventually, given...
I tapped her on the arm. The music had changed to an old hymn, and a clearly flustered Joyce Batson hurried down the aisle. She sat next to Marianne and patted her on the shoulder.
That's the local antique dealer, I said to Linda.
She's the one I told you about. Aunt Agnes and I went to her shop yesterday.
Oh, yes, the one who's out of town every weekend and had the screaming match with the victim.
I nodded. Yes, and Aunt Agnes and I Googled it last night and discovered that those victims down south all went missing on weekends. Surely the police would know that too.
Maybe they know who it is and they're just gathering evidence before they make an arrest,
Linda said. I hope that's the case. You know, Harry was the one who told me that Joyce and his cousin had the big argument. Why would he do that if they were all in a rogue shifter pack together? Linda looked shocked.
You think those 3 are in a rogue shifter pack?
I shrugged. I wouldn't have a clue. I told you about the dog hair on Joyce, though. A man in a suit, I assumed the minister, took his place at the pulpit. We are here today to celebrate the life of Joseph Maxwell, he said in a tone that was anything but celebratory. He continued on in a fire and brimstone manner, saying that everyone would go to hell if they didn't repent. I was drifting off to sleep when his exclamation, "Repent or perish," snapped me back to reality. And so, our dear brother Joseph Maxwell is now assured of a blessed eternity. And can we say the same for all of you? He concluded by pointing around the room.
What makes him think Joseph Maxwell is enjoying a blessed eternity?
I whispered to Linda. She didn't answer, but Marianne Compton stood up to give the eulogy. Linda leant across to me.
This should be interesting.
Marianne dabbed at her eyes with a tissue before speaking.
I know Joseph and I were divorced, but we were thinking about giving our marriage a second try. And now this has happened.
She broke into a strange sound and covered her face with a tissue.
She won't win any Oscars,
Linda said. I shook my head. I'd say she's doing it because of all the police in the room. She'd have to know she's a major suspect, so she's trying to deflect suspicion away from herself. Marianne started speaking again, and this time did her best to inject a catch into her voice.
Joseph was a good man. We had been together for 15 years. I was always sad that we didn't have any children, because he would have made a wonderful father. He was...
Her voice trailed away. Harry hurried over to her and handed her a handbag. She pulled a piece of paper from it and began to read.
Joseph Maxwell was a good man. He was a good husband, and he was kind to his dog. We were currently rethinking our divorce at the time of his death. Joseph Maxwell was the love of my life. I know I'm supposed to tell funny anecdotes of his life at a time like this, but suddenly I find that I'm too upset to keep speaking.
It would have been believable had it not been for the fact that she read that from the piece of paper. At this point, she stuffed her notes back into her handbag and then walked over to Joseph's coffin. She then threw herself on it in an overtly melodramatic fashion. At the same time, loud sounds emanated from her while her whole body shook. I couldn't be sure if she was sobbing or laughing, but I was sure that she wanted everyone to think she was sobbing. The minister stood by awkwardly, looking around the room for help. None came. After an interval, Joyce Batson walked to the coffin and put her arm around Marianne's shoulders. She guided her back to her chair. With a look of relief plastered all over his face, the minister took the stand once more. "I invite anyone else here to speak out on behalf of Joseph Maxwell." He flung his arms wide, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the only other relative or friend present was Harry Fryer. To the minister's obvious relief, Harry stood up. He, too, read from a sheet of paper. "I knew my cousin, Joseph Maxwell, all my life. We didn't always get on. He was a mean child and a bully. However, he grew up into a nice man." Those last few words were forced, although, to be honest, who would really stand up at a funeral service and tell it like it was? "I promised Joseph that if anything ever happened to him, I would take care of his ex-wife, Marianne."
"Those two will be married before the year is out. You mark my words," I whispered to Linda. "He's saying that now to pave the way for when their relationship becomes public later."
Harry was still speaking.
"Joseph wasn't popular around town, but that wasn't his fault, because he worked for a well-known phone and internet company, and he was good at his job. I can't find my second sheet of paper."
For a moment I thought that was part of his speech, until I saw Joyce and Marianne looking under the seat. Harry remained on the platform for a little longer before he nodded sheepishly and returned to his pew. The minister looked relieved that the service was over. I supposed he was used to more attendees.
"In the room to my left, we have served tea and coffee. I invite you all to stay and partake of communion with one another."
He gestured to his left.
"We have to stay," Linda said. "Just try to keep your eyes off Lucas, if at all possible."
She chuckled. I frowned at her. What's the point of staying? We won't find anything out. Everyone will be on their best behavior.
"You never know."
I shrugged and followed Linda into the room. It, too, was a bright white room. It was unpleasantly bright, and the fluorescent lights didn't help the glare. The task force members were huddled in one corner of the room, speaking to the other police officers. Joyce, Marianne, and Harry walked to the table with the tea and coffee and were soon busy with cups and spoons. I walked over to them. "Miss Compton, I'm Pepper Jasper from Mugwort Manor. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss." Her hand flew to her throat.
"You found him?"
It came out as an accusation. I took a step backwards, surprised by the vehemence of her outburst.
"Oh, I'm sorry," she said hastily. "It's all been such a shock."
I nodded. "I can imagine."
"Your aunts aren't here?"
"They're coming down with colds," I lied. Marianne nodded. "They're dosing up on hot lemon and honey drinks, so they'll probably be all right by this afternoon," I added for Harry's benefit. No doubt he would see them around, hale and hearty, within a few hours. I made myself a cup of tea and stood in the far corner, diagonally opposite the task force, and chatted to Linda. We were keeping an eye on Harry, Joyce, and Marianne. "Linda, you're the expert on shifters. Do you see anything that would make you think that Harry, Joyce, or Marianne could be shifters?" Linda shook her head.
"No, but that doesn't mean anything. I could walk past a dozen shifters and not know."
I was puzzled. "But after I found the body, you were pretty sure that it wasn't a shifter attack."
"That's entirely different," she said. "I can sense what shifters have done, but when someone isn't in shifter form, there's no way I'd ever pick up on it."
I sighed, disappointed. We were no closer to solving this case, and so we were still in grave danger from Scorpius Everyman. Every now and then I caught him fixing me with his cold, empty eyes. I'm sure he thought that Linda was part of a rogue shifter pack and that I was aiding and abetting her. Chapter 16. I edged closer to Joyce, Marianne, and Harry to see if I could overhear any juicy piece of information. I was in luck.
I suspect someone broke into Joseph's house last night, Marianne said.
Joyce gasped.
Did you call the police?
Marianne shook her head.
I couldn't be sure, but I thought things had been moved around a bit.
What were you doing at Joseph's house?
Joyce asked her.
As you know, the property settlement gave me half the house and the contents. Now that Harry is Joseph's only heir, he'll get the other half of the house. Harry and I were deciding whether to sell it or not.
Well, what else could you do with it?
Joyce asked her. I busied myself making another cup of tea. That was interesting. Clearly Joyce didn't know that Marianne and Harry were having an affair, if I had guessed correctly.
We don't know for certain that I'm the sole heir, Harry said. We won't know that until after the reading of the will this afternoon.
Marianne snorted.
Joseph wouldn't have left me a cent. That property settlement was torturous. Rest assured you'll get everything, Harry.
Harry shifted nervously from one foot to the other.
I hate to ask at a time like this, but are you still going to let me give you a quote on the antique furniture that you were awarded in the settlement?
Joyce asked her.
Of course, Marianne said without hesitation. I hate that stuff. I only took it for its value. The same goes for my share, Harry told her. No offense, Joyce, but I'm not an antique sort of person. Call me a minimalist.
He looked at me. I diverted my eyes and acted as if I were concentrating on stirring sugar into my tea. Joyce patted Marianne's arm.
Whatever you do, Marianne, please don't stay in Joseph's house. We don't know why he was murdered yet, and you might be in danger.
He was murdered because he was a nasty...
Marianne began before Joyce interrupted her.
Marianne, you shouldn't use those words in a church.
It's not a church, Marianne protested. It's a funeral parlor.
She looked at me, so I smiled and walked away, back to Linda.
I heard it all from here, Linda said. They weren't trying to keep their voices down.
They didn't say anything incriminating, I pointed out. You know, Joseph Maxwell's house was worth over $1 million. How could he afford that? I mean, how much would Ozphone and Net pay its employees?
Linda laughed. Not that much. Perhaps he inherited it.
I bit my lip. Let's look into that. If he had ill-gotten gains, then that could be why he was murdered. Linda was still laughing.
You watch too much TV.
When she saw I was serious, she added,
You're right. It's certainly worth following that lead.
She caught her breath and turned pale. I looked over my shoulder to see the figure of Scorpius Everyman looming over me.
Miss Jasper and Mrs. Williams, you are aware that I'm a private detective.
Before we could answer, he continued,
I would like to question you both separately over the death of Joseph Maxwell.
It came out as a demand rather than a request.
Are you working for his ex-wife?
I asked him. I wished I hadn't spoken. I was terrified, given that he had threatened me previously. At least it was a public place, and the police were nearby. His expression didn't change, but I could swear the room temperature dropped by several degrees.
I'm not at liberty to discuss this. Why don't we start with you first, Miss Jasper?
He nodded towards the chapel. I didn't want to refuse and risk making him angry, so I nodded and walked into the room. His presence unnerved me. I had no words to explain it, but to say he felt like an ancient evil, a malevolent intelligence. I sat down on a wooden pew and he sat next to me. I slid away from him on the seat a little.
Thank you for agreeing to speak with me,
he said in a cold monotone. I nodded and mumbled something. I tried to calm my breathing.
How well do you know Linda Williams?
I only met her recently, I said. When I came to Lighthouse Bay to help my aunts run the business at Mugwort Manor, Linda and her husband Paul were already boarding here.
He interrupted me. And you had never met her before?
I shook my head.
And when did you become aware that they were both shifter wolves?
I gasped. I only found out after Paul died, I told him.
And how do you feel about shifter wolves?
He asked me. I was puzzled by his question and said so. I don't really know what you mean. Linda is the only one I know. I only knew Paul for a short time before he died. I really don't know anything about shifter wolves. Scorpius leant closer to me.
Let me tell you this, Miss Jasper. We vampires are a noble race, but shifters are animals. Don't ever forget that.
I like animals, I said in a squeaky voice, considering myself brave to say anything at all. His expression did not change.
Now is not a time for humor, he said. When did you last hear from your parents?
That shocked me. My parents? I asked in horror. Do you know what happened to them?
When did you last hear from your parents? He asked again.
Just before they went missing 5 years ago, of course, I said. My aunts and I haven't heard anything since, and the police haven't found out any information. Do you know something?
I have no idea of the whereabouts of your parents, he said coldly. Let me just suggest you don't follow in their footsteps.
Look, I really don't understand what you're getting at, I said, fear giving way to exasperation.
And how do your aunts feel about Mrs. Williams?
I felt I should answer carefully. They're very polite, and they don't say anything around me, but I'm sure Aunt Agnes doesn't approve of her. That, at least, was the truth. He stared at me long and hard, and I felt he was trying to discern whether or not I was lying. Finally, he sat back, seemingly satisfied.
Good.
Linda didn't kill Joseph Maxwell, I told him. I am 100% sure of that.
I felt, rather than saw, his anger. Shifter wolves killed that man, Miss Jasper. Make no mistake. Any vampires who side with shifter wolves in any way will suffer the same consequences.
He stood abruptly and marched from the chapel to the other room, no doubt to question Linda. Scorpius and Linda entered the chapel just as I was on my way out. I was dismayed to see that Linda's face was white and drawn.
"I'll wait for you here, Linda," I said loudly.
"Then we'll go to lunch." I shot a pointed look at the police, who were still gathered in the corner. As soon as they were out of sight, I walked over to the table and selected a caramel Tim Tam. Lucas approached me, so I dropped it on my plate, uneaten.
"What did he say?"
he asked urgently. "It was all about Linda," I told him. "He asked me how long I've known her, that sort of thing, and when I found out she was a shifter. You know, he seems awfully racist."
"What do you mean?"
Lucas stepped closer to me. I could smell his soap, cedarwood and lime. I forced myself to focus. Okay, that's probably not the right word, but he was very derogatory about shifters. He said they were animals. Lucas's jaw dropped. "What is it?" I asked him.
"I don't trust him."
I shrugged. "Yes, you said that before. I think he's a very nasty man." Lucas shook his head.
"Pepper, can you go back to the manor now?"
"Linda is expecting me to wait for her," I said. Lucas shook his head again.
"I'd rather you go back to the manor and not see Linda again until this is all over."
"But she's expecting me," I protested.
"Can't you text her?"
Now I was really getting worried. "Lucas, what aren't you telling me?" He looked at the chapel door.
"Later."
He walked back over to the far wall and looked at his phone. Within seconds, Linda and Scorpius Everyman emerged from the chapel. Linda was pale and shaken. She headed straight for me.
"Coffee?"
Linda didn't speak again until we were sitting at a coffee shop by the water. "Are you all right?" I asked with concern.
Not really, she shook herself. I just felt he really hated me. He feels, oh, I don't know, evil.
I agreed. He was focused on you. He asked me when I first found out you were a shifter and how long I'd known you, that sort of thing.
He gave me the 3rd degree. When I became a shifter, when I met Paul, how many shifters I knew, were there any shifters in Lighthouse Bay, and had I ever turned anyone?
I gasped. But turning someone is illegal. Surely he'd know you wouldn't admit that, even if you had.
Look at my hands. I'm still shaking.
Linda held out her hands. She was indeed trembling.
Pepper, I'm really scared he's going to try to pin this murder on me.
I didn't like to say, but I was thinking exactly the same thing. Chapter 17. Let's do something about it, I said.
Like what?
Well, we know it wasn't you, so let's question Marianne Compton. The waitress came to take our orders, but I said we had changed our minds. Come on, Linda, let's go. I had just started the engine in Aunt Maud's car and was about to pull out into the traffic when Linda stopped me.
Let's drive past Joseph Maxwell's house first.
Why? I asked her.
Let's just see how expensive it really is. And remember, we have to find out from Marianne how he could afford this house.
But all those houses in that street are worth over $1 million, I protested. Linda shook her head.
It might be in a bad state of repair. Who knows? I just think we should go there.
I shrugged. Sure. The house was only 10 minutes or so out of our way. I took a left off the main road and drove along the road to the lighthouse. What street was it again, Linda? She was staring at her phone.
Take the next right, then the next left, and then start to slow down.
I did as I was told. I took the next right, a road I knew well as it led down to the long beach. The views from up there were spectacular, mile after mile of sandy beach stretching out before us. The houses must have had amazing ocean views. I turned left and then slowed down. Which house is it? The houses in that street were all old. I suppose they were the first houses built when the area was settled by Europeans. Some had been renovated in a spectacular manner, others not so much.
It's this one here,
Linda said. This house had been renovated. It was spectacular, to say the least. An expensive driveway was lined with mature bungalow palm trees. The garden was extensively landscaped with every manner of tropical plant. The house, tastefully rendered in pale grey, rose majestically over the less impressively renovated houses that flanked it. I'm sure Ozphone and Net doesn't pay employees anything like that amount of money, I said. This house must be worth an arm and a leg.
Even more important that we ask Marianne if Joseph inherited money, before his grandfather's passing, I mean.
Could you look up Marianne's address online? I asked Linda. Oh, come to think of it, she said she had to go to the will reading with Harry straight after the funeral. She might not be home by now, or perhaps she went out somewhere afterwards and didn't go home.
No matter. If she's not there, we can always go back later.
I drove away and followed Linda's directions to the other side of town, to Marianne's house. It was far less grand than the mansion in which she had lived with Joseph, but since the property settlement had granted her half the proceeds of her marital home, I had no doubt she would soon be living in rather luxurious accommodations. The house was tiny and brick, and afforded no views whatsoever, unless you counted the view of a nearby neighbour whose house was so close that Marianne could have reached out her arm and touched it.
There's no car here, I said to Linda. Let's just go and knock anyway, she said.
I humoured her, although I thought it a pointless exercise. Luckily, I had taken Linda's suggestion, because Marianne drove up just as we were turning away from her door. She got out of her car, clutching a folder and her handbag, and looking rather surprised to see us. "Hello, what are you two doing here?" Linda and I exchanged glances.
In all our hurry, we hadn't even thought of a plan. "I was wondering if we could talk with you," I said. "About your ex-husband, Joseph, I mean. I was the one who found his body, and we think the police might suspect me."
"I'm sure I can't be of any help to you," Marianne said, although her manner was friendly. "Still, I'll do what I can to help. Please come inside. I've just come from the lawyer's office, and I need a strong cup of coffee."
The house was just as small inside as it was outside. It was quite narrow. I almost felt as if I could stretch out my hands and touch either side of the house.
"I can't wait to get out of this dump,"
Marianne said. She flung a manila folder onto the table and then switched on the electric kettle.
"Tea or coffee? I have carrot cake, too."
Both Linda and I opted for tea.
"Your house on the road to the lighthouse is beautiful," Linda said.
Marianne's face lit up.
"Yes, and can you imagine that obnoxious man kept me out of it all this time? He was a nasty piece of work."
I decided to come straight to the point. "Did Joseph inherit a lot of money?" Marianne was halfway through cutting slices of carrot cake. She stopped, her knife in the air.
"Inherited? What do you mean? From his grandfather?"
I feigned embarrassment. "Oh, pardon me for saying anything. It's just, with him working for Ozphone and Net and owning such a house in that prime location, I figured his parents must have left it to him." Marianne made a rude sound in the back of her throat and continued cutting up the cake.
"Ill-gotten gains, I'm afraid," she said after an interval. "I've dobbed him into the tax office, and I called the police, but no one ever did anything."
"Was he a drug dealer?"
Linda asked in shock. For some reason, Marianne thought that was hysterically funny. When she recovered, she placed a piece of carrot cake in front of me, laughed some more, and then placed a piece of carrot cake in front of Linda.
"No, I'm pretty sure he was a blackmailer. He was a hacker, you know."
"Hacker?" I echoed. Marianne was momentarily distracted.
"I've forgotten. Did you say tea or coffee?"
We both repeated that we would like tea, so she poured boiling water into a teapot and placed it on the table before sitting opposite us.
"Yes, a hacker. You know, he exploited security holes."
She looked off into the distance, which in her tiny house wasn't far away.
"If he had been a drug dealer, then the police would have nabbed him, but I suppose it's harder to catch a hacker."
"Let me get this straight," I said. "Are you saying that your husband—" Marianne interrupted me.
"Ex-husband," she said vehemently.
"Sorry, are you saying that your ex-husband blackmailed people and that he hacked into their computers from a distance, I presume?"
"Yes, of course."
Marianne raised her eyebrows at me as if I was some kind of an idiot.
"Of course it was remote, and he was just in the right line of work to be able to do it."
I thought it through. "Did you tell the police? I mean, I know you said you'd been to them before, but did you tell them this after he was murdered? It sounds like an obvious motive for murder."
Marianne nodded. "Of course I did, but they said there was no evidence. After he died, I looked in his safe. I still have my keys to the house, but there was nothing in there. I mean, don't all blackmailers keep little black books or something like that?"
Linda and I nodded.
"Of course he didn't know I knew the combination to his safe, but it was his birth date, the silly fool."
She made a snort of disgust.
"I just think the police aren't trying hard enough. It's obvious that he was murdered by someone he was blackmailing." She laughed. "On second thoughts, he could have been murdered by anyone who knew him. Actually, this folder might hold the answer. Joseph's lawyer asked him to give it to me if anything were to happen to him."
Marianne ripped open the envelope gleefully, depositing the contents on the table. Out spilled old sepia photos. My spirits fell. I was hoping it was something to do with Joseph's blackmailing exploits.
"They must be his ancestors,"
Linda said, disappointment evident in her voice. Marianne snatched up the cover letter.
"That fool lawyer. This isn't for me.
Look at the cover letter." She shoved the letter first under my nose and then under Linda's. "It's addressed to a Mr. Green. The lawyer's office got it mixed up." She sighed long and hard. "I really don't feel like going back out today. I've been through enough. I just wanted to lie on the sofa and watch TV and have a little nap." "Linda and I have a few things to do in town today," I said. "We can take this back to the lawyer for you and bring your documents back." Marianne looked doubtful, so I added, "It's no trouble at all. In fact, if you're asleep and don't answer at the first knock, I can slip it under the door." Marianne's face lit up. "Would you mind? That would be fantastic. I'll just call that fool lawyer now and tell him." I felt sorry for the receptionist on the other end of the line because Marianne told her in no uncertain terms what she thought of the mix-up. Linda and I gobbled our cakes in double quick time and then headed out the door as fast as we could. When we were safely out of earshot in Aunt Maud's car, I said, "Can you believe that? I just can't believe our luck." Linda laughed. "I was terrified she would change her mind. I've never eaten cake so fast in all my life. I'm sure I'll get terrible indigestion." "What do you think is in that envelope?" I asked her. "What if it's to do with his blackmailing?" Linda was silent for a moment. After hesitating, she said,
"If he was blackmailing people, then he had to have evidence on them. You know, like records of them embezzling, that sort of thing."
"Or photographs of them having affairs," I added. It was easier to get the envelope than I thought. The bored receptionist barely glanced at us and merely asked us to sign for the envelope. We handed Mr. Green's envelope back to her, took the other envelope, a far thicker envelope, and beat a hasty retreat.
"Let's go back to my motel room," Linda said. "We can steam it open there and then stick it back down."
"I'll just do a detour and buy some glue," I said.
"Good idea."
Within minutes, Linda and I were in her motel room, holding the envelope over a boiling electric kettle. The edges steamed open quickly, but the spot in the middle took a bit of effort. Finally, the flap was open. Linda pushed a book and a newspaper off the coffee table.
"Quick, Pepper, put it here."
I tipped out the contents of the envelope and held my breath.
"It looks like he was blackmailing people after all," Linda said excitedly. "Look at this, Pepper."
I wasn't mathematically inclined, and I really couldn't make head or tail of the spreadsheet, but even to my novice eyes it seemed to be records of embezzlement after all. And sure enough, there were photographs of people in compromising positions.
"Can you imagine people email these photos to each other?" Linda said.
"No doubt they didn't realize they were going to be hacked," I said.
"Yes, but married people sending these sorts of email," Linda said. "That would put them at risk of discovery by their partners."
"And by hackers and blackmailers," I added. "Linda, the chances are good that one of these people in here is the murderer. When we go through it, we'll glue it back up and give it to Marianne. I'm certain she will hand this over to the police. That will help the police solve the murder, and then Scorpius Everyman will realize that you weren't involved." Linda shook her head.
"I don't understand, Pepper. Something is just not right. If Joseph Maxwell was murdered by someone he was blackmailing, then why did the killer make it look like those other murders down south?"
"Copycat killing, of course," I said, "so people would think the serial killer did it."
"But that's just it. Even if Scorpius finds out that I didn't kill Joseph Maxwell, he still thinks shifters did those murders down south. He's really got a huge problem with shifters."
"Yes, that's obvious," I said. "Well, let's look through all these documents before we take the folder back to Marianne. We still have a bit of time." I was raising my eyebrows at the email correspondence when Linda let out a shriek. I dropped the papers in fright and looked at her. "What is it?"
"Look!"
Her hands were trembling. She handed me a sheet of paper. On it were photographs, taken one after the other and represented by small squares on the same piece of paper. The first ones were all of damaged copper wire in what I assumed was an Ozphone and net pit, but then I gasped.
I can't believe it, I said when I was finally able to speak. Chapter 18.
It's him, isn't it?
Linda said. Yes. I averted my eyes from the photographs, which to my horror showed Scorpius Everyman killing someone on an isolated beach.
The poor Ozphone and net man in the ditch must have sent those photos from his phone straight to Joseph Maxwell, Linda said. I figure Joseph was his boss.
I sat there silently, trying to take it all in. Why didn't we look into that, Linda? We should have checked to see if one of the victims down south was an Ozphone and net employee. That would have been a connection.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Linda said dryly. There's always the possibility that Scorpius Everyman was executing that poor man on the beach. Perhaps the man had turned someone or something like that.
Or maybe Scorpius Everyman is the serial killer, I said. There's something really bad about him, Linda. I've said that right from the minute I met him.
Cleaners are very dangerous, Pepper. Deadly. I've told you that. I know you don't like to hear that just because you're snuggling up to one.
I'm not snuggling up to one, I protested. But I'd like to be, I silently added. Linda shook her head in dismissal.
That's not the point. This doesn't mean Scorpius is the murderer, and we don't know if he killed the man who took the photos.
Let's look at what we do know, I said. We know that Joseph Maxwell is dead, murdered in the same manner as this man in the photos and the other murder victims down south. And this seems to suggest that he was blackmailing Scorpius Everyman.
But like I said, Scorpius Everyman would likely kill Joseph Maxwell as part of his cleaning process anyway, if Joseph was blackmailing him, Linda pointed out. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying it's what would happen.
I sighed. What do we do from here? We can't give these photos to the police if Scorpius was legitimately going about his cleaning work.
Okay, then. We take those photos out, seal up the other contents, and give the envelope back to Marianne. At least we know she'll give it to the police, and then Joseph Maxwell will be exposed as a blackmailer. If Scorpius isn't the killer after all, it will help the police in their investigations.
And I'll show these photos to Lucas and leave it up to him, I said. Lucas will know what to do, given that he's a cleaner too. I left Linda at her motel and drove back to Marianne Compton's. I hadn't been away long, and Marianne was hardly likely to think anything was amiss, given that she hadn't been suspicious of my request to fetch her package in the first place. I parked Aunt Maud's car, picked up the envelope, locked the car, and walked down the street to Marianne's house. It was a little cul-de-sac with several cars parked on the road rather than in their driveways. I was idly wondering whether she would answer the door when I felt a malevolent presence. My skin prickled. I swung around to see Scorpius Everyman beside me. It was as if all the oxygen had been drained from the atmosphere. For a moment, I was afraid I would faint. For what seemed like an eternity, we stood there, facing each other wordlessly. He was the first to speak. "Come with me, Miss Jasper." I gulped for air. I looked around wildly. Did he want me to walk to his car? I remembered all the dire warnings I had heard not to get in someone's car. Avoid getting in someone's car at all costs, the standard advice went. I remembered seeing it on Oprah back in the day. If you get in the car with a would-be attacker, that's the end of you. I thought through my options. Did I have any options? Scorpius was a cleaner. If I tried to make a run for it, he would be on me within seconds, within a split second. Yet if I got into his car, I shivered violently. "I only want to talk, Miss Jasper." That gave me a tiny glimmer of hope. Would he lie in a situation like this? Surely he wouldn't need to. But then again, he wouldn't want to have to explain away him grabbing me on the street to casual onlookers. No, that had been a false hope. He spoke again. "Come with me now, or it will be the worse for you." He put his hand under my elbow. My only hope was to talk my way out of it, but Scorpius was no fool. I couldn't see that I had any other choice. I nodded and walked with him up the road. His car was not far away. He unlocked it with the remote and gestured to me to get in. "Never get in the car with a would-be attacker. Never get in the car with a would-be attacker," pulsated through my mind like a mantra. Cold sweat broke out all over my body. I looked around for a way of escape, but there was none. I sighed and got in the car. Within a flash, Scorpius was around the other side of the car and in beside me. To my relief, he didn't lock the doors. But then again, I supposed he didn't need to. He held out his hand for the envelope. I handed it to him. "What's this?" I knew he already knew what it was. "I think it's evidence that Joseph Maxwell was blackmailing people. You know, embezzling and catching people having affairs," I said. "What are you doing with it?" "Well, since you seem to think that Linda had something to do with Joseph Maxwell's murder, I was trying to prove that she didn't. Linda and I went to question Marianne Compton about Joseph. I asked how he could afford such an expensive house, and she said it was from illegal activities, specifically blackmail." I felt, rather than saw, a shift in his attitude. "Did Marianne Compton suspect this, or know it for certain?" I realized where his mind was going. He wanted to know if Marianne had seen the evidence. If he thought she had, then she, too, would be in mortal danger. I shook my head. "No, she looked through his safe because she thought that all blackmailers would have a little black book, but she couldn't find anything in his house. She had just come from the reading of the will when we went to question her, and the lawyer had given her a big envelope. Apparently Joseph had given instructions that Marianne should open it if anything happened to him." "And did she read the contents?" I shook my head again. "No, that's just it. The lawyer gave her the wrong folder. It was addressed to a Mr. Green. Since I had to do a few things in town, I offered to take that envelope back and collect the correct envelope." I pointed to the envelope as I said it. "Marianne called the lawyers and arranged for me to collect the correct one. I was just taking it back to her when you intercepted me." "Have you looked at the contents?" I plastered what I hoped was an innocent and convincing look on my face. "No." "Why not?" If I had thought his tone menacing before, this was infinitely worse. His voice positively dripped with malice. "Why would I?" I asked him. "Marianne hated Joseph. There is no way she would cover for him to the police. She would take this information straight to them." "And did you intend to read the information with her?" he asked me. "Yes, I assumed she would let me." He studied me for a moment and seemed satisfied by my response. I hoped he had believed me. I also hoped I had done a good job with the glue. Luckily for me, Scorpius didn't study the envelope's seal. He ripped it open and then looked at the contents. For a few moments I sat there, holding my breath. My very survival depended on his reaction. At first he rifled through the pages quickly, and then the photographs, and then went through the contents more slowly. He stuffed everything back in the envelope and turned to me. "This was all?" I nodded. "There was only this one envelope. Should there be another one?" He continued to stare at me. "There could be another envelope back at the lawyer's office," I said. "Considering that they gave Marianne the wrong one in the first place, the receptionist at the lawyer's office wasn't helpful at all." "Does that information exonerate Linda?" I asked, still hoping he was buying my story. I didn't have a chance to find out because my door suddenly opened. A strong hand reached in and pulled me out. It was Lucas. I stood there trembling as he stuck his head inside the door. "What are you doing, Scorpius?" "I knew there was something going on between you and the girl," Scorpius said, his tone filled with venom. "Stay away from her, or you'll be dealing with me personally," Lucas said. He slammed the door with such force that the whole car shook. Lucas took me by my arm and guided me away from Scorpius. I stopped. "The envelope!" Lucas urged me forward. "Keep working." "But Scorpius opened the envelope of blackmail information about Joseph Maxwell," I said. I was supposed to take that and give it to Marianne Compton. She's expecting me any minute."
"That's Scorpius's problem now," Lucas said. "He's a cleaner. It's up to him to figure out that one." We had reached Maud's car. "Give me the keys," Lucas said. "I'll drive."
I wondered why Lucas wanted to drive. Perhaps he thought Scorpius would try to run us off the road. I shook my head, trying to dispel the image. I had already been forced off the road once and never wanted that to happen again. "But Lucas, you don't understand. Joseph Maxwell was a blackmailer, and Linda and I saw photos of Scorpius Everyman killing someone." I thought he would ask questions, but all he said was,
"Where are those photos now? Are they in that folder?"
"No," I said without delay. "Linda has them in her motel room." Lucas swore under his breath and then turned the car violently. He sped in the direction of town.
"Go on,"
he said through gritted teeth. There were lots of photos of phone lines underground, and it looked as if they were taken from someone in a phone line pit. Then there were photos of Scorpius killing someone on the beach. Lucas swore again.
"How?"
I took his meaning at once. Not like a vampire. He had some sort of weapon in his hand. It was too hard to see. I shuddered as I remembered the injuries.
"Does Scorpius know these photos exist?"
I assume so, as Joseph Maxwell was obviously blackmailing him. I led him to believe there was another envelope left at the lawyer's office. Lucas shot me a look of approval.
"Smart thinking."
Something else was worrying me. "Lucas, you said Scorpius couldn't know that we, knew each other. Now that you've rescued me from him—"
My words trailed away. "We have worse problems than that," Lucas said. "We have to get to Linda before he does. Hopefully he won't make the connection quite yet. Call her and tell her to stay in the motel room until we get there."
There was no answer. I looked up at Lucas. "Should I leave a message on her voicemail?"
"Do you know where she would be now?"
"She said she had a few things to do, but I really have no idea. I'll try her again." Still, there was no answer. I texted her, asking where she was, but again there was no reply. I shot a look at Lucas and was alarmed to see his face was white. He came to a stop outside Linda's motel room. We both jumped from the car and knocked on her door. Lucas cast a quick look around him, produced something from his pocket, and within seconds had unlocked the door.
"Inside,"
he said urgently. There was no sign of Linda in the room. I poked my head through the bathroom door. She wasn't there.
"Pepper, that looks like a phone on the coffee table. Call her again, will you?"
I did so, and the phone on the coffee table rang. Lucas and I exchanged glances. This couldn't be good.
"Let's have a quick look around here for those photos," he said. "Maybe she hid them around here somewhere."
It took us a full 5 minutes to search the motel room, but we came up empty. "Lucas," I said, trying to keep the fear from my voice, "this doesn't make sense. If Scorpius had grabbed Linda, then wouldn't he have just grabbed me too? Surely he would know that we looked at the photos together." Lucas looked thoughtful for a few moments. After an interval, he said,
"Not necessarily. Come on, back to the car."
"But what about Linda?" I asked him as we left the motel room. When he didn't answer, I feared the worst. "The aunts?" I said. I put my seatbelt on and called them, and to my enormous relief, Aunt Agnes answered at once.
"Valkyrie, where have you been? We were beginning to get worried about you."
"Have you seen Linda?" I asked her.
"No."
"Have you heard from her at all?"
"No. Valkyrie, what's all this about?"
I looked at Lucas, and he held out his hand for my phone.
"It's me, Lucas," he said. "We have a situation. We're on our way back to Mugwort Manor now, so I can collect my car, but then I'm taking Pepper with me. I need to speak to a man. I'll hand the phone back to Pepper now so she can tell you what's happened."
"Hang on a moment, Aunt Agnes." I looked at Lucas. "Why are you taking me with you?"
"So you'll be safe, of course."
"But what about the aunts? Will they be in danger?" Lucas didn't answer. "Lucas, I'm staying with my aunts." He shook his head.
"No, Pepper. I don't know what Scorpius is thinking or what he'll do next. You could be in danger."
As much as I want to go with you, I admitted, I can't leave the aunts to fend for themselves. Lucas gripped the steering wheel.
They're more than capable of looking after themselves.
Then they can look after me too. I mean it, Lucas. I can't leave the aunts. Lucas let out a long sigh of exasperation.
I don't like this, Pepper. I don't like it at all. You have to promise me that you won't leave the manor.
Sure, I said. When we arrived at Mugwort Manor, Lucas escorted me inside. The aunts were gathered there, waiting.
Linda Williams could be missing,
Lucas told them, coming straight to the point. The aunts did not look overly surprised, although Aunt Dorothy's eyebrows shot up and down several times in succession.
No matter what happens, none of you leave the house. Obviously, it goes without saying that you must not open the door to Scorpius. It doesn't matter what happens, just don't leave the house. Use whatever magical protections you have. I'll be back as soon as I can.
He pulled out his phone and looked at the screen.
I'm already late. Pepper will fill you in. There's more, but I don't have the time.
Lucas leant closer to me and touched my arm gently. For a moment I thought he was going to kiss me right in front of the aunts. He appeared to be on the point of something, but then he said to me, "Don't leave the house. Stay safe." And then he was gone. Aunt Agnes bolted the door behind him.
"Dorothy, quick, fetch that red brick dust and the crushed eggshell powder,"
she said in a commanding tone.
"Maud, make sure all the windows are latched and bolted upstairs as well as downstairs."
Then she turned to me.
"Valkyrie, what's this all about?"
Joseph Maxwell was blackmailing people. He gave something to his lawyer to give to Marianne in case something ever happened to him. It was an envelope full of evidence against people that he was blackmailing. The thing is, the envelope also had photos of Scorpius Everyman. Joseph was blackmailing him, too. Aunt Agnes's hand flew to her mouth.
"Did Marianne see those photos?"
I shook my head. "No, Linda and I got to them first. Linda has them now. At least, I think she does. But she's gone missing, so I don't know if Scorpius has the photos." Aunt Agnes appeared to put two and two together in a short space of time.
"I see. So you think Scorpius killed Joseph Maxwell, and Lucas is afraid he will come after you?"
I nodded. Aunt Agnes pursed her lips.
"I think Lucas might be overreacting a little, dear."
Aunt Dorothy agreed.
"It's because he has feelings for you."
"Feelings have been the downfall of many a man,"
Aunt Maud said, nodding her head.
"Look at all the trouble a man's feelings for Helen of Troy caused."
"Nonsense," Agnes said. "The Trojan War had nothing to do with feelings. Wars are invariably for economic reasons, not over feelings, Maud. I've never heard anything so silly in all my life. Troy was on an important trade route. Feelings,
I interrupted her. "But Scorpius killed Joseph Maxwell," I said, horrified. "And there were photos of Scorpius killing someone on a beach." Agnes shook her head.
"I'm not arguing that Scorpius is an entirely unpleasant and awful man. He is a cleaner, Valkyrie, and that's what cleaners do. The person he killed on the beach could have been a shifter who turned someone, or even a vampire who turned someone. And if Joseph happened to obtain photos of Scorpius and blackmailed him, then of course Scorpius was going to kill Joseph. It might not be nice, but it's just the way it is."
"You sound like Linda," I said. "Aunt Agnes, what if something's happened to Linda?"
"There's nothing we can do until you hear from Linda," Agnes said. "Come and sit in the living room and have a nice glass of witch's brew."
I looked at her as if she had gone mad. "Aunt Agnes, don't you understand? Scorpius Everyman is on the rampage. He was the one who killed Joseph Maxwell, but he still seems to think Linda is somehow involved in this whole mess."
"I don't know what you've heard about cleaners," Aunt Agnes said, picking up her knitting needles and casting on some stitches. "But they're really not as bad as you think. They're not homicidal maniacs by any means. Sure, they do things that we might not approve of at times, but they are usually quite fair. Isn't that right, Maud? Dorothy?"
They both nodded, and I peered at them to see if they were simply humouring Agnes, but they seemed genuine enough. I shook my head. Scorpius Everyman makes my blood run cold. When he looked at me, it was like he was peering through my soul. I really can't verbalize it, but... I broke off. There really was no way to describe the dread I felt in his presence. There was something about Scorpius. I didn't know what it was, but I had learnt to trust my intuition. Aunt Agnes and Aunt Maud kept knitting, while Aunt Dorothy handed me a glass of witch's brew. I continued. But Lucas thinks Scorpius is dangerous. He told us not to leave the house. Plus, he rescued me from Scorpius's car, where Scorpius was questioning me about the photos. What do you think he would have done if he'd known I had seen those photos? And what if he's got Linda? What if he's done something to Linda? I ended on a note of hysteria.
Linda has probably just forgotten to take her phone with her. I do it all the time. And if Scorpius finds out you have seen those photos, he will give you a long lecture about why he did it and how you mustn't tell anyone, Aunt Agnes said patiently. That's how cleaners work. All vampires and all shifters know that it's illegal to turn someone, and they know it is punishable by death.
But I saw the photos, I protested. And why did Lucas say I was in danger from Scorpius, and that we all had to go to great lengths to make sure Scorpius didn't find out we were vampires? Aunt Agnes looked at me from over her knitting.
Like I said, maybe his judgment is clouded because he has feelings for you. Maybe he's like you and just doesn't trust him but doesn't know why. Did he tell you explicitly why he thought you were in danger from Scorpius?
I had to admit that he hadn't.
See,
Aunt Agnes said with a note of triumph.
Lucas was being protective. He's a cleaner, so he's jumpy and edgy about every little thing.
I hardly think Scorpius Everyman is a little thing, I said dryly. Still, her words made me feel a little better. But what about Linda? Right on cue, we heard a car pull up to the parking area outside. I hurried over to the window and looked out. It's Linda's car, I said. I opened the front door and ran down to meet her. Then it all happened at once. I saw her hands fly to her mouth and her mouth open to scream, only the scream never came. Something that felt like a wind engulfed me, and that was all I remembered. Chapter 19. I regained consciousness in a large room, and at once a wave of nausea hit me. I held my breath, wondering if I was going to be sick, but the moment passed. I could feel a lump forming on my head. At least no blood was dripping down my face. My hands were tied behind my back with rope. I guessed it was rope, given that my legs out in front of me were tied with rope. Scorpius Everyman was sitting at a desk in the corner, sipping what I assumed was witch's brew. "What did you do to Linda?" I managed to say. My mouth was dry, and I broke into a fit of coughing. He looked genuinely surprised. "Linda? Nothing yet. You're the one I need." "Me? Why would you need me? I haven't done anything wrong." Scorpius frowned. "I think I've given you too much credit, you and your boyfriend. You haven't figured it out yet, have you? I'm disappointed in you, Valkyrie. Vampires should have far better deductive powers than you have displayed so far. And I'm disappointed in your aunts, too. Surely they should have figured it out by now." My head hurt, and the ropes were digging into my wrists. "Figured what out?" I had no idea what he was talking about. "What are you going to do with me?" I wished I hadn't said the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. I thought it would be better not to know what his plans were for me. Clearly, they were nothing good. "I don't wish to harm you or any other vampire," he said in a cold tone. "You're simply here because I need you as an insurance policy. A hostage." "Hostage?" I echoed. "I need to get out of the country without any interference from Lucas O'Callahan. Now, on another matter, where are your parents?" He picked up a small knife and turned it over. "I don't know," I said. "I haven't seen them for years. They went missing in Kyrgyzstan 5 years ago,
As you know, I have ways of making you talk, he said with menace. He got out of his chair and walked over to me in a predatory fashion, like a leopard advancing on its prey. He was still holding the knife. Why would I lie? I said in a small voice. I'm really beginning to think you don't know anything. His tone was derisive. Much to my relief, he walked back to his seat. He picked up his goblet of witch's brew and sipped from it again. Oh, well, I shall use you to flush out your parents. And when did you find out you were a vampire? I could see no harm in answering honestly. Only recently, after I arrived in Lighthouse Bay. I didn't even know such a thing existed before then. He stared at me again in that unnerving way. It's interesting to me that the Jasper sisters and Lucas O'Callaghan haven't told you the whereabouts of your parents. What do you mean? I asked him. They don't know. My parents are missing, presumed dead. Nobody knows where they are. Are you saying that they're alive? What do you know? He waved one hand at me, which I took to mean that he had no intention of answering my question. Shifters pose a danger to our existence, he said suddenly. I was startled. How so? They have animal instincts. I very rarely have to clean up after a vampire mishap. It's always a shifter mishap. Shifters are a mistake of nature. With that, he left the room. I heard the door lock click into place behind him. I took in my surroundings. The walls were tongue and groove, and I could hear the ocean quite close, closer than I could hear it in my own cottage. I figured I was in a beach house somewhere. The exposed beams had been painted white, not recently, and the floor was covered by hideous linoleum of strawberry pink, black, and pale green. I supposed it had been fashionable in its day, many decades ago. The one small window was high, and there was no furniture save a bare desk and a chair. At least the air smelt fresh. I tested my ropes, but they were tight. Through the high window I could see gum trees. It didn't take much for me to figure out that this was one of the typical beach cottages in this part of the land, one of those isolated cottages that could only be reached by an off-road vehicle or perhaps a ferry. I sighed in despair. Still, I was still alive, so Scorpius didn't want to kill me. Not yet, at any rate. Plus, he had spoken like someone who wanted to convert me to his cause, whatever that was. And then there was the fact that he wanted me as insurance to get out of the country. That surely meant he didn't want to kill Lucas either. What was Scorpius's cause? What was his agenda? I could hear a voice from the next room, but I didn't know if it was a television or if he was speaking to someone on the phone. I scooped my tied wrists under my bottom and looped my legs through my tied hands. Who would have thought those yoga lessons would ever come in handy? I tugged at the ropes on my feet, but they were tied ever so tightly. I half crawled, half dragged myself over to the door, and then, after an awkward moment or so, managed to stand up and put my ear to the door. I told you I don't have much time. It was Scorpius's voice. He was silent for a moment, and I wondered whether the other person was speaking or whether Scorpius had moved further away. So long as he didn't move in my direction, I'd be happy. I was about to crawl back to my position when I heard Scorpius's voice again. I don't know. From what the girl told me, at least one of her aunts doesn't like the shifter woman, and the girl doesn't know enough to understand. If I could get her to see reason, she could influence her aunts to join our cause. It's possible they might be thinking along our lines anyway. I held my breath, waiting for him to speak again. Yes, of course, it's her parents. I agree. If it wasn't for her parents, the girl and the Jasper sisters would come around to our cause. If it wasn't for that Lucas O'Callaghan, that is. Anyway, it's a moot point because I don't have the time now. Do you have everything ready for me? I pressed my ear to the door again and could hear 2 sets of footsteps. Until then, I had assumed Scorpius was speaking on the phone. Presently, I heard a car roar away. I continued to press my ear to the door, but there was silence. I had to assume that both people had driven away. Now I had to figure out how to escape. Scorpius could come back at any time. I grabbed the door handle with both hands and pulled it hard, but it was locked. I hopped over to the chair and sat on it, and then bent down to work at my ropes. I started to make some headway, but my wrists ached badly. They cramped, so I had to give them a little rest, as much as I didn't want to waste the time. What had Scorpius meant about my parents? He had spoken as if they were alive. I didn't want to get my hopes up, but the possibility excited me. The harder I thought about the case, the harder my head hurt. Finally, I decided to go through what I knew. I stood up and stretched my bound wrists over my shoulders and then shook myself a little before sitting back down. "What do you know?" I said aloud. "Let's begin with that." I knew that Scorpius Everyman had killed someone on the beach, possibly not far from where I now was. I shuddered, but forced myself to concentrate. I knew that he didn't like Linda. No, that was not quite right. He didn't like shifters in general. He seemed pleased by the fact that I had told him Aunt Agnes hadn't been too keen on Linda staying with us. The picture was beginning to emerge, but I thought it was too fanciful. After all, I had watched Underworld and all the sequels. Was it possible that there was some sort of a war between shifters and vampires? If so, no one had mentioned it to me. Linda obviously wasn't aware of it, nor were my aunts. Even Lucas wasn't aware of it. Unless they were all keeping it from me. I shook my head. No, Linda was scared of Scorpius, and there was no reason for them all to be in it together, conspiring to keep something from me. I thought on it some more. It did seem to fit that Scorpius Everyman had a personal grudge against shifters. Yet he had spoken about the cause. Could he be in it with other people? I thought of the victims of the serial killer. They all looked like they had been mauled by animals. Something occurred to me, but I dismissed it as fanciful. Surely not. Yet it did make the pieces fit. What if Scorpius Everyman had killed all those people and made it look like shifter wolves had killed them? What if Scorpius Everyman was behind it? The more I thought about it, the more I was convinced that I was right. Scorpius wanted vampires to turn against shifters, so he had killed people and made it look like shifters had done it. And as he was a cleaner, at some point he could simply come out and accuse shifter wolves of the murders. Everyone would believe him. The one fly in the ointment had been Joseph Maxwell's colleague, the man who had taken the photos of Scorpius killing someone on the beach and sent them to Joseph. Sure, Scorpius could have explained that away as him executing a shifter or vampire who had turned someone, but he had no doubt killed the colleague as well. Was he going to explain that away too? And now it all made sense. That's why Scorpius was so keen to find those photographs and all the evidence that Joseph Maxwell had on him. Until he had all that information, then he wouldn't know how to proceed. Finally, he had given up all pretense and had made a run for it, kidnapping me as an insurance policy against Lucas stopping him. I turned my attention back to the ropes around my feet with renewed vigor. After I had loosened the top knot, the others came away a little more easily. Finally, my feet were free. I rubbed my ankles, wincing as the returning blood flow gave me a nasty case of pins and needles. Now I had to loosen the ropes around my wrists. I thought through my options. I considered using my vampire speed to move my wrists very quickly against the ropes, but then I figured that would only make the ropes cut my wrists. That wouldn't work. I needed something sharp. The desk was a plain, flat-pack desk, a cheap one, and the chair was the same. I looked over them carefully, but there were no sharp points. There was nothing in the room I could use. That's when I remembered the window. I could break the glass, and hopefully some of it would fall inside, or some of it would remain in the window pane, and I could use it to cut the ropes. I pushed the desk over to the window and placed the chair on top of it. I climbed onto the desk, a little disturbed that it was so rickety. Either the floor was uneven or one of the legs was shorter than the others. I balanced on the desk, picked up the chair by one leg, which wasn't as easy as it sounds, and rammed it into the glass. I shut my eyes and ducked my head as I did so. When I opened my eyes, I was pleased to see that there was one big jagged shard of glass in the window, and several smaller pieces of glass had fallen to the desk. Given that the window was so high, I decided to opt for one of the fallen pieces. I lowered myself to the floor, picked up the largest piece of glass I could find, and put it between my feet. I pressed my feet together as tightly as I could, and then rubbed the rope across it. I sighed. This wasn't going to work. I would have to use my vampire speed, but I didn't want to slice myself open in doing so. I experimented, first by moving very quickly for a short space of time. That worked, so I did it again. At this rate, it would take a week for the rope to slice through, but I was a little scared to move too quickly for too long. Finally, frustration made me brave, and I did it for a longer interval. When I looked at the rope, it was only hanging by a thread, so I sliced it across the glass at normal speed. I stood up and then had to bend back down to rub my feet, which were cramping badly from holding the glass for so long. I looked at my wrists, which were red and raw, not a pleasant sight. I rubbed them, but stopped when it hurt. There was no time to feel sorry for myself. Now I had to climb through that tiny window. I got back on the desk much more easily this time, now that my hands were free, and picked up the chair, again more easily with two hands. I hit all the remaining pieces of glass with the chair. I certainly didn't want to get cut climbing out the window. At least I knew Scorpius wasn't around, because I had been making plenty of noise. I bashed and bashed the window with the chair, hoping to get every last sliver of glass out. I knew even a small piece of glass could leave a nasty cut. I gingerly touched the bottom of the window, but it still felt sharp. I banged it a few more times with the top of the chair and tried it again. Still sharp. On my next try, the top of the chair flew off. I snorted in disgust. So much for cheap flat-pack furniture. As the window was narrow and high, I would have to drag my body through it, so I took off my shirt, folded it several times, and put it across the bottom of the window. I didn't think that would be enough, so I took off my jeans as well and hung them across. I hoped the weight of the jeans would hold my shirt in place and afford me some protection. I placed the bottom of the chair, the part that was still remaining, on top of the desk, and then stood on it, clutching the windowsill for support. I would like to say I pulled myself through with one fluid motion, but my maneuver was more like a drunken ant climbing across a breadcrumb. It didn't help that I was scared of cutting myself. If only I had gone on that diet I'd been promising myself I would go on for months, it would have been easier, because it was a tight fit. Finally, I was through the window, and with one big push, I landed on the sand beneath the window. I stood up and immediately checked myself for cuts. There was a long cut across my stomach, but it wasn't deep. My ankle was throbbing, as was my elbow, which had taken my full weight. I looked back up at the window to see my jeans and my shirt were stuck to it. No wonder I had landed so hard. The inside of the cottage was much higher than the external level of the sand. Luckily, I had fallen onto sand and not onto hard ground. I looked around wildly. "Now what?" I said aloud to the crows flying overhead. There was a sandy track leading away from the cottage on one side, and apart from that, it was either the ocean or thick bush. I hobbled around the side of the cottage to the beach. It was a little inlet between two rocky heads, and no sign of a boat in sight. There was nothing else for it. I would have to stay close to the sandy track and follow it while staying out of sight. That meant going through the thick bushes in only my underwear, and I was certain there were leeches. What's more, this cottage could be miles from civilization, and my ankle was painful, but I could hardly stay here. I had only made it 5 steps from the edge of the cottage when a huge Land Rover screamed to a halt in front of me, and the passenger jumped out.
"We've been looking for you,"
a strange man said. Chapter 20. I turned to run, but the next thing I knew, someone gently gripped my wrists.
"Lucas!"
I turned and flung my arms around his neck. In one swift motion, he pulled me to him and kissed me softly, his lips all too briefly brushing mine.
"You're hurt."
I followed his gaze to my stomach.
"That's just a scratch, but I've hurt my shoulder and my ankle is really bad."
The other man was standing there looking at me. Lucas must have noticed too, because he had once pulled his t-shirt off and dropped it over my head. I winced as he pulled it over my sore shoulder. That left Lucas shirtless, and I could barely drag my eyes away from his muscled chest. My eyes trailed down to his six-pack. My whole body tingled, but the other man's words brought me to my senses.
"Where is Scorpius Everyman?"
"He drove away about 15 or so minutes ago," I said. "Could have been longer, I suppose. I had to smash that window and climb out."
I pointed to the window for emphasis.
"He tied up my hands and legs with ropes."
Lucas gently turned my wrists over and swore horribly.
"He said he was going to keep me as a hostage, not just for you, Lucas, but as insurance against my parents. Actually, he said he was going to use me to flush them out."
Lucas exchanged glances with the other man.
"Lucas, do you think that means my parents are alive?"
"I think it means you were in danger from him, which is what I thought all along,"
Lucas said. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up." He ever so gently helped me to the car and then handed me a flask of witch's brew. The other man had gone into the cottage after handing Lucas a medical bag. I gulped the witch's brew greedily.
"Lucas, I think Scorpius is in some sort of a group, a cult even. I think he's a fanatic. Okay, I'm not explaining this well, but he really hates shifters, and he thinks vampires are kind of like the supreme beings. Am I making any sense?"
Lucas nodded.
"Perfect sense. Now tell me what made you come to that conclusion while I ice and wrap your ankle."
The witch's brew was flowing through me, filling my limbs with warmth. I was feeling better already, or I was, until I felt the ice against my ankle. I winced.
"Ouch! You were going to tell me what brought you to that conclusion,"
Lucas said in an obvious attempt to distract me from the pain in my ankle. He was ever so gentle, but even the feeling of the cold against my ankle brought me pain. I took a deep breath and spoke.
"I heard him speaking to someone in the other room."
Lucas interrupted me.
"Someone else was here?"
I nodded and then winced when the movement jolted my shoulder.
"Yes, but I only heard footsteps. I don't know if it was a man or a woman. Scorpius mentioned his cause, and he mentioned people who thought like he did. Plus, before that, he told me straight out that shifters are a mistake of nature."
I stopped speaking and waited for Lucas to say something. Lucas raised an eyebrow.
"Is there more?"
I took another sip of witch's brew before answering.
"Yes, I think Scorpius is the serial killer. I know this might sound far-fetched, but I think he killed those people to make it look like shifter wolves killed them, to cause trouble for shifters."
Lucas exhaled slowly.
"Yes, I'm afraid I've come to the same conclusion."
I felt my jaw drop open.
"Scorpius Everyman is the serial killer?"
Lucas rubbed his forehead.
"Please forgive me, Pepper."
I was puzzled.
"Whatever for?"
"Never in a million years would I have suspected that a cleaner would do something like this."
He was going to say more, I was sure of that, but the other man came up to us and shot him what looked to me to be a warning look. Lucas introduced us.
"Pepper, this is Gregory Fawkes. We work together at times. Gregory, this is Pepper Jasper, Tom and Maria's daughter."
I wondered why Lucas had introduced me this way, and I gave Gregory an appraising look. No doubt he was a cleaner, too. Then something occurred to me.
"How did you know I was here?"
Lucas handed me another flask of witch's brew.
"Drink up. Your aunts called me in a panic, saying Scorpius had snatched you."
"Are they all okay?" I asked him.
Linda, too?" He nodded. "The trouble is, my phone was out of range for a while going over the mountains. When I came into range, a lot of texts from your aunts came through. I collected Gregory, and we put our heads together to figure out where Scorpius was." I looked around me. "We're miles from anywhere," I said. "When I heard he had taken you, I put two and two together rather rapidly. Pity I didn't do so earlier," he added ruefully. "There were rumors." He broke off as Gregory cleared his throat. "When I suspected Scorpius was the one responsible for all the deaths in this area," he continued, "I figured he would need a base of operations in an isolated place. We looked at all the sales in the past 6 months and found this cottage that was bought in the name of a trust. We traced the trust back to Scorpius." "You did all that so fast?" I asked with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. "One thing led to another," Lucas said. "Once we realized what was going on, it wasn't hard to connect the dots." "What happens now? Are you going to wait here to ambush him?" I asked Lucas. Again, Gregory shot Lucas a significant look. "He is probably well gone by now," Lucas said. "I'd like to take you to a doctor, but—" "It's not possible to take you to a doctor or a hospital," Gregory Fox said firmly. "I'm sure you can understand why. We can't risk explaining away your injuries, that type of thing." "No, it's fine," I said nonchalantly with a wave of my hand. "The last time a murderer attacked me, I refused to go to a hospital too." Gregory Fox's jaw fell open. Chapter 21. "All's well that ends well," Harry Fryer said cheerfully.
"Not for the victim, who happened to be your cousin,"
Aunt Agnes pointed out. Harry's face flushed red.
"Apart from that, at least we now know it was a shark and that he wasn't murdered. That's some consolation."
I caught Lucas's eye. He had done a good job of covering up Scorpius Everyman's murdering spree. We were sitting in the garden behind Mugwort Manor, sipping witch's brew and eating chocolate. By we, I mean my aunts, Lucas, Linda, and Gregory Fox. Harry Fryer had wandered past and invited himself over, which meant we all had to be careful what we said. I hadn't seen Sam Innes since that night at dinner, but I wasn't complaining.
"And what do you do, Greg?"
Harry asked him. Gregory narrowed his eyes. "It's Gregory, and I have a cleaning company." Aunt Maud clutched her sides and did her best not to laugh, and succeeded after Agnes elbowed her hard in her ribs.
"I don't usually look like this,"
Aunt Agnes said to Gregory for the umpteenth time. Gregory shifted uncomfortably in his seat, no doubt realizing Aunt Agnes was hitting on him. And while she looked old enough to be his grandmother, for all I knew he was the same age as Aunt Agnes, maybe even older, given that he, too, was a vampire. I knew the aunts disguised themselves as elderly ladies, specifically elderly ladies who had let themselves go, but this was the first time I had seen Aunt Agnes regret it. Still, she could hardly reveal herself in her true form, not with Harry there. Lucas was still downcast, as he had been ever since he had collected me from Scorpius's beach cottage. He blamed himself for not realizing that Scorpius was the perpetrator all along. Of course, I didn't blame Lucas, but I did think there was something he wasn't telling me about my parents. As soon as Gregory left, I intended to press Lucas for information. Word had come that Scorpius Everyman had fled the country. Sure, I was happy that his plan to implicate shifter wolves as the murderers had been well and truly thwarted, but I was upset that he had escaped. Still, he was now a wanted man. I doubted he would be able to use that ploy anywhere else in the world, and that made me feel better. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow upon our little group. The scent of the ocean was delightful, but the gentle sea breeze brought with it biting midges, those minuscule flying insects that caused severe itching. And wasn't that like life? Daily small torments, such as certain internet provider representatives and the like, could cast a blight upon an otherwise happy day. But only if we let them, I said aloud.
"What was that, Valkyrie?"
Aunt Agnes said. I smiled.
I was being philosophical in an entirely non-philosophical way.
Well, you're making as much sense as a philosopher,
Aunt Dorothy said with feeling. Aunt Agnes laughed. Whether with Dorothy or at Dorothy, I had no idea.
You know, this reminds me of the end of episodes of Murder, She Wrote.
Aunt Maud piped up. Agnes frowned.
How so, Maud?
We were all laughing, just like they all laugh at the end of every episode after they solve the murder.
Everyone but Agnes laughed heartily. Lucas caught my eye and smiled, a smile heavy with the promise of things to come. I laughed too, as I swatted away some midges. This world would never be perfect, and sometimes was downright scary. But I figured that with friends and loved ones around us to care for and support us, things would always turn out okay after all. The end. The next book in this series is Book 4, Witch's Magic. Since her arrival in Lighthouse Bay, Pepper has faced one adversary after another and come out winning. Yet what happens now will test her faith in everything and everyone she thought she knew. A poisoner is afoot, and Lucas is acting strangely. A relative is not to be trusted. Lighthouse Bay is about to give up some secrets. But will Pepper only discover trouble? You can find this and other audiobooks by Morgana Best exclusively at morganabest.com. You've just listened to Witch's Charms, Book 3 in the Vampires and Wine series, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Text copyright 2016 by Morgana Best. Audio production copyright 2024 by Morgana Best. If you've enjoyed this audiobook, please consider leaving a review and recommending on social media or directly to friends and family. And you can find other audiobooks by Morgana Best exclusively at morganabest.com. Thanks for listening.